I'll have a very similar strategy. Wait for the key levels, pre-market high, 33, 34, and just take the curls. And the other good thing about it is, we were talking about this in the afternoon show, you can't just assume that AMD will have anything to do with Intel. Intel's issues are Intel's. AMD's actually up a point today, and with a good breakout setup. So I'm also in a good mood because I think the Bills made a really smart move. They moved down twice. If you can find someone to pay you to move from 28 to 32, and then pay you to move from 32 to 33, you're going to get the exact same guy they would have drafted anyways. They're going to have to pay him less, and they got a couple picks out of it, so I'm a happy camper. You guys made a boring pick.
Yeah, we got an offensive tackle. We got a Green Bay pick. Our offense is loaded. I mean, so we need to protect what we've got right there. But yeah, that's going to be a tough division, man. Chicago got, a Doomsday, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift,
Weapons.
DJ Moore.
Weapons. If Caleb fails
Cole Kmet.
Please don't put Cole Kmet in that conversation.
But Caleb is set up here, man.
You know what frustrates me?
But didn't Neighbors go to the Giants? That's not great for him.
Nah, yeah.
And Bowers got screwed going to the Saints, I think. Right?
I'm in a league where I'm interested in Neighbors and Bowers. And I was like, oh, that's not where I wanted them to go. No, he went to Oakland. Sorry, Oakland, no. Vegas. Bowers went to Vegas.
Sorry.
But did you see, I don't know if you saw this.
I guess that's not
the
bad.
Smile on his face felt like it was, everyone's smiling when they get picked in the first round.
Yeah.
Let's just say if they went to his house, you could see him and his girlfriend. I'm like, there was an extra grin when he was going to Vegas. I'm just saying. You can kind of
What, you mean like the girlfriend was sad but he was happy, you mean? Or
no,
what?
both of them. Like, I was just like,
yeah.
Vegas? Because he wasn't expected to go there. But I would imagine if you have a choice to play for the Jets or Vegas, a lot of people thought he was going to the Jets.
Yeah, but the thing is, then you start with Aaron Rodgers a little bit. You start your career off in the right way. Now you started off with what? Derek Carr. Actually, Derek Carr can throw the rock.
He's not there anymore.
Oh, he's not?
They don't have a quarterback.
Where did Derek Carr wind up going?
He's on the Saints.
Oh, that's why I thought the
Saints.
Saints.
Keep thinking
that's why I thought the Saints. Yeah, my bad.
But
okay. By the way, Tesla right now is making the move down. Some of these names are starting to go down. The market did like that number up to 17.8. Can you believe we got all the way back to 17.8? I mean, the NASDAQ is ridiculous. And now coming back in a little bit here. So some of the names starting to fall in a little bit. I noticed Meta was coming back as well. 444. No, not so much. 445. Okay. All right, let's get the show started and go back to the desk.
Mona. Yeah, this could be part of the reason why. Here's XPEV, 9% right now to the upside. There's a couple of different headlines here. One of them, the CEO comes out saying the U.S. market is a long-term objective for this company. So big gap to the upside. Across the board, though, specifically EV makers, but Chinese ADR is higher again this morning. XPeng trying to lead the way. Just a quick recap for anyone just joining. A little late there, 0.3 for the PCE month over month for March, 0.3 as well for the core number. So both in line with expectation there year over year, 2.7 versus 2.6, 2.8 versus 2.7 for core. So, I mean, coming off that CPI print, which was way higher than expected, I think a lot of people were expecting a slight uptick here for PCE as well. But yeah, nice gap here for XPeng.
Yeah, not a bad look, Brendo. So NIO wants to launch an SUV a little cheaper than the Model Y. We'll see what they do. That's supposedly coming out in a few months. XPeng as well wants to get into the mass market. They're going to launch a new sub-brand called Mona within the next 2 or 3 months, Vice Chairman Brian Gu said on CNBC. So we'll have to watch that. But yeah, Chinese ADR is all gapping up here.
I don't know how I feel about Mona.
I don't know either.
That's for the mass market. Yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
I mean, I know how I feel about that name. I don't like it.
I don't want to say anything. I just don't.
Mona? No. Like, that's like I don't, like, yeah, no. It doesn't, that just doesn't work.
You're not feeling that one?
Absolutely not feeling it. But XPeng, look, 10% to the upside. The only frustrating thing about it is when you're up 10%, my general expectation is that you're breaking out of the range. I mean, kind of. I suppose you could have a 750 pullback, but yeah, still under $8. The daily chart still looks like this. So I guess it made the first step of breaking 750. If you're looking at NIO, I'm saving the best for last year. If you're looking at NIO, sort of a similar story. It's finally broken the 420 level. Volume's only okay. This is the 420 level, double top. Way more exciting as a trader when this level, gives you a trade to break it through instead of just the gap, because we've seen the Chinese ADRs, they like to fill the gap back in. So maybe you pull back into 420. But there might be a third idea that I'm okay with short. Well, second, I don't even know if I'm going to short Roku. Li Auto is still underneath that $26 level. You know, you've got this recovery, but it's been consolidating down here. So at the open, if you pump and fail a 26 level, that seems like a shortable move for a gap up. How many times have we seen gap up fall down on Chinese ADRs? But I don't know, it is what it is. Good move for them. Everyone's got to expand and bring those costs down and give those cheaper models out there, but literally everybody's doing it. There was a stat at that auto show that some analyst was basically saying there was like 25 million in overcapacity for EVs in the Chinese market. It's like, so they're saturating it. It's like, okay, well, there's gonna be some cannibalism, and BYD makes money, and the others don't. So it's hard for me to really like any of these stocks. That said, you know, there's good volume in NEO. There's good trading opportunities out there. I just don't want to buy the top of gaps on these things.
Yeah, so we're talking about some little Chinese ADRs and stuff, the name that Neil looked at yesterday, and we've talked about it continuously. It just keeps on going up, and it's Alibaba. I mean, it's up again here today, and like ridiculously. There's Snapchat. I just wanted to see when Alibaba reports, because they report, well, May 16th, so we still have a ways to go before Alibaba comes through. But what a move. They're still down 3% on the year is Alibaba, but I mean, it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now look at this. Like, this is looking, to me, honestly, retest the bottom, make that little wick down there, and then boom it to the upside and take out 78. I mean, this is something right now for Alibaba. So I think this is a day for them, and if we get going, that 78 could be something. Let's just see what happens here with the market. Right back before the number came out, we're at the same levels now. So I think Alibaba, on any kind of weakness in the name, is a buy for sure, and a possible breakout here. It's probably a tomorrow trade, meaning Monday, a break of 78. I'm not sure if we're going to get there yet, but that's something for, like, you're playing options or something like that. I feel like it gets there, and the 200 period does not too far away after that at 80 bucks. And once you cross that, then it's it opens it up. So, all right.
Quick, I'm just going to answer.
Yeah.
It is 1320 Wolf. ADR is an American depository receipt. So it's like when you're trading, it's the same thing as, like, you're trading the shares, you're trading an ADR. It's no different. It's ownership. It's just you don't actually own shares of the company. It's just different rights. But for trading, it's essentially no difference.
All right, this part of the show brought to you by our friends at Alfonso AI. Their AI predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds of generating alpha. Join now. Get 50% off their pro monthly subscription. Use code TRADER50. Scan the QR code, download the app today. A ton of earnings names to get through. There was Roku was another interesting move initially. Their initial move was higher here, all the way to 70 bucks on decent numbers across the board, but then they came out and said that they're very, very worried about competition going forward, and it comes right back down.
Just so much, the crowded space.
Yeah.
There's a Fire Stick, there's Chromecast, TVs are coming built. It's a tough space. Look, revenue did well here, up, I believe 19% year over year. 881 million is how much they brought in. They grew active accounts, not by a lot, but they did grow. 81.6 million daily active accounts. The average revenue per user also grew as well, $40 and 2/3 there. 30.8 billion streaming hours, Brendo, on the quarter. How's that even possible?
That's
anyway,
a lot.
Good luck here. We'll have to see how they do. Down 2%.
We'll touch on YouTube and Google coming up here, but this one negative right now, guys, 2.4%. Not a lot of volume or interest, it seems, right now for a few of these.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's how excited can you get about Roku when there's, like, on a day where you have pretty much everything. Everything's a bad word, but Google looks fantastic. You had that massive rally in Tesla. You had that big comeback in Meta. You've got You got AMD on the chips breaking out. You got Nvidia at 842, pressing 850. Like, who wants to go long Roku today when they're worried about competition?
What is Nvidia even doing?
Not me. Nvidia's already, like, Nvidia could break that 850 today. But look, fine. Okay, Roku. I was really, really thinking about this one for a breakdown. Like, the fact that it trapped longs potentially overnight is usually not a great setup when this happens. So you get like a breakout. Big run up into 70, and then you come in lower, and you could be breaking support at the open. Like, generally speaking, I'm like, oh yeah, you just short this break at 59.50. But yeah, I think Intel's a short today for me, and like maybe that Li Auto. But that's not a great sign. Sometimes you can get too wrapped up on top and bottom line and yada yada, and then you forget about the price action. And what you see with the price action to me is a false breakout, and anybody caught off guard when this thing was breaking out on the daily, and if it loses like 59.5, like why couldn't you see fresh lows? You know, that's what the chart looks like. So, you know, it doesn't look great for me on Roku, but I have a better. Well, I shouldn't say better because you know Roku could be a better short than Intel. That's entirely possible.
Oh yeah, it could be. I just want to go over here. I'm trying to find out where Roku is not even on the top list here. But you see Intel right now, the implied move was only 6.9%. I got to refresh this page and we'll update it. So Intel down, what, 9% or 8 and a bit?
8.5.
8.5, so, you know, extended through. This is today, so we want to go to yesterday. I just wanted to see what the implied move for Roku was. So it must be on the second page, how low their market cap is. Where's Roku? R-O... it must have been on the first page. Anyways, no, it's less than, wow, there's a lot of names yesterday that came out, eh? Like there's Snapchat's implied move 20% versus 24% right there. There's Mobileye's expected move 14%. Current move 0.7 for Mobileye. So like Brendan was mentioning there, Roku's even on the next page. Like there it is. Wow, Roku's only 9 billion, eh? So this is like what Brendan was mentioning, how there's been some names that aren't really moving around too much. Here's Roku right here. Its expected move, guys, 15%. It's 3%. So yeah, wow, Roku's on page 4, eh, of earnings there. Wow. Okay, so for me, yeah, it's a no trade zone, and I was just pulling that up because if it's doing less than its implied move, I think we'll look elsewhere. But hey, if it starts to get going and can break some of those levels, we'll be all over that one. So yeah, just getting it on here. I am debating. I do have some stuff for Tesla. That's what I was looking at. So I think we're going to have Tesla on our mind here today, and I think it's going to be a short. But I don't know if we want a short in this market. But we'll talk about that when we go through. Oh my gosh, I think we have the return.
What?
The return of something very special to Trader TV Live. Good friend of ours, a good friend of mine.
Let's go.
And now that he's back, it just means that the quality of also the market recap show also gets higher and higher and higher.
That's true.
So we have to say congratulations.
Yes.
And let's throw it back over to the desk and see what Brendo and Shreve have going on.
I just assumed it was.
The most important thing, I think, congratulations, as the guys were saying, from all of us.
Thank you very much.
Second most important thing, how tired are you?
Very, but we have Monster Energy for that. I feel like I should be buying the stock right now with the amount I'm giving them to see if I can recuperate some of that. But
they'll just
everyone's happy and healthy, so
that's the best thing to
hear.
You
can ask for, right?
Amazing. Congratulations once again. Yeah, maybe they'll just back up the truck and leave a few cases in your driveway for the next couple of weeks. No, that's great. Great to see you. Great to have you back. A lot to digest, a lot to look at here as far as what the market is doing right now. We teased it a bit here when we came on at 8:30. We're going to talk about China a little bit, specifically, as we were saying, some of these EV makers having a pretty good start to the day here. But give us a rundown on what you're seeing from the technical side of things as far as China's concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wrote all this tonight or last night before the gap up here. But so a lot of this stuff looks even better this morning than it does last night. But I brought a lot of charts, but if I can, I'll go through them quickly if my brain will let me. But the main one here is just while I was gone, it looks like the moment I left, the market fell apart. So you guys can blame me for that. I apologize. But we had this little bit of a pullback. but it wasn't that bad. We're down 5 to 6% from lows. Looks like we're gapping up today on some nice Google earnings. So maybe even less than that. But I wanted to show some charts to kind of illustrate a point that I was making before I left. So the next one here is just SMCI. I'm going to bang through these ones real quick, just showing that we are down. The number on the bottom is a indicator that we have that just shows a drawdown from all-time highs, just a drawdown chart. So 36% drawdown in SMCI. Next one is Tesla with a 46% drawdown here in Tesla. And then we have Apple with a 15% drawdown in Apple. So what we're seeing right now is the answer that we've had, or to the question of what happens when all of these darling stocks fall. And it's good that the answer seems to be, it's not that bad. We're down 6%. We had a little bit of a pullback. But because the stock market is just a basket of stocks, if the big guys out there and the large names are starting to pull back, that means there's something else under the hood. And this is why I spent so much time in the beginning of the year trying to look for what sectors would be next. And we talked about metals, we talked about gold, we had some good trades there. We talked about energy, which is holding on very well. And today I just want to focus on the China stocks, because if we go to the next chart and we have FXI, over that same period of time, the market's been falling apart. FXI, which is just an ETF for a large cap, the China stocks, so your Alibabas and your JDs and all of that kind of stuff, seems to be holding up really, really well. It's kind of exactly what we would want to see in this kind of rotation. It means people are right now selling these big American companies and going in and buying China. Now, I want to draw your attention to the lower left-hand corner where we have our picture-in-picture chart, and that's the monthly chart, just to show it's still red, so we're down, and it's still down pretty significant. So that's a 5-year chart going back 5 years. You can see we have a lot of recovery to go to get anywhere near all-time highs. So what I'm not looking for that in the trades that I'm trying to set up here. I'm just thinking that if the market bounces, generally speaking, the sectors and the stocks that have held up better during a correction will bounce more. So next chart I have here is just KWeb. And this is just more of the same. This is another China ETF. This one's more focused on just that internet sector and looking at all of that. There is an ETF that you can trade this. There's a 3 times ETF. I think one is yin and the other one is yang. YINN and YANG, and they're the triple leveraged for people who want to go real crazy. But for me, I did what Trade Ideas does best. I pointed it to the Chinese stocks and I said, hey, find me ones that are looking really good or breaking out of bases. And the first one we have here is TAL, T-A-L. This one's been an absolute darling ever since that collapse. You can see the monthly chart on the bottom. We absolutely collapsed from $60 down when China did their kind of war on these education companies. But ever since then, it's been in a nice, steady uptrend. Broke its anchored VWAP from all-time high yesterday. This one is dramatically outperforming some of those other names, so this is where I want to look first. So this TAL, I'm going to watch this one today, and it's $13.50 or so is the price right now. Wrong under that. Next one we have here is BABA. Big level. I saw Sean was talking about BABA before. This $78 or so level, huge level for BABA. So I think above that, I think you can own BABA and maybe even for the long run. Below that $78, $80, you got to go. Last but not least is JD. So JD.com. Looks to me, you could draw this as a big smiley face. I should have drawn a smiley face for my first day back. But also you could look at this as an inverse head and shoulders, which is a bullish reversal pattern. Either way, I think around $28, $29 above that, I think you're good to go. You use that left or the right hand shoulder as your stop loss. If it breaks that, which is around $25 to $23, that's where you have to go. But these look like some good names that I may tuck away for a little bit of longer term trade if we're starting to see this rotation into China.
Outside of earnings, obviously this week as well, for the overall market, an important week with big tech reporting. I know you've obviously been preoccupied and had your hands full, but as far as the market's reaction to this week from a technical aspect, positive, negative, productive even?
Yeah, I think it's super productive. I don't follow the earnings numbers too closely, but obviously what happened with Google is fantastic. I think every time you see a move like that out of one of these Googles or Nvidias or SMCIs, you got to think that maybe the AI trade is back on. That's kind of what saved us from that bear market in 2022. That would be fine. For me, I would much rather this kind of rotation that I'm starting to see because it gives me more places to kind of spread out my investments and spread out my trades. But so far, it's holding well. I think on the market as a whole, you've got a pretty clear line in the sand, and that's that last pullback that we had before this little bounce. If we're above that, then I think it's time to start buying. If that breaks, maybe we need to reassess.
Great stuff. Mr. Noss, get some rest. Good to see you. Welcome back. We'll be back at it again next week.
Talk to you soon.
Love it. You can just see you can't hide.
You look pretty
hide
fresh.
the smile. He looks
You actually
fresh.
look pretty fresh, in my opinion.
You know what's I love this. You love to see it because like there's that perma smile that gets on your face in that
Here
moment.
comes a perma smile right now.
It's the coffee.
I need that.
Yes, Randy.
Halo.
Ooh, the big mug.
Oh man, Neil got the green inside. All right, cheers.
Yeah.
You see, now I just have to be bearish.
There's a green.
You're
there's a green
going
and a red.
bearish today.
Well, they've been on bearish all week. That's the thing.
Okay.
You just haven't changed them.
All right. Well, shout out to Michael. I'm glad he pointed out Alibaba there over that 78.
Yes.
78 level as well. How's it going, Randy? Look, I even had Alibaba up even before. I haven't even changed anything. There's that level. We really like that. I'm glad he does as well. Over 80, he likes it. We like that 200 period moving average. So, yeah, great insight there. And yeah, the broadening of the market. It's funny that the S&P, although we've seen a dip down in some of these tech names, S&P and NASDAQ showing some of the breadth, although we did get Caterpillar down yesterday, I think, or a couple days ago, down 6-7%.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, this is a big mug, yeah, but it just means it's going to get cold so fast. My hands, again, are freezing. It was only 3 or 4 degrees again here today, which is like 40 degrees or something when we woke up.
It was like 1 degree when I left, but that's...
Yeah, that's when you left.
We're getting 24 degrees on Sunday. That's like, what is that, 70?
So funny over there, Fabian.
Whatever. 78 degrees, I think it's going to be, if that's Fahrenheit. So it's going to be great on Sunday. Can't wait for the weekend. But yeah, the market's starting to roll over.
Have we seen Renata in a minute?
Oh, we saw Renata this week.
Oh, did we? What's up, Renata?
But we got our warm coffee. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. Look, we like those Chinese ADRs, but I think like that Alibaba has been a dip and rip every single day. I don't think it's anything different. That trade, every single day this week, it's dipped into like previous resistance, and then it's been a go zone. That's like 75 today. But let's get on over to some upgrades and downgrades and see how many people downgraded Intel.
Enphase, another earnings name from this week, kicking off this list. You're getting an upgrade from Barclays. Snapchat getting upgraded from HSBC, or Snap Inc., sorry, after that beat on earnings yesterday. We also have Pacific Union getting this upgraded here from TD Cowen, and last but not least, Stifel giving Microsoft an upgrade for downgrades. Caterpillar kicking off the list here. This downgrade from Stifel after the disappointing earnings yesterday. Mobileye, another earnings name this week, getting downgraded by Morgan Stanley, down about 3% right now. Hertz getting a downgrade from BofA Securities, and last but not least, Intel with this downgrade from TD Cowen after that revenue miss yesterday, guys.
There'll be a few other ones there. I'm forgetting. I already forget. There was an upgrade of Caterpillar as well. So I don't know. Like they had their earnings and they were down. They had like one downgrade there, but I'm pretty sure they got an upgrade overnight as well. Sometimes it's about where you're coming from. You know, I'm not terribly concerned with that stock in the long term, but you look at things like this, and when you lose the 50-period moving average, when you've been trending up so much, you know, that's been reason to trim a lot of things. And for bellwethers for the economy, and you know, maybe you are slowing some growth. We talked about this being a sneaky, weird AI type play. If this holds 330 into next week, that's setting up that if 330, the earnings bottom holds, you could have like a 342 breakout. But I'll wait a couple of days for that one to settle down. I was kidding about it. I actually didn't know how many people have downgraded Intel. I would imagine after that revenue miss, there's going to be a few. But that, like, so what? The stock is down 8% and has been trending down for, I'd say, the better part of the last quarter. You know, you're probably a little bit late to the party with that downgrade. Cowen, it was.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are always getting, people are downgrading. It's just on earnings, right? I mean, it's like every name. You're going to get Google upgraded today. You got Mobileye there. All right, Snapchat. Thank you so much to Arcan for the super chat. So we're going to get to Snapchat in a couple minutes when we go through the rundown. But again, I have Snapchat written down here on today's sticky note. And I'm just using this 200 period moving average, 1350, kind of where we got going from the past earnings play. Here's 1350. Again, you know, a little bit of a top up here. It's a level that I like. It goes back into July of 2023, so last summer, where we sort of stopped. Then we made that huge move down. Basically, it got cut in half, then ripped all the way back up. And we were lucky enough to get pretty much all of it out in and around $16, $17. Then it came back in again, and we were like, what? We did not rebuy this. And then now today, you're right back in and just above past support. So for me, thank you, Arcan, for the super chat. I'd like to see this come back in a little bit. 25% on any stock is huge. Snapchat does have a short float, so I can see it starting to get bumped. So I think it goes up early, and then we fade back in, and then we'll see what happens at that 1350. So for me, it's kind of a no-fly zone until we get to there, or a potential break of this 15 on, I think it was 8 or 9% short interest. So that could also be affected here today as options and everything, especially zero-day options. Like if people start buying $16 zero-day options, then yeah, this name could really start going. So watch it, and thank you for the super chat, much appreciated.
All right, let's get into everything we need to know here as we head towards the open on a busy Friday. Lots of earnings to talk about. Let's have a look at the market first.
5082, guys, that's where we printed yesterday. That is obviously before Google and Microsoft reported, sending this market up well over 5100. So let's say 5100 is that level of support. If we give up the ghost at the 100-point level, look for yesterday's closing print to act as support at 5082. To the high side, let's say 5150, that's also the 200 period on the 4-hour.
All right, if you have not done so, absolutely free resource for you. Go to the website, tradertv.live. That pop-up will appear. You enter your email address, and that's it. Then you have the free watch list every single day. So much to talk about here this morning. We'll touch on all these earnings names. Google, first off, just an absolute monster here, up 12%. There's so much to digest from this earnings report. You and I were going back and forth about YouTube specifically. I was just north of $8 billion in revenue for YouTube. If you do a quick check of Netflix revenue for Q1, $9 billion. So, I mean, we're at a point where YouTube is essentially Netflix.
I know I'm using personally YouTube a lot more, not just for reviews and for things like that, but just following content creators on there. Personally, that's just been my experience. Let's talk about how Google as a company did though, guys. Net income absolutely skyrocketed 57% year over year on the quarter. Revenue also increased aggressively 15% year over year on the quarter. They announced their first dividend ever, taking following suit after Meta there. 20 cents per share is how much you're going to get. That's going to get paid off on June 17th for owners of record as of June 10th. There's also a share repurchase program here, Brendo, $70 billion in share repurchase, a market liking that well over 10% today.
Yeah, huge move already here, guys. Where's the path of least resistance this morning?
Don't fight the trend. Look, Google,
Lower.
Alphabet gave a gift on that 200 period moving average dip. Back in March, like late February, early March. Like that was a gift because not all the good ones gave you that opportunity to have an obvious level come in. So, you know, thank you, Alphabet, and thank you for sprinkling some dividend on top of that because that always helps things out. I love the fact the cloud revenue, which they're behind Microsoft and AWS, you know, that grew 4x, and it's not even at $1 billion yet. So there's future growth going there for them. Like everything looks roses. Obviously, you're going to look at a gap like this and say, well, what happens if it fills in the gap, or at least attempts to? It does set up, for me, like a false break of the bottom. Like if it were to take out 73 at the open for like a potential gap fill on a Friday, but then immediately hold and get back above, I think I'd start looking for the breakout if you trap some shorts in there. I do like the 170 even on a Friday if you do get to that level. Like if you're failing 73, I mean the 170, I think that's what you patiently wait for. It's either holding the pre-market lows or you wait for something on a bit of a dip. I don't want to be punching tops on Alphabet here. And just because I mentioned, we're going to do Microsoft next, but Amazon also up on sympathy. This has that 180 level, which bears watching. Here we go. Has that 180 level, which bears watching. Like if we get going and can take that one out, obviously PCE has this kind of going all over the place, up and down, and not really breaking the range. But if this can hold above 180, I think that's a huge recovery wipeout bottom. And then you get the up move on sympathy. You hold above 180. This has some room to the top as well.
Yeah, so for Google, I'm just writing the sticky note out right now, but yeah, it's just looking right now at that 173 because that's held here in the pre-market. So I wrote down, similar to what we're going to do for Meta yesterday, it's like you can hit things both ways and make a lot of money on it, right? So like there's the Meta quarter, obviously, and then if you zoom into what happened right off the open yesterday, you had, okay, so everyone's like, all right, nice little run up into the open. So you ran up from basically the bottom of 414 all the way up to 422. It's a $400 name, so different than Google, but still 20 bucks straight up. And then right away off the open, you cracked that whole way back and you got 8 bucks back on that. And then look, a bad quarter, but look at this base, right? It does make that move down, which is why you have to be careful that there's going to be these wicks and these big sellers come in every once in a while. But then it bases out and then it just takes off. And if you buy that bottom, then you're $30 in the money about an hour, 45 minutes later with another dip by opportunity into VWAP and the 200 period right there. And this is on not a great quarter, as we know. Quarter was fine, but okay, so for Google, I feel like the same thing could happen to this name where, you know, it's a different story because it's up 11%. But what if you just flip this the other way and you say, okay, you get up to 178, you try to break it, you don't, then you fall back into whatever VWAP is, or potentially 176, sometime at top level, then I think you go with it. So I think it's what Neil was mentioning as well. You break lower, then you retake that, then you can go, or it just goes, and then we see what happens at the top, then you play a retracement back upside and go. But I have to be long this name today, up 11%. We talked about, you know, looking at what the expected moves are in these names. So for Google, we have to go, Neil, to page 1, obviously. You know, as a...
You think? Probably.
Yep, refresh. And then I just want to see what the expected move is. Uh-oh, it went to today's, 1 second. I think it was 5% or 4%. Okay, so 6% was the expected move, but we wind up getting, double that. So Microsoft, you're going to hear my opinion in a minute, is going to be much more of a cloudier trade where I'm uncertain of the weather. But for Alphabet, I'm pretty certain that it's sunny skies ahead and we want to get long. So Alphabet, for me, will be a long.
What a difference a couple of months makes for Google coming off that Gemini mess going back to the summer, or the winter, I should say. Microsoft, yeah, let's touch on this. Huge move as well after the close yesterday. We are testing some support right now, but better than expected results right across the board for Softy.
Oh yeah, Softy did well here. What really kept it from popping in the same way that Google popped was the guide. I'll share with you guys the income first. They printed about $22 billion in income on the quarter. Revenue grew aggressively as well, 17%, Brendo, on the quarter. The light guidance, though, so Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood calling for about $64 billion in revenue in the next quarter. The street wanted 64.5, so that's why you're getting that little bit of not a much of a pop. And Intelligent Cloud absolutely blew through the roof. Breno, $26.71 billion in revenue from Intelligent Cloud. And Azure itself, without Intelligent Cloud, GitHub and the others, grew 31% year over year on the quarter.
A lot to look at today. It's worth noting as well, we have this Google I.O. event coming up in a couple of weeks also, so still more to come from Google.
You better believe there's more to come from Google. It ain't over. The winners keep winning. Microsoft, look, you said it's a cloudier sky. I'm just kind of, I don't know if I trade this one unless we see 400. So on the daily chart, I'm pulling up my Trade Ideas daily chart here for you guys. It's just kind of clean. You see the nice little earnings thing there for you. But look at the 400 level on this daily. And then you had like the liquidity grab underneath with the recovery, and now you're gapped up over it. So you have the 50-period moving average, which you're at right now. Don't necessarily want to be long right at that if it fails it. Don't really feel the short on them. I didn't think it was a bad quarter, but the 400 level is going to stand out. If we get any kind of free fall Friday, this thing closed at 399. I mean, if we like even dollar levels on a Friday, so obviously an optional level like a 400 is going to be a big one. You closed at 99. If we fall 3% at the open, that's the kind of dip buy. I'll probably just be looking for that on Microsoft if it happens. So more interested in trading at Google and Intel and some AMD. And there's lots of things out there. But if we do see the 400 on Microsoft, I do like that. It sets up on the daily. It's an obvious level on a Friday, that 400 level. And you got support, in theory, from yesterday's close price, which was at 99. So you got a couple things lining up. But that's a ways away.
Okay, so right after this, I'm going to push enter, and we will get the sticky note out. So I'm just going to review this just real quick. So, I mean, the same thing is going to be true for me. I was looking for this move back into 405. So if we can get something into this 405, 406 area, I think this looks like a decent spot for Microsoft. But again, that could happen real early, and it's hard to catch falling knives. So I think you put on a small piece here, and then you wait to see if we hold the 200, if we hold the 50-period moving average, and then eventually a bottom could be in and around this 402. So that could be that play. The other one is the other way around, which we can look at the minute chart for that, is this break of the pre-market high. So right now you're kind of, you got to 417, you fell back into 412. That's $5. And even if you have 100 shares, you're playing around with $500 in there. It's not worth it, in my opinion. So let it make a move one way or the other. And I don't think this 412 right here is safe, because if the market breaks, this name is going to be the one I think that gets hit, just because it was kind of an expected quarter. But then if you're looking on the daily, it's also not doing anything on the daily right now. Still in the middle, you're at the 50 period. So good quarter, but nothing to sort of, be excited for as a day trade. So I'm happy with it, man. The moat around Microsoft seems to be quite large. Azure seems to be doing its thing. Copilot's being monetized. I'm fine with holding this stock. I just don't know if it's the trade of the day type stuff.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right, Intel next, downside, big way, trying to bounce right now. In fact, off that after market low right now, 8.3% for INTC. So, I mean, it's going to be one of those days where you have to kind of pick and choose your spots here, I think.
Yeah, it really is. Intel and Mobileye both getting downgraded today, as Adair reported. Look, Intel did well. They missed on the top line, though, by a little bit. $12.72 billion is what they reported. The street was looking for $12.78. Their net loss narrowed a little bit as well. They only lost about $400 million compared to this time last year. They lost about 2.8. The guidance also a little bit light here, Brendo. They were guiding about $13 billion. The street was looking for 13.5. So we'll continue to watch this. And this time around was the first time they actually reported on a separate line their foundry business, because that's where they're focusing now to make chips. They printed $4.4 billion in revenue for foundry.
Yeah, I've just seen this comment on that, saying that CEO saying the foundry business will see sequential improvement every quarter till 2030. That was on the earnings call. There's the SMH downside today, guys, even though the market's higher.
Interesting. That was nice of both of you to neglect to mention that the foundry business is losing billions of dollars right now. That said, they do expect this year will be like the turnaround point for that foundry business. But you got to think of it this way. So when it comes to AI chips, you're not one or two in that particular space. When data centers is a big business for them, where the growth is. Like their PC legacy business, okay, that's been slowing down, and they make money there. But data center, they're losing to AMD. And the foundry, which is where they're also trying to grow, that's losing a bunch of money right now. And even at best, they're trying to be better than third place, right? So this is what the problem is. Like, who wants to invest in them right now until there is something of a change of those three things? So until that happens, I think the stock is a short till it's not. The 25 level on the daily, I'll zoom it way out there. There you go. The 25 level on the daily, I think, is a great support level. It has been. If it gets down there, maybe it's worth a look if it can do a similar thing to what it did before. But I'm looking to short the pop today. It'll be SSR at $31.60 or something, and I want to short a pop into 33. I might pivot now. I had it above at 33 when the number came out, just in case the market like really spiked it. But I'll look at the pre-market lows in the 32.5 to be shorting pops here. Just want to pick your spots. I know the 33 will be one because it's the round levels, which I like on Intel. But the 32.5 and the pre-market high. I'm going to be shorting the pops on Intel today, just looking for those nice little curls all the way through. Is what it is, man. Like it's going to be a rough rest of the year for them, and you got to think about it too. You haven't even seen like when Nvidia comes out. AMD probably better comparison. When AMD comes out with their earnings, then you're going to get to see a bit of a different story, and that'll make them look just that little bit worse. They'll catch a bottom eventually because there is a value there, and they do still, make a bunch of money in their legacy business. I just think you have to wait for it.
Yeah, we don't have Nvidia or AMD up there, but Neil just talked about Intel. So I'm just going to say, look. I'm going to write down AMD again here on the sticky note, and I'm just going to talk about patience again because every time we don't have it, we wind up losing on it. Like yesterday we talked about, so go check it out at Trader TV, Sean. Yesterday we talked about waiting, I think it was for 154 or something like that, but then we got it started a bit early, and then it wound up being a great trade at the end, all the way back in. Obviously at the end of the day, we went for a little bit of a jog. But right here, this 160 to me is pretty interesting. I have written on the sticky note 159 there. So I'm looking at a move up into this level. That's 159 right there to short it. I think we could start the short in and around 158, but the amount of shares that we'd be comfortable with would be somewhere closer to 159. So fun money here, but then if we get going, then we'll have to reevaluate that short up there at 159. But again, it sucks to get run over by these names. So a lot of it has to be momentum based, I feel like. So NVIDIA is probably that one that can get going. And when it does, I learned this yesterday, it'll just keep on trucking around. So this play is going to be simple for me again. If it wants to be up 1.5% right now against a market that's only up 0.8, there's a chance that this thing goes again today. So right now, you're breaking lower. I'd like to see it flush in here somewhere. And if we can get anywhere near yesterday's close and then show that there's a base there, this could be that big trade again. Let NVIDIA flush, right? And then like it's flushing into yesterday's open. Then it just took off. It's flushing sort of into today's open again. Then it takes off. So you have 15 minutes to go. We're going to get those imbalances out. If they're selling NVIDIA into Intel weakness, I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting out of some of these chip names. I mean, NVIDIA just yesterday was 770, and just last week was 730. So you made $100 in a week on this name. I could see some early sell side here, but we have to be there to buy it. So let's wait to see what NVIDIA is doing. So I'm a buyer of NVIDIA dips, and I think I'm a fader of AMD rips. So that's where I am. I want to short AMD near 160, buy NVIDIA near yesterday's close if we can see it bounce off that. So that's where I am. And Neil, I don't know.
Did you trash talk Palm Pilots?
Palm Pilots?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Someone in the chat was like, they like Palm Pilots. And I'm like,
what?
That's
Who made those? Was that Intel made those?
No.
HP? I never talked about Palm Pilots.
I was gonna say, I'm like, why did that just come? I came back down.
But yeah, no worries. So yeah, long story short, NVIDIA chips are definitely powering those Palm Pilots, baby. And if those are going to make a comeback, then I'm going long NVIDIA. So that's the reason why. Shout out to Adrian. I hope we're right on some of these plays.
850. Oh my goodness, if 850 goes. Oh, thank you, Poppin' Short. Yeah, you know what? That should be like the theme of the day for Intel.
I like that. Cartina.
Cartina and Nielski. That just sounds like Starsky and Hutch or something like that.
Cartina. Oh, man.
Cardi and Coke do it. Thoughts on Akon off the open? Convict Music. It's been a hot minute since Akon has done much of anything. Does he still make stuff? I don't. You would know better than I do. I don't know anything about this penny stock, but what I do know is, and thank you for the super chat, when this happens, my general thought is give it a couple of days. The day after one of these goes up and gives it all the way back is a penny stock. Generally, it's probably a nothing burger, and you want to watch out for that low getting broken. We appreciate the super chat there, but yeah, you got a reverse split special, which tried to go, and usually the way those work out for the ones that squeeze is you get a higher low, and then it tries to break out the top in a couple of days. It didn't even hold the higher low, so I wouldn't be looking at this. I guess it's SSR, but volume's not there either on Acon. But yeah, good artist.
Yeah, not bad.
At one point.
AKON, Acon.
All right, slight 25% jump here for Snapchat this morning. We were just reading about them onboarding over 1,500 Snap stars. Please let us know what a Snap star is. But 400 plus million daily active users.
Yeah, that's quite a bit there, Brendo. It's just the question is how monetizable are these users? They tend to be of a lower age range, as you and I were discussing off camera. Let's talk about how the company did, though. In terms of earnings, what was their take-home money? None. They lost about another $305 million. That's better than how they did last year, though. They lost $328 this year on the quarter. Revenue grew nicely, 21% year over year. They printed $1.19 billion, up from $989, and also beating the street's expectations. The guidance, though, even better, $1.23 billion to $1.26. The street was looking for $1.22, so it's up.
Just double checking on, it's still very small. I mean, I see it's probably yesterday, but 5% on the short side for Snapchat.
Oh, 5%? I thought it was higher than that.
I thought it was like 6, 7.
Okay, yeah, I wrote down 7. I wrote down 8 or 9, I think, in the sticky note, so I don't know. Okay.
8%.
8%, okay. So anyways, there is a short float there, not super significant, as Brendan mentioned, between 5 to 8% there on Snapchat. I wrote down here on today's note, I like this name, up 25%. Expected move more than double the expected move right now. We were at 12 or 13%. We had Daniel Shea on last night. And yeah, when these moves continue to go higher, you can get to a level where it just starts to explode. You know, options become playable, and this could go. Like, this 15 to me is in jeopardy here, especially if the market goes as well. We can watch out for, I don't think it's going to play off Meta too much, but that 15's a level. I don't mind trying to short in front of it. That's fine, but you're getting out if it breaks. And I think if it breaks, then we go long and we could possibly see 16, because I talked about those options here to trade at the end of the day. So that's a possibility. I do think it's a fade up here at $18. I mean, no matter what we think about the business, it really can't get out of its own way. So, I mean, it has these moves up, then gets faded back out. It spent the most of this whole year in and around under 12 bucks. So if we get another bump up here, I think it's a fade in and around 17 or 18, but we're not going to get to those levels today. Snapchat's a long for me in and around that 13.50, but you can start it earlier. Let's see what happens down there.
Yeah, I think, you got to wait. The line on my chart, it doesn't matter, it's at 1360, but I think it's the same area. You have to be patient with this, because the breakout, remember in the afternoon show, we're like, trust me, this breakout looks fantastic for Snapchat, but you're not getting it unless you take it in the aftermarket, because if it breaks 12, it's going to destroy the $12 level, and that's exactly what happened. Like, it wasn't going to be subtle after what happened in yesterday's trade. So I think you just got to be very, very patient. If you're catching the falling knife, it's got to drop like almost a full dollar to get into a reasonable level, and then it's even starting to gap fill, so you'll have some profit takers at 9:30. So I think this is more of a patience play. Like, even if it's like 10 o'clock and it's bouncing off those levels and starting to trend back up, I think that's not a bad way to play this one on Snapchat, and only because this is the only way to talk about Meta, I suppose, because we don't even have Meta on the list today. Well, okay, 450. Market just pulled back pretty decently off that 450 level. But if you look at it, you had that ramp up, 450, sort of an obvious Friday options level. You got near there in the aftermarket on Google strength, and then right here in the pre-market tops was right underneath that 48.5 or so. So I do think there is a fade play, but you got to wait for that price on Meta. You know, that was the lesson yesterday. Like, the thing about Meta is there were opportunities for the short. You just had to be at the exact right level. Like, you couldn't compromise on looking at that resistance. Once it was made, you had to wait for it to get to the top. Otherwise, you're going to pay the price. So I think it's the same thing again today for Meta. Down into an up market, actually.
All right, again, a lot to choose from this morning. I was just counting through some analyst moves here for Roku as well. We touched on it briefly, but I mean, there's 10, 12 at least, mostly all negative price cuts or reiterating the downside for Roku here, as we were touching on earlier. Initial move was higher, but the forecast not good.
Yeah, like mentioned on the top, Brendo, decent move here. They grew revenue nicely, 3.5% year over year. They printed about $850 million in revenue. They grew their active accounts to 81.6 million. The street was looking for 81.43. Average revenue per user also grew to $40.02. Streaming hours, as I mentioned, at 30.8 billion compared to the 30.29. So it was good all around here, but profitability remains elusive for this company.
Yeah, a little bit more of a challenge to maybe find opportunities here today still, as you guys were saying, kind of stuck here for Roku.
No, like the real problem is like Roku, when it goes on earnings, like there's no half stepping with Roku. Like it's a 20, 30%, like let's just rip some faces off and then it'll do that for like the rest of the week. But yeah, it's just like it's like nothing happened except maybe trapping some longs. Like the look for me when this is the case would be, generally speaking, okay, well, if you trap some longs there, just short it through a bottom break. But the volume's so bad, the spreads opened up. Maybe we'll come back to this and there'll be something a little bit later. But come on, we got it. We got Intel, AMD, Nvidia. We got Google to be trading. You got Meta from the last couple of days. You got Tesla post earnings. I know there was there was like another issue for Tesla, but I don't think it's a big news story. We haven't even talked about Apple as well. So Roku's going to be on the back burner. But if it's trending down, I wouldn't be fighting that trend because I think there's longs trapped on Roku. Because when it does that move up, typically, you saw in the daily chart, when it does a big move up on earnings, it's usually been a 3 or 4 day event. So like betting on, and when it would do down, it would be the same thing. Like it would be 3 or 4 days with extreme down moves. So I think anybody that was expecting that and bought the close or after the close might be trapped in a Roku long.
All right, just a quick little look here. We did just get an imbalance to drop out, and that was Tesla. Looks like it had a nice move right back up to 170 again, a level that we are interested in here. One of the trades from our note was going short into Tesla, so that's a nice buy imbalance, so let's wait for that. Intel, whoops, there's Pinterest, but that's not what I meant. Google with a sell imbalance. This is the first Goog without the L. There's the other one with a sell imbalance as well. So as we said, let's wait and be patient, see if we can build a level. It looks like we're trying to do that right now at 173. I was going to look at Palantir. That's at a 22 level that we like, but I'm not too excited about that right now. Snowflake is nicely up. That was a good buy that we've made recently as well. But that's it. I was hoping to see Softy on here, and I don't. But there's Meta. I almost put Meta on the list today, but it's been falling quite nicely here. So I feel like a rip back to VWAP could be something. Let's not sleep on Meta today. Shorting back up here near 445 if we get that opportunity for Meta up right now. Wow, that's not even that far away. So let's hold off on putting an order there right now. I don't have any orders pending now except for a real low bid for Microsoft. Okay, well, now it's not so low now, but it's down at that 405. So that's the only spot that I have right now. I don't have any offers. Yeah, it's still far away, but I don't know. In case we get that whoosh, which, I mean, yesterday NVIDIA went to 777 or whatever it was. So anything's possible, especially on earnings. And then we'll wait to see if Google holds this 173. But I don't have a bid there. I'd rather, I mean, we could put you know what, I'll put a small one just so I don't get offsides. Like if it comes in, I want to make sure I see it. So, all right, we'll just put a couple shares down there near 173 so that we can get that fill and see what it does. But those are my initial ideas so far. And then the short on Tesla, which just dropped off of that 170, but whatever. Let's not get too much FOMO before the market hasn't even opened yet. So. Yep, we'll wait.
We got some time. You know, we've got a couple minutes till the market opens. BABA could dip back into the previous resistance, like the $75 area. Got that one loaded. When I talked about when I talked about Tesla, I didn't really mention Nvidia, but that 850 level is set up. And Nvidia with the false bottom and then breakout trade, which it set up twice yesterday. You know, there and right in there. I think that's in play today. So if you get that false break of the low and then taking out the high, that depending on where the opening range sets up in the first minute, that could end up being like a 45, it could end up being a 50, but I will be on guard for that setup. If we get a move up in the market, the first thing that'll probably happen is a short of Intel, at least for me. Like that's where my mind is at here. You know, we'll keep an eye on those Chinese
Market's
ADRs
going
for the dip buy, but yeah, we're really starting to come back in. You broke the pre-market lows. I'll have eyes on NVIDIA, I think the most. NVIDIA, Google, and Intel are the three that I'm gonna have the dedicated level 2s up for. And I have orders on Intel right now, but that's the only one. And BABA, but that's like $1 away. We have 30 seconds to go, Sharif.
Guys, we're talking about option spreads, the last day of bull flags today. Catch that with Adair and I today at 11 on How to Trade.
Thanks, Sharif, for that one. Yeah, good another topic there today. Catch them every single day on the midday hours for learn how to trade.
Yes,
that
sir.
That was a yawn there, so that was pretty good coming through. We always get those little clips. That's what makes it so good. All right, here we go with only 5 seconds left. It's Adara. She's on. See, what you're wearing there looks blue, but it's very green.
On the green
here we go.
screen.
All right, so it's the green screen. Yeah, it's actually good. Good that it even shows up, actually.
It is. Refrain was explaining that why it doesn't blot it out. It's actually a good thing because you actually see her. She's in a green outfit.
Yes. The outfit of the green.
You know,
Tesla making that move down.
you just, sit in the Intel short. Just sit in it.
Is it still going down?
Oh, of course it's going down.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Market trying to battle back a little bit.
Can't short pops that don't happen.
AMD did pop down. We're going to try to wait for that one, 155 and so. Tesla's still looking at that 170. It's a perfect trade because it has VWAP right there. So I do like that, but at the same time, we're trying to be a little more patient with ourselves these days. And that could be something, though, that I am now going to get into. So there goes that patience whole thing. We'll put an offer there. We just touched it again. We're still going to wait for that 172 because we're closer to where we are right now. We should probably wait in and around for that 172. Let's wait to see what NVIDIA is doing right now. There's that little bit of a dip right there, but that's not enough of what we thought maybe was going to happen to NVIDIA this morning. But the market is still trying to hold out. So we are in an early long in Google because it went down.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
And then we went short down there as well. So Google's making the move down now.
Yeah, NVIDIA's going up, but Intel just broke 3150. Oh, goodness. I just tried to pick it up in front of 32. You can see that there. I don't know if we're going to get it. It's now SSR because 10% is nothing to this stock. Not a huge run of the bottom there by NVIDIA, but a little one, at least a little bit there on NVIDIA. So I don't think it's setting up that breakout trade just yet. Google is setting up. Okay, there's the pop down. Now, can Google's it recover? Either like 170 or get back through the 173. Oh, my goodness. Intel's at 3120.
Yep, we're in $1 in the, you got that? No. Well, we're $1 in the money here, guys. We have Tesla right now. So Tesla, we have this. There's that sticky note trade for you. Hey, it's a $2 sticky note winner right off the jump. Right off the jump. We wrote down 170. We talked about it. We talked about why we liked it. And that's it right there. Back down in for Tesla. Let's take another piece out right there. Boom goes the dynamite for that trade on Tesla. I mean, we talked about we'll wait for it now as it just continues to go down. We just waited for Google. It's a good thing that we didn't do something crazy there because we just put a little baby position to see what was going to happen there for Google. But I do like the long. So let me put on a little bit more down here if we can and see if it pops back up. We are out of 80% of our Tesla. Man, that felt pretty good there.
Yeah, that's a great one. You're going to puke if you look at the Intel chart.
Will I?
It just broke $31. Really on my radar. But I got to get to an actual trade that's going to come up here. Li Auto just did the pop and fade. So we talked about the Chinese ADRs being up and sort of separating them into different categories. There is the pop. There is the fail of the week's high, and then back underneath. So I'm short Li Auto, but oh my goodness, Intel. Like I said, you really just have to sit in it sometimes. I wanted to pop and fade. It broke 32. I'm like, maybe I can get picked up because it's trying to bounce off of SSR. And it just, you guys can see what happened. It's now at $31 even. Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. That's absolutely incredible. I think you just have to be patient. though it's probably an opportunity to short some pops at some point, but I'm not going to go in at the lows. Like, that's crazy. You don't want to have that kind of FOMO. It'll just get you into some trouble.
Yeah. I think that's probably a good
Should
call.
have just sat in it for some.
We were trying to get longer on Google down there, but it really didn't go too far down, but it still went far enough. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Google. Trying to make that move back upside. We'll try to buy some more 171s there. Like I said, we did get out of the majority of our trade on Tesla down there. So that's, for now, turning out to be a good decision. Getting out of that. But we're going to have to wait to see if we get that reload down lower for Google. And right now, that's my idea one. So that's what I'm going to sit on right now. This Google long Tesla. NVIDIA's going to the downside?
No. Back up.
Back up. Okay, so there's that huge move back up. So we had talked about that, but unfortunately, talk is cheap because I don't have anything. Darn it.
All right, so it hasn't put in like a local high just yet, but yesterday's top was 846. This looks like that patented dip and rip trade, but unless it gets through 845, I think you got to look for a dip buy. So 35 would give you an entry out the bottom. If 40 can hold, I think that would be a little bit solid. But at this point, I'm looking long in NVIDIA. I'll keep track of Li Auto. I was able to get some out there in front of the 25.10 level, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But 845 looks like a decent break. 840 would be even better if you could get it on a dip buy. I'm not sure we're going to get that one. Intel's holding 31, so I suppose it's found a temporary bottom. But remember, it's now short sell restricted, so it could get a little bit dicey on that Intel on the first bounce up at least.
Let me check out what's happening here with Snapchat. It does go down to 14, but that's about it. So for right now, we're going to wait.
It doesn't hold.
Yeah, we're going to. Which didn't hold? Oh,
NVIDIA? No, NVIDIA doesn't hold the 840. I went for the dip by 840, does not hold on. I'll wait for 835 back in, but I'm still only thinking long on NVIDIA.
Okay. We bought a little more Google. We're long at 172.30 right now. Fine with that trade. I think this is going to be a decent one. So let's hold out and see if we're going to be right on this call right here for Google. Now trying to hold out, trying to get back up there and looking to go. So I'm going to put something. That's 173, so let's put an offer in and around there, see if we can get something out in that 173 area as we drop back down in for that one. The other name that we hadn't looked at today, which is probably the one that's doing the most, Google, yeah, wow, it does go down into that 407. We were waiting for 405. Let me just zoom this back out. That's Microsoft. As the market now trying to make that move back down now. So maybe we have to look for some more of our short ideas, as guess what just happened? And it's a good thing we got out of that one, but Tesla's right back up there one more time into 170, and we just missed that.
Meta's making a move to the upside. Intel, you're never getting into this thing, Neil. Never. It's like VWAP right now is at 31.40. I just tried to grab it at 31.20s and couldn't even get this one short. It's back through 31 even. Like, this is starting to get insane. Like, the stock, it won't even sustain any kind of a bounce when it's SSR. It's a little bit frustrating, but I'm not going to force it. There's nothing you can do about it. AMD, if you're looking for sympathy, I thought AMD didn't have to do what Intel was doing, but it is consolidating down. Underneath VWAP, 155 is setting up here. I really didn't want to be chasing everything to the downside, but that's what's happening. Alphabet still can't seem to hold 173 yet, but I do like the fact that it's showing a bid. I'm going to cancel my 170.
Go Google.
Now you've got some higher lows. I wanted to make sure I was catching the other end of this. Above 173 is key for Google, and above VWAP now. Alibaba hasn't come in, so I guess we're going to have to wait on that one. On a dip, I thought we'd be able to get some of that. Li Auto's at 25. It's trying to break it. We have 33s short.
All right, so we did that same trade that we said we would try to do, and that was a break of the higher side there for Google. So we're long this name. It's a good one. We definitely bought that break, and yeah, so far so good here for Google. Let's see if it wants to continue to hold it. 173. There's the push back down. So we did get some out there, but it is fading out just a little bit here for Google. We still have the shares. Let's see if it can go. We're now long at 173. So we hit that long, got some out, then we went long again through 173. So if you're wondering about why the prices keep changing, we've talked about this over and over again. It shows you just our last ins, our last outs. So like those of you that were like, sometimes it goes the other way. Oh, Sean was short here. Now all of a sudden he's short there. Well, I was long down here. short on Tesla here. Now we're short up there. And the same story is true of Google. But this is going to be a good trade so far. Let's see if Google wants to continue to work higher. We have some higher expectations for this one. But look what else is happening. Tesla fading as well. So a good little fade spot here for Tesla. Let's cancel some of those bids and see if it gets a little bit lower and go over to the desk with Adara.
ZIM, Zim Integrated Shipping, has run in the past, running again today. Nice volume right off the open, up about 15%. Not seeing any news on this, but decent amount of attention on social media for ZIM, guys.
Company, so I wanted to see a bid over 173. It's now got it on Alphabet, so I'm in on that hold.
Yes.
And just that. But it's really starting to amp up here, and the market's starting to get back up to those highs. We did try NVIDIA. I don't want to give up on the breakout trade, and it's putting in a higher low now, but it could not hold at 840. If it cannot hold 840, then I do not want to be in this one to the long side. It's going to be stair-step down. It looks like the chips might not be leading the charge here today, at least so far. Meta still stepping up.
Look at
No
Google.
450 just yet.
Look at Tesla.
Google's holding the 50 level
Sheesh.
right now, but sheesh, are you kidding
Guys,
me?
we are absolutely
73?
monstrous. Yeah, we're having one of our best days of the week by far right now. This has just been monster. Okay, there it is. We just got over short, over long there on Tesla, but we just raked that one, boys and girls. We just went short at 171 right there, just covered at 169. So that's another decent spot right there. We also make dollars, not cents, on Google as well. Okay, I got overfilled 10% there, so we did take an out right there on Tesla. But this Google trade starting to work. So let's see. Look at that bot, like pick, and it's a good thing that we did this. Remember what we said? We're learning every single day. We would normally have put too many shares here and then gotten stopped out somewhere around here, but instead we're able to be patient with it, take the break that we wanted at 173, and then see what happens from there. So far so good here on trading today. It's been a wonderful day, and it's like that when your plan works out, right? We talk about that all of the time. One more out here for Google, and now we'll wait for 90s. So hopefully we can get back up there to 174, and let's go right now. Here it is, 173 long on Google. We were patient with it, 170 short on Tesla. It's the top two ideas here on the sticky note.
Yeah, I love when it's a setup that just, it almost worked perfectly.
Dude.
It broke the pre-market low. It came right back above. The buyers need to take it through 74, and then the next step would be obviously 75, and then hold through. Aftermarket highs were like 78, 79. I think you could see that, but you need to see a little bit of continuation. The market's starting to give it up a little bit here. Still no Meta 450, and this is the next pop on Intel. All right, so we missed the first couple. It's making a bounce off 30.5 now, so 31.20 is still VWAP. Just get into 31, and I'll try to join this party. I do not, like I said, I don't want to chase too far. You got to be able to stay away from that. Li Auto was holding for it. Like, that's actually through the 25 level and continuing to tank. It's giving up this gap. Let me zoom it out a little bit further for you. I like it down into 24.5. I think that's the next stop for Li Auto as that continues to flush. I mean, they're in their own bucket, Li Auto, Neo, and XPeng. I don't really care about the strength in the Chinese ADRs when it comes to them. Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. Join VinFast in redefining mobility with brand new innovative sales models like their unique battery subscription in Indonesia. VinFast has continued to expand their reach with 16 dealers across 7 U.S. states. VinFast, where technology meets sustainability.
All right, we're going to take a little piece off. Thank you, Dara, for that one. We're going to take a little piece off of Google there underneath 173. But we don't have many shares at all anymore of this trade. We have about 20% or so. So still an opportunity to lose on this trade. But we're going to try to be cautious and not talk like that. So watch out for this 172 dip buy. We want to try to do that again, but we're not going to sit here and give what we made back. What we made back, we're not going to give it back. That's what I'm trying to say. So we'll see here what happens now with this play. I like it, but uncertain of how far we're going to flow from here on Google back down to the downside. So let's be cautious with this as much as we can.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to be. But if it doesn't break 172, I want to give it one more shot, though. Like, I wasn't in this long early. I was in it after it showed strength, and we just lost VWAP. So I was able to scalp some out for the $0.50, and now it's looking like it's trying to break back lower. So if it gets a lower low again, Oh, you got to zoom way in. There you go. That's a little bit easier to see. If it gets a lower low again, I might back away from it. I only have one short, and it's Lee. And the other thing that we were saying could be a short today, should have just taken the break on Roku. Roku flushed through that flat bottom break on the way back up. I'll look to fade this one because if the market's going to actually go down or go sideways, I do want plays in both directions. If I can't get Intel, then we'll go to what was the third idea for a short play, which would be Roku.
We did it again. We should still be in Tesla. All right, nice move down for Tesla, actually, down into 168 again. So like I said, there's lots of money to be made both ways here, guys, longs and shorts, right? So don't just be like, oh, these guys are going short, these guys are going long. If you have an opinion one way or the other, the best thing to do would be to follow that, test it out, and then see what happens. You know, like that short there, look at Google short. I could sit here and be like long, 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 but this short here into the pre-market highs, that's the best trade of the day, and I don't have it. Like, that's the best. Look at that. It's a good thing we got out, but that was, like, huge. So that's actually better. Now you're fighting to see where this thing's going to stop. That was a great short there, despite what the market's doing. The market's actually holding up. So we have to think about this for Google now because we are coming back in too far, in my opinion. I thought this was going to be a lot stronger than where we are right now. So this is a nice fade back in. Watch out for that 172, I guess. Here it comes in right now. I'm still in a little piece of this. We just got some more out there at 50. So again, we're still positive. We're net positive on this. We're really net positive on Tesla. But the Google one is getting slippery down here near 172. Let's try a little bit, another piece down here to average it in. But we're being cautious with this one, guys.
Yeah, it's like I got out at the half. If it doesn't hold 72, I don't know if I want to get back into it. Just getting Roku into VWAP there. Alphabet's been a slippery slope. Like, it's making those lower highs, and if it's making lower highs, I think you want to get the support level if you're going to jump back into it. All right, come on, Intel. This is the pop. This is the pop that we're getting, apparently. It's down to 12%. I'm still looking for a VWAP retracement. I'm trying not to get that chase mode. The 31 even level does sit out there if I were to take a 90 short, but I'm just looking for one good pop to be able to fade into. NVIDIA's back above 840. I think this one just needs to take out the actual top. Instead of looking for, like yesterday it gave you multiple, breakout levels. Today, it just needs to take out the high. You know, forget about diddling in the middle. If it takes out the high, that's a different story, and that's going to be the 845 level. So I don't want to take another shot until it gets there. If Google fills in the gap, I still think the 170 level is something if it can't hold that low, but I'm trying to be very, very patient with you, Alphabet, for my next shot, because it seems like it's trending down here. Roku was the other short. I really didn't think I would be only short at this moment in the day. But you never know what the market's going to give you. I had like two stocks I like short and kind of a third.
Should still be short Tesla.
And that's all I'm in right now. It's weird like that sometimes.
Yeah, that... We'll sit here, we're still massaging this Google trade, but this Tesla short is what's good right now. Look at this, breaking through possibly this bottom now for Tesla. Could be something else as well.
Well, this is SSR, that's why.
Breaking 167.50 is the bottom there. That could be something for sure on that break as well. So we'll wait. I mean, the market's hanging out. If it breaks that, you go short 167.50. I think you got to wait at least for a VWAP, something like that. So I think we'll try to go short. We should still be short this name, but we're not. So let's go and try the short again up near VWAP, which is a roughly 169-ish. So we'll see if we can get some more shares back up there if we're lucky enough to do that on Tesla. Here it comes right now. So we'll see about that level, 169 and change for that Tesla short. It looks like it's like 169.30, but let's start it early and then give it back up to that 170 level again. So Tesla, we're going to try the short.
Yeah, I just tried to get more through 57 on Roku, but it went 10% down.
Oh, no.
So that means when 57 was on the bid and you're trying to hit it, it's short sell restricted. There was no uptick, so I didn't get a fill. The low of the day sits at 56 even. I'm going to get out in front of that if it double bottoms, because if it's SSR and double bottoms at an even dollar level, then I want to take the profit. There is that potential for a relief rally in this stock. So Google now looking a little bit better. Give me a higher low. That's a higher low. Recover VWAP would be a great sign here. Like I said, be a little bit patient with it. Yeah, I just can't seem to recover VWAP. So we're still only in two shorts. NVIDIA just took the 45 level, and it's trying to keep on breaking here. This is the day the breaks aren't really going. I think it could be
Snapchat.
a Friday thing. I know Snapchat we haven't looked at. Yeah, the breaks aren't there for you
at it, but it wasn't doing
on NVIDIA. They can try to take that 845. It just can't do it right away. And if it's not going right away, you got to be able to back off a little bit. I haven't traded Snapchat at all, but this is exactly the setup we mentioned. It was false break of the low and then hold that low and then look for the long. That's exactly what we were talking about. So this should be a long off 14, the more I look at it.
Oh man, I can't believe we nailed that. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe we nailed that Tesla call and then it just didn't fill us. We were within a couple pennies of getting filled there. We were at 83. It went to like 82s. That is, I didn't even realize that's so stupid that we should have had that, but we're still sitting there. So let's see if it comes back up. Wow, Tesla's really moving here. I was just mad and then all of a sudden now it's coming right back in again. All right, let's, wow, this stock is pretty nice right now. All right, we'll wait to see if we get that fill. All right, this is another nice one right now. Let's go. Let's spin it here for Google. We waited for it. It's great. We talked about what level we wanted to wait for down there at 170, 150. Some of those based out bottoms, we held it. Now it's starting to go back up to the upside. Google approaching our level of 173 again. So far, so good. Let's get it upside. I am waiting at 173 to get some out, and then we'll go from there. But maybe that might have just been the top. Let's go over to Adair and find out we're short Tesla as well.
Nice look right now for RILY. This is B. Riley. This one did have a little bit of a move up earlier this week after an investigation found that the company's executives were not complicit in this investigation of some wrongdoings, but also today not seeing any specific news on this other than it regained NASDAQ compliance for a rule regards to filing reports. So RILY, short float of 35%. Nice move to the upside here.
Yeah, we were talking about Riley for a minute there.
I see 81% short float.
By the way, we are now 80. Yeah, it is 80 something. Look at Google right now, man. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We're gonna have to NFT this one. Good so far here as it continues to go back up to the upside. Look at that buy at 172, right back. It's exactly as we wrote down here. Let's wait for levels to develop off the open. Well, that 172 was there, and then we were lucky enough to get 170, 150 at that one point. This was gonna be my ultimate out. We'll take 172. And then when you take that with a 50-cent out, you got to take $1 when it goes back up. So that's a nice play right now for us. We've only made 2 trades today, and they're both big. Tesla's been a monster. Google's been big. And that's all we could say. We're going to go 2 for 2 today, all big and all as it was written. So good day. Let's just see what happens now with the rest of this. I want Google to start to blow up at some point. It just keeps coming back to VWAP. Waiting, I mean, we'll take a piece out at 60 if we can get higher. But for right now, let's just keep on trying to ride this a little bit here and see if it will go. We're at 174, we're at 173.50. Let's see if it will work. Tesla's working as well back in. So good short there for Tesla. So we take it at 168. 83 like we said there, and we just got it out at 50. Now it's coming back in again. Here's another one. It's another banger, guys. Put those in the chat. I hope you guys are having some fun today. It's been a big day.
Yeah, it's, you know what? I've lost twice on that NVIDIA trade, and it's still going up. So the breakout wasn't in today on NVIDIA.
Wow,
unfortunately, it sucks, but it is at $850. So if you had the long, you're right. If you timed it better, then you did better than I did. I'm going to make an adjustment on Li Auto. I was on the offer. I am no longer there. We're not going to be trying to short this one back through that 25 level anytime soon. I feel like if it gets back there, you know, it's probably too strong of a move. We said the 50 was going to be the out, and it just bounced off it. So I'm going to get that bid. Roku is the other thing we're short into a strong market, by the way. And I look back, Roku isn't just 56 today. 56 is the bottom going back into last week. So I'm going to start scalping it into that low. It's not just SSR. This is a significant bottom here on Roku. It's a double bottom on the 15-minute chart. So I want to get this one out and just sort of take that dollar range and be happy with it. But, you know, the best trade for me, I've said it a few times over the last 2 months, has been the breakout early on NVIDIA, and it's been playing it with tight stop and then scalp. Today, that actually didn't work. So it was right to be long it, but it was better to have that other option of just going into it off a higher low and then doing that little bit of a scalp trade on the dip buy. It is now at the 850 level. I don't want to take this breakout because 852 was resistance. This market wants it. Maybe Meta's going to give. Nope, not yet. still at 442 and failing the same 445 level on Meta. Just can't seem to get above.
Oh my God. Guys, so right now it's $1. So we've already taken, this is par for the course. There's Tesla, downside move. Brad. Wow. Microsoft came so close to your 405 entry. That's crazy. I'm bidding there right now as we speak. The bottom of the day, the bottom of that candle is 40, what is, I don't even know what that is, 405.60s, 405.70s, $4 winner. That's okay. We're still here, man. We've got Google. This is exactly working to plan. This is now close to $1. Tesla's $1. These are both written on here on our sticky note. We've been tweeting them out as well. So if you guys are looking for resources, and yeah, it's absolutely free every single day. The ideas that I'm looking at here, and that's all that they are. You take them if you want them. But this is it right here. Google 173 long, play pullbacks, wait, hold off for confirmation. I mean, it's literally what we wrote. And then there's the Tesla 170 short. We like it. I said, I think the good talk wears off there, and we get back to reality with Tesla. So they've been two monster stocks. They'll be enough to put us where we need to be today, and we'll just continue to look for more opportunities. But I'm going to let Google ride. Let's see how far this can go, and I'm going to let Tesla ride as well. So we're just going to keep these on because we get so close every single day to like holding on to something. Let's see if we can do that today and really make today something special, which it already is. Okay, so that's that. The other one, people are saying Snapchat's getting pretty close right now to 1350. It's not, but it did, 1378. No. So again, we'll miss that by 20 seconds. Hey, Randy, how's it going? Are you coming to ask about coffee or?
Yes. Is the answer to that.
Wow, Neil with an instant call. That's like when you have rockets.
I can't even finish this one because it didn't taste that great, even though it's still warm.
It was over low. Those were some big mugs. Is that a double push? Or?
It also doesn't stay heated as well with this big mug.
Randy is a man of a few words.
I'm into Intel for the first time today, by the way. Intel off VWAP down 12%.
He's loving life, man. You got the weekend. You got any plans this weekend there, Randy?
Yeah. In the coffee room, we had plenty to say. I'm just saying.
This is very good to hear. This is very, very good to hear.
Talking about the weekend.
I like this routine. I can definitely work with this.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay,
He's doing that on purpose. By the way, remember we said double bottom SSR bounce on Roku? This is why we scalp profit out into the low. It's right back into VWAP. So I will go for a reload in here, but you're starting to fly back up. It needs to fail underneath VWAP. Otherwise, we're going to have to get out of dodge on that one. So you need to take some profit. It's short sell restricted. So when you get those relief rallies, they can be nasty. I'm still looking for the higher low above VWAP. My plan of action was 73. So I need this holding the 73 level. And if we're not doing that, it's still a little bit trend down for Alphabet. So got to be a little bit cautious. Li Auto, we didn't get the bid. Now that last bid, we weren't able to catch it off of the bottom here. So if it gets back to 75, we'll look for a VWAP retrace on Li Auto. I love Randy. Oh, NVIDIA. This is the one that'll kill me. It's like I love the long on NVIDIA. It just, yeah, the strategy that's been working didn't work today. It's at 855 on NVIDIA. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, NVIDIA. That stock is an absolute monster. They love buying dips in this thing. It's like any sign of weakness, and they want it. Meta's the other one that's setting up here. It's trying to hold VWAP. It's trying to take out that top at 845, so 445 as well.
I'm thinking about looking at these futures because we're up to 17, whoopsies, we're up to 17.8 again right now. This could be a short off of this level, but we don't really want to go short today, not this early. It's up 1.3%. So no, we're not gonna short anything right now. I'm gonna take one more piece here if we can get it on Google down in and around this area. It has faded out, but you guys know that we like the long here on Google and want to try to stay some long. So if we can get a little bit of a dip buy into this area, we'll do it. The last time it came back in here, we were very, very patient and waited for 172. So I'm going to now wait for this 171 bottom. If we take out that bottom, then we'll try to get out of it. I don't mind getting a piece out because we just reloaded it down here. If we can get back up to O's, let's take something out and then just keep doing it because what we're doing now is just stacking it up. We'll go 2 for 2 here in the first half hour, and they're both ideas that, that we talked about. So that's going to be a good feeling. We're going to wait over for Ford And sometimes you need those good feelings, you know? It's like, okay, we got one, you know, we got one in our bucket. It's like when you're Samsonov and you make that first big save, and you're like, finally, maybe I'm capable of making more of them, you know, and then you start to feel good. So that's what we'll do. We'll wait for some better opportunities. Palantir right now, have a quick look at this. Nice move for them, man. No news, but up that 3 and a bit, trying to come into some more levels. I only want to go long right now, market up 1.3%, but again, coming into some more areas of 23 bucks. We like the 22 fade. So this could be a spot if you're looking short. This isn't horrible up here against that 22.50. I'm not looking short. However, Tesla's trying to go short, still 63 cents. It's Google right now that's the problem, coming back to 172. We're waiting for 171.50 though.
Yeah, I think you got to be patient with that one. I'm actually seeing more strength in Meta than anything else other than NVIDIA. Like, it's absolutely, NVIDIA is now gonzo. It's at 56, and I don't know where the dip is going to be. That's going to bring me over to AMD, because AMD's trying to get back above as well. So if Google can't hold 173, that was a long I liked, was above 173. Thanks a lot, Randy. Appreciate you there. We're going to have to maybe pick on AMD. You're seeing a little bit of strength start to eat back into Intel. We took the first shot at VWAP, but look at it break that VWAP. So I get 31 short. I know it's a tight stop.
Oh yeah, it's short Intel.
But look, look at the move when it broke VWAP. It's short sell restricted, so the breaks of these levels will be a little bit more extreme. Got to wait for 32 or 31.5 as the next level up as we go to Adara.
We're just waiting for the last of these numbers, but we have Michigan consumer sentiment related data. Michigan consumer sentiment itself coming in slightly lower than the forecast here. 77.2, the actual number versus consensus 77.8, forecast 77.9. 5-year inflation expectations coming in exactly in line here, 3%. Michigan consumer expectations final 76, so slightly lower than the 77 forecast and consensus. Current conditions final coming in at 79, so slightly lower than the expected. And inflation expectations final 3.2%, so higher than the expected 3.1%. Kind of a mixed bag of numbers over here. Market not reacting too much to this right now. SPY still chopping and churning at that area, just below 1%, up about 0.9%. NASDAQ a little bit stronger off of the strength of those Google and Microsoft earnings. A couple other earnings names and other movers to talk about today as well. Of course, Snapchat here up 22%, trading in with a sort of a range after a much stronger than expected earnings report, including surprise profit. We also have Alibaba and a lot of these other Chinese ADRs on watch here, actually seeing a record amount of inflows into Chinese stocks from overseas investors during yesterday's session. So nice look for BABA and its peers, guys.
Oh yeah, Alibaba.
Right, we are getting.
Oh no, Alibaba's nothing. I'm gonna cancel my Alibaba bid at 75 because it's holding 76. So just a little bit of housekeeping for myself. I like to dip by there. We're clearly not gonna get that one. I waited for the next step up on Intel. Well, it's not impossible. You could still get it. Next step up on Intel was the 31.5 area. It just curled at 40s. I grabbed some 36s. You're starting to scream a little bit to this upside. I'm going to go back over to NVIDIA just to quickly show you. Like, that's me. I was long 3 times, and I lost. But now it's got to be a dip buy.
Oh, no.
850 VWAP if you're patient. The other place to pivot to would be AMD if it can hold VWAP at 55 or maybe break it out. Alphabet, like I came in wanting the Alphabet long holding 173, and now I'm just sitting here kind of like, I'm just sitting on my hands with this stock because I wasn't looking short.
I want the long so badly.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Like I really thought that one, if it held 73, would be good, but you got to move on to the next at the end of the day. You know, it's a missed opportunity to have maybe thought gap fill to the downside, but you know, we're wrong about that one. So back into some Intel. Li Auto and Roku still holding okay, but Li Auto, like you can't even get VWAP on Li Auto. It wicks this from 2485. Looks like it's going to get up to VWAP at 2105, and it's right back testing those lows, which means you got to offer like the 90s if you want to get it. So I'm just going to get a little bit out in front of that 25 level for reload on Li Auto. It's up 5.5%, but you guys can see it's down since the open, Adara.
Thank you to our sponsor, Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade in events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade in what you really know. Visit Kalshi/TraderTV to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by year end, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com.
Sir, check that out. Thank you, Miss Adara. Sure. All right, so, while we were gone there, we got that breakout. We got stopped out of Google. We were back into the long, and it's working now. So it's just going to look messy down there, and this is why, we always talk about, like, you're going to have to really try to trade and look at, the levels that you're looking at, because Google, we were just able to just hammer right back in to that level, because we were going to give it down to 170. Okay, now it's really starting to go. We might actually be up more now than we were previously, holding on to that low level. But Tesla is a good reload. I'm going to let Google settle down a minute. Tesla here should be something as well, up to 169. It just wicked that high near VWAP. I'm going to give it to 170 to be wrong on this name and try to get another short near that high of 169.50. And then if it breaks 170, then we can fly away from this one, because it's like we say, it's something to be, and this is from Neil, but you're right until basically you're wrong, and you got to cash out. And if we just keep on shorting Tesla, eventually, if you're wrong, okay. Russia, apparently there's a report from Benzinga attacking some rail supplies now in Ukraine. So that can't be very good. I'm going to take a piece out of Google right here again at 171.40 just because of that. I don't know if that means anything. It's just in our ear. We do have Benzinga Pro. They are a sponsor of ours. You can go check it out. I don't have the headline here, but that was just in our ear. Like attacking the rail lines, like I feel like no, it's not good, but I don't know if that's been happening. Is what I'm saying.
I just had VWAP on Meta and tightened my stop on that just in case we had a leg down. But look, VWAP retrace on Meta, I was gonna give it. It did this nice push. It gave you 441 as the bottom. It regained VWAP here at 442, and I was like, okay, we're good. We give it to 441. I tightened the stop when you gave that headline. I actually didn't have my thing on. And it looks like it was the right call. But I only did, I would have lost an extra 50 cents there plus slippage. But I only did that because you said there was a headline. It doesn't really matter. It's 10 o'clock. You are starting to get a bit of a reversal. I mean,
yeah, we just got stopped at
frustrating level. The frustrating thing about this today is the number one thing I wanted to do was fade Intel. And, we finally get it. Our first shot lost. The second one off 31.5 might end up winning. But it's still going to be a fraction of what you could do if you just sat in that trade. And the willingness to sit in the trade in the pre-market sometimes, even if it's only for a quarter of what you want, just to get a piece of it in case it doesn't give the entry. The best trades sometimes are harder to get into. But if it's bouncing off VWAP, I'm going to take a little bit out there. Let me look back at Alphabet.
Yeah, potential scare there. I don't know.
Okay, Alphabet's at that 170. I said it was either holding 173, which I took a shot at, or the 170 level on Alphabet. Well, here's 170 now into a strong market. Obviously, there's a bit of a gap fill happening, so I want to be patient, but looks like the 170 is going to come into play. We're going to take it. We get down closer to a little Magic Johnson action.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're going to wait down there. Okay.
Well, instead of just completely giving away what price I'm bidding.
Right, get people to do some.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that's Larry Bird. Doesn't matter.
Okay, there we go. Well, hey, more education there.
Literally the same thing.
Well,
it's one penny difference.
Not literally, but
yeah.
Close enough.
I'm using literally the way my daughter
And
uses
for
literally.
Google, it's pretty much literally the
Yeah.
same thing. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, that's what I was telling you about. This is my kids' favorite words there. Literally, Dad. Okay, so here it comes. We're back. You know, we're long Google right now. We're short Tesla. It's the same two trades. So whatever. Let's move on to something else right now. We're waiting for that 170, same level as Neil just mentioned. We're seeing some DJT action right now as wow, $40. Shout out to Donald J, I guess. Up to $40 right now, another 5%. Remember, there's that those talks of
Wait and get me short.
they're going to be trying to, they're going to try to explain to people how to protect their shorts and all this kind of, or not their shorts, so sorry, protect against short sellers. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens now as you're getting above that 40. That looks like a nice little smiley face, if not a complete V, actually, to the back to the upside Joker face right now for that name as it's going upside. NVIDIA seeing continued action.
God, 860?
860. This is up $100 from yesterday, pretty much. I mean, it was 777. 777 yesterday, and now you're all the way up to 860 as NVIDIA is just like, see you later. And shout out to Adrian, because you and I didn't talk about this, but I saw your message when we talked about an early dip for NVIDIA, then a rip. But the problem is, it didn't really dip. When you look back at this, sure, there was an 834, 835, level of support down there, 100%. That, looking back, great trade, should have took it, but wow, I mean, that's a nice move.
Wow is right.
I feel like you could just make your day, month, week, year, whatever, just by looking at NVIDIA and possibly, I'm gonna have to do some work on this maybe, just taking pre-market tops and bottoms and then holding against either VWAP or something at that point and letting it go just for and then figuring out how far to let it go, first of all. We're not like Elsa over here or anything like that. You gotta figure out how far this is going to go. So NVIDIA right now, well extended from VWAP. This is probably a nice level to look at, 862. I mean, shout out to Chef Joe and everybody else that continues to trade this name. Here's a little bit of a longer look. Yeah, I mean, this was the top on the 18th, in and around 862, 863. So potentially an extended move, but hey, great job on NVIDIA today. That move is real and apparently fantastic.
It's spectacular.
Yeah, it's all of that.
Well, I mean, when you say
Tesla's
it's real,
going
you
back
have to
up.
say spectacular. Hertz Scrambler, just be careful if you're trading this gap SLCA because it's a buyout. It's $15.50 cash. I'm presuming it's trading above the price because it's a 45-day go shop period. No special dividend, no CVR. So I'm hesitant to even think about long above the 1550 level. The deal price is $15.50. If it gets to like 16, I'm actually looking for a fade opportunity on that particular name. So now I'm starting to think that we're not going to get those 30s on Alphabet. I'm just canceling. It's double bottomed at the $half level. If it gets back underneath here, holds the 50s again, maybe a 71, and then back through the $50 level. Lee's looking okay. Intel, we just reloaded. It bounced off VWAP, and we reloaded in front of 50. So it is stair-stepping up. If it takes out 50, I'm jumping out of that trade because you're starting to really trend upside, but you have not broken, like that flat, as long as we're underneath the flat bottom break, I'll give it shots. But if it breaks this, then you're waiting to 30. I've traded 31, we trade 31.5 in front, and then we'll trade 32. But I'm not gonna do anything on that in between. SMCI is making a power run as well. AMD, it's starting, it's almost there. There you go. There's the double top on AMD, but I'm not going to fall for the trap that was NVIDIA, which is taking that breakout trade. If you're really going to do this, let's wait for a dip buy and patiently buy the dip because the breakouts just didn't work on NVIDIA the way that they usually do for me. So I'd rather wait for a dip buy here if we're going to play along on AMD.
Microsoft back to, that's, AMD is on my radar today as well. I have it up, 150, oh, it's at 158? I have it up because I was waiting for 159, right? Okay, so good little level there to have a look at. We are still long, but getting some out again on Google. We've just been buying these dips. It is a profitable name for us, but we did lose on that last little dump. So we're actually going to go like 1 for 2 on this reload down here and give back what we had made early on that name. We're positive now holding this. So I'm going to take one more piece out here at 10s if we can. Then we have no more offers until upside. So like 170, I mean, we'll put something at 170. Let's put something at 171.50. Again, this is literally, again, and now I'm going to keep saying that word, the essence of scalping. You know, you want to be able to take profits where profits lie and then get more aggressive if levels come back that you believe in and scalping them in and out in between a range. So if that's what Google's going to do and give us 170.50 up to 171.50, I know this looks a little bit, there it is. So here's all these buys down here. So there's the one time that we lost. So we bought it here, got it all the way out. And when we're talking about losing, we're buying at 170.80 and selling at 171.80, then losing 10 cents. But we bought it back, made it all back in, and this is what the level looks like right now. The trade of concern, of course, is Tesla. But we just got a nice fill up there on Tesla. So let's take a piece out. Look what Tesla's doing. Okay, I mean, we'll take that, right? There's a nice move. So let's see if Tesla now can come back in. We'll bid 169 and take 30 cents because our stop is going to be 170 break. But let's take advantage of that wick top. Sometimes you get those, sometimes we get them the other way. Let's take advantage when we get them in our favor. So we'll take that out quickly in 1 minute and somehow make 50 cents there in 1 minute, and then we'll see if it comes back down. We just talked about the essence of scalping. Well, that would be that. So if it can come back in right now, we'll take another fill at 169 flat and then hold. And then if we can get that bottom, great for us. That's why I just zoomed in there. I think it's going to start to go. The futures are really going here. Google's not, though, Neil. So this is led and functioning from the SMH. Like, I feel like you're not in Intel anymore.
No, I'm still,
you're still in it. So
I'm still in Intel, the same three.
Is that going down?
No, they're flat.
They're flat.
Like,
okay.
Intel's holding the 50 level, and I'm short at 38. It's at 38. Roku is holding underneath VWAP. I'm short just above 57. It's got a 56 bottom. I did try to get some on the way back down. Li Auto's just chilling at VWAP. Like, it's weird because these are the ones that are stair-step down. The market's absolutely flying.
Yes.
And every long that I liked is either, even if I was right, I was wrong. Like, even if I was right, I was wrong. Even if I was right, I was wrong. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, what about when you're right?
No, I'm just, no,
okay.
I'm messing with you guys. It's frustrating because NVIDIA has been like the easiest long trade when it does this for like a month for me. And then the day that it's actually probably even the best is the day that it was tricky to get. But, you know, you move on. AMD is making that break. So there's the break of the high, which I'm like, I'm not taking the break. It goes like 50 cents. And I'm going to look for the dip on that break. Let's go to the 15-minute here. That 3-minute chart's not enough to show you the level. So this is the level that it's trying to break out above on AMD. So what I'd like to see is you dip down and then either hold 157.50 or bounce off 157 for a continuation trade. You know, didn't want to be in that absolute top break. Intel, as we mentioned, it still stinks. But to put it into perspective, this is a fraction. You know, this moved down from like 40s into like the low 30s. I think you can see 31 again. If the market rolls over, this should break 31 again. Just going to get a bid out in front because you can't get profits until you take some bids. Yes. Chandler just said Affirm is literally straight up. Yeah, the last thing I need to see is a chart of Affirm so I can take something else short. I got 3 dogs short. I'm not going to short a strong stock. You know what I mean? Like, what are the 3 names short right now? Roku down after earnings, Li Auto, and Intel down after earnings. Now, Li Auto's just Li Auto. That is the explanation for it.
Yeah, Li Auto's a funny one, man. That stock is like, you can't, some days, I think XPeng, Li Auto, they all have their own little things about them. XPeng was up 7 or 8% at one point. I'm starting to get a little bit interested on some of these plays now because Tesla's continuously going higher here. We're holding out for this. It's right at our last reload. It didn't break that 170, but you know what? I'm not doing very good work here because I'm going to get punched out at 170, but that 200 period moving average is actually a little bit higher than that. So I'm actually going to change my stop to 170.20 now that I see that. Right there, because that's where I'm looking at this 200 period moving average. I actually got a little bit lazy there and thought it was one.
Okay, I just got to quickly answer.
I didn't get lazy. I thought it was something.
Michael just asked, why is Roku down? Roku reported earnings. My entire, I didn't think the numbers were all that bad, and you would have heard Sharif say that. He didn't say, there was nothing egregious about it. My entire theory is when you do this and you break out the top, you trapped some longs. And if you look at what usually happens with Roku, is when they report, you get a big move that actually sustains a couple of days, a big move that sustains a couple of days. When it's a down move and sustains a couple of days. So when it's set up a breakout trade in this case, probably had some people thinking it's long for a couple of days, and now it breaks the low. So I just wanted to be short. Then I saw this 56 level and it's SSR, so I'm scalping in front of the 56 every time it gets down there. But that's my theory, and again, it's just the logic behind the trade. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Some context on the Roku earnings as well. They did beat across the board, and they had guidance higher than expected for Q2 2024. However, they did warn that there is increased competition in the ad-supported streaming space. So from what I was reading, that could have been potentially what led that one to the downside. Just some more context on those earnings reports, guys.
All right, Tesla's starting to tank right now. Report something about full self-drive. Go find that story, if you can find it. Tesla's really coming down right now. We are really starting to go. That's Brendan, so we'll say what's up to Brendo right there. But Tesla's now $1 in the money and starting to pump. And guess what just happened to us right now again? Wow. Okay, a good long down there on Google right now. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day, so we'll fire off the hot dog cannons for everybody again, because there's that Tesla 170 short, as it was written. Google, we have not been writing things down well on Google. We've just been trading it well. I didn't think it would dip down into here, but we've believed in this name. We've held this long on Google and been buying dips against 170 as we talked about that. So we actually we put our money where our mouth was. That was my largest fill right there, hence why we're excited. And we are also pretty excited right now. We'll be way where we need to be today on two names, and they're both sticky note names. They're the only two names that I'm looking at. Let's go back to Adara.
So here's the Tesla story. The Verge reporting here that there are apparently hundreds of crashes and dozens of deaths, to quote the headline, linked to Tesla's autopilot and full self-driving. This just seems like it's a report looking at some of the previous NHTSA data, so I'm not really sure if this is actually an expose. From what I'm seeing, it looks like it's kind of looking at past NHTSA investigations. We also got this morning the NHTSA, which is the National Highway and Traffic and Safety Association, is looking to investigate Tesla's recalls with regards to full self-drive. So it looks like it's a continuation of that ongoing story with the NHTSA investigating Tesla's autopilot functions, guys.
The market doesn't seem to care about that.
Like that, I mean, I'm like, you're down 50 cents on that. That doesn't seem
NVIDIA
right.
870
I would think
curl.
Dozens of deaths. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. I mean, I hope it's obviously not accurate, and that's not why we're short. We wrote this short down many moons ago. So, okay, good story. You know, bank error, I guess, in your favor, right? I mean, obviously, when a story like that comes, you hope that that's not the case, because there's a lot of people driving with full self-drive. But we have to trade our book. And right now we've been short Tesla. We wrote down short Tesla on the sticky note earlier, and right at 170. So we're pretty happy with that trade as it's going now down $1 and change. I don't have any bids. So we had the first bid there at 169.40, and then we actually took we took two more out. So we only have half of our position now. So we took it out there at VWAP, and then it started to come back in. So there it goes, nice downside push for Tesla, now $1.50 in the money for that one. So that's pretty good. And then Google's come back in. We've done real well to get some out of that one. We got a hell of a price down there at 25s for Google. And then let me just zoom back in to show you. Like, this is the damage. Boom, I told you we put on our biggest position. So when that happens, man, we scalp that out like a maniac. So that's what we're doing right now. It's been good. I have to go now to go test my phone in the podcast room. So I will be right back, but I want to hold this Google anyways.
New position alert for me is going to be ARM. NVIDIA just made this absurd move into $870 and pulled back like $6. So the first thing I went over to is, please tell me ARM is underneath resistance, and it happened to be. So ARM tried to break that lower high 102 we were short the other day. You have one top, you have two tops. I went to an adjacent name in this particular case because NVIDIA had already pulled back. I'm going to get some out going into VWAP. 100 is VWAP on ARM, which makes that real easy in terms of taking some profit on the way back in. I sat out Alphabet until it got to 170. I tried 173 and 170. Those are the levels I liked for Alphabet. So we got the bounce play. I said I was in the 30s. I got a 31 fill, a little Reggie Miller, but the first time was like 33s. We've been scalping it into 170.70 and then seeing if we can get back into VWAP. So I do like that long play, but it's still trend down, man. Like, you wait for that key price level. It needs to get to VWAP. at this particular point. Roku's fine, holding in the money. Intel's short, holding in the money. Li Auto's short, holding in the money. ARM just gave me the fill down at 101.25, so we just got the first scalp trade out of ARM. It's a weird day when the market is this strong. And I said I was going to be mostly long today, but then it sets up, and everything that's actually working for me has been short. Let's go to the small cap recap at the screen with Adara.
Quite a few small cap runners to talk about. Pretty much all of these are going to be lower float as well. So we start here with AT Renew Inc. RERE is the ticker for this one, up about 20%, announcing the appointment of a new director. It has a float of about 2 million shares, so nice look. We also have here New Gen IVF Group. This is a continuation move here. NIVF has been trading higher for the last couple days this week after announcing a potential reverse merger with European Wellness Investment Holdings. They do have a float of 4 million shares as well. And last but not least, BOF, Branch Out Foods. This one announcing its third contractor with the largest retailer. This is a couple days ago, continuing to trade higher on this announcement, up about 32% here, guys, for BOF.
We'll come back. This for you, Kyle. This for you, anybody. Again. All right, this for you, Kyle. This for anybody out there that's rocking. I just said to Sharif over here, I've only traded 2 names today, and they are both absolute monsters, and they're exactly as we thought we would be doing today. It's the Google long, it's the Tesla short. It's exactly what we wanted to do today. So there goes Tesla. Unfortunately, we had that news about full self-drive. We'll wait to hear more about that. Thank you, Sharif. 167.50, possibly a level, but I'm going to wait on it. This name is something that we could be something special today. Let's see if we can get Google really going and really, really put a bow on the month, basically. Like, if this can go up, that would be pretty sweet, man. Back up to VWAP, back up to the 50-period moving average. And again, if you're talking about, like, what does this guy keep talking about, some sort of a sticky note? Well, that means you wouldn't have been here for a while, because that's pretty much all I talk about. But there it is right there. There's our Tesla short and our Google long. Microsoft was 405 we wrote down here. So we can go back and have a look at 405 or 417. So those were 2 other ideas. Amazon, we wrote down 159, or AMZ, sorry. We wrote down 159. The high of the day is 158.65. So that was a monster. That's now $2 in the money if you shorted that one. And then Snap was 13.50. So far, the only trades that would have hit for me are the Google, the Tesla short, the Google long, and then Microsoft was 05. That didn't hit, but that came within 80 cents of that filling. And then our other top one was AMD, which we wrote down at 159, and that came within 30 cents of filling. So far so good here. As Google's making it special, as we said, Adara, it is another Dollar Club winner off that bottom for Google. What's up, eh?
Some more context on that Tesla full self-drive story. So this initially, this market seems like it was reacting to this article from The Verge, which came out at 10:15 a.m. However, a lot of this is summarizing a report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, which came out this morning, basically saying that they're looking into some of Tesla's autopilot recalls to make sure that its autopilot and full self-driving methods are safe, because they basically found that when drivers have this mood on, this mode on, so where they're less likely to pay attention on the road, and that's led to several accidents. So basically, the autopilot and full self-driving tangentially related to these accidents, in that drivers will use them and be less attentive. So just a quick summary of a pretty detailed report from the NHTSA, but it seems like the market was reacting to this news we did get earlier. This report just came out at 10:15, summarizing everything, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Andrew Chow, good call on Baba running back down to 75. Will you try 75.50 long? No, because 75.50 isn't 75. I know that's kind of a cheat. No, that's just the answer. Like 75 was the level I wanted to dip by on it. So 75.50 is too far away. Just to give you an idea, like I wanted 2 levels on Alphabet. The first one was holding 73, didn't hold it. It tried to hold, failed. Then it was 70 even. So we wait for it to get to 70, then take that bounce play. Be careful with the market, because NVIDIA just double topped.
Really?
There's 870 double top. So, okay, Roku's okay. Li Auto's the one that's not in the money. Okay, so Li Auto's doing the, we're a Chinese ADR, and we're going to stop moving a little bit. But it's bouncing off of VWAP here. Bouncing underneath VWAP. Off would be a long. Maybe I'll add one more time on the way down. I already have my stop above 25.10, and I'm looking back in for the low of the day. Intel's holding above VWAP, but it's still underneath that 31.50. My bids are at, actually the bids are underneath VWAP. I should get one at VWAP because it's the time of the day that we do that. And then we already talked about Roku and ARM. It's NVIDIA that we have to watch out for. As I said, NVIDIA is going to be the frustrating one, but I knew if that setup happened, I was going to take some shots at it, and it did. It just did not work. You can see it going to the upside. All you can do is make the next trade. And I feel as if it's a retracement on some of these chips, but we're already in the short. So it's not like I'm going to put anything new on. If NVIDIA pulls it back down, the same things that were short are going to continue to play. And as for Alibaba, yeah, I did want to dip by, but it was into previous tops. That is 75. You still have a ways to go. And if something is trending into your level, let it get there. It's trending down. There's no need to be early on a long if it's just going to fall into your level.
So I just want to say something here. Jonathan Russell. So this plays basically exactly into what we're talking about here on the show. Both Google and Tesla have been terrible trades relative to what else was available. Okay, I said I wouldn't do this anymore, but right now, today, I only have 2 trades on. All of the traders behind us, it's me and Josh right now. So we're holding the trophy right now. So out of all of that, that's what it is. So what I'm here to tell you is not to talk about being there, but to tell you that no matter how you trade, you know, Google and Tesla for someone could have got run over. They could be absolutely horrible trades. But as long as you, and this is what we talk about every day, as long as you do you, sit in your lane, you'll be able to be successful if you've had the past results to prove that. So stay where you are, and yeah, just trade your own style. I think you're 100% right. I mean, but I look over and I'm like, okay, I've accomplished my goals there. We always want to make more, but I got to be happy with how I'm executing, okay? And that's what that is. So I'm okay with the way it's going on right now. Obviously, I hope to have made better trades, but so far so good, and it's got me where I am. So look at this. We just got another piece out there at 171.20. We rang the Dollar Trade Club up there. Now we have, again, about 15% of Google still. But this is a weak name. Neil just mentioned the NVIDIA double topping there. It's ridiculous that we don't have this AMD short because we wanted 159. It went to 158.50. We should have had that, and we don't, so that sucks. And there goes Google. Again. This is how you stay positive. For some reason, it just broke 170 there. We're still positive on the day despite having only longs. So to your point, Jonathan, you're probably right. The short is about 100 times better.
It comes
easier.
It comes down to your style.
Yeah, and that's exactly.
Like, so, I'll tell you, like on a day like today, like I'll be red. On a day where I usually, a lot of times, if it's like a day where, you know, fortune doesn't favor like the bull, like going after it over and over again, those are days a lot of people can be down, and then I'll end up because my style is a little bit more conservative. And on the day where you can get chopped up, I'll get chopped up with those hits and then just try to limit the losses. But like for me today, like it just comes down, look, obviously it comes down to NVIDIA. If I hit 1 on 3 on NVIDIA, I'd be up. But I had a long on NVIDIA 3 times and lost. Yeah. You're not going to be, it is what it is. Like all of my shorts can work, but you know I love NVIDIA lately. So to go swing 0 for 3 when the stock went to 870 is going to be frustrating. But it is what it is. Every single short has been good so far, that's the frustrating part about it because like the one that was the biggest long doesn't. So I'm out. Look, Google just broke the 170. That was the level we waited for. Now the shorts are starting to come in. And the other thing that's frustrating, of course, is going to be we never got Intel at 32 or above 32. We actually had to take it under VWAP for the loss, and now we've got it working back under VWAP. Li Auto's still basically the same place it was before. Roku's holding in the money. ARM's at 101. We're at 101.30. And NVIDIA, by the way, is making a bit of a higher low. If this sees VWAP, I mean, the market will see 17.7, I'm thinking. But let's get on to the desk because it's time for the crypto update. And I got to be honest, I have no idea what Bitcoin is doing.
Yeah.
Interesting story here with regards to Stripe bringing back crypto payments through USDC stablecoin. Initially, they had crypto payments, but they stopped in 2018 due to volatility in Bitcoin. Yesterday, the CEO, John Collison, did a keynote where he announced that Stripe is excited to bring crypto back so that you can make crypto payments through Stripe. So interesting note for Stripe users there with regards to Bitcoin. Here's the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin here right now, around that 64.5 area. Definitely in a bit of a range in the last little bit in this 15-minute chart here for BTC. Bitcoin, though, is up on the day, 1.4%. Ethereum here also up about 1%, around 3,100 here. And the rest of these crypto-related names actually pretty mixed. BNB, Solana, and USDC all marginally to the downside, but a lot of these other names marginally to the upside here as well. Shiba Inu, one of the stronger ones I'm seeing here, up 1.66%. Cardano up 2/3%. Dogecoin up 1/4%. So bit of a more subdued day for a lot of crypto-related names. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. All you have to do is use the code TTV, capital letters, and you can just use this link in the description to go to the checkout.
Oh man, I didn't want to go back long on Google, but it is the long again. Oh my God. Oh, that's too bad. It's a good thing that I didn't reverse into the short through there.
Yeah, you didn't want to reverse it.
But yeah, good trading on Google. Just wow. That again, we had taken all the break bottoms every time. Not this time. I've learned my lesson with Tesla. We did get a little greedy there. We were waiting for this bottom again. I was at 167.50, but it bounced off 168 too many times there. So we're going to put another bid. We're going to put a bid now down there. So yeah, that kind of does suck for sure about Google there on that reload. I still want to go long, but it's definitely a short. So I'm going to change my sort of stance on Google for now and really just let it be. If it rips up, it rips up. I'll look at this up here now. Or maybe if we break back down below 169.60 again. Because it's just, it's too, that was tough there. It's an earnings play, so sometimes you gotta let these things breathe, obviously, and I don't feel like we're doing that enough on Google, especially for the longs. But we've taken profit on it. We're still 2 for 2 today and doing well, so that's okay. All right, Disney, nicely done to the upside, but now right at VWAP. It just came, the 200 period, just came up with a scanner there, but it's not doing anything, so I'm gonna pass on that. Ford, I think, is hitting high of day scan. Yeah.
GM's there too, but
yeah.
GM's pulling back.
Tesla's still at 169.
Oh, Google,
so we're still $1 in the money on
yeah,
Tesla.
Google
we can take that out.
So much of a turn. I actually tried to get the turn back through 170 here. Like there's the wick out bottom underneath 170. On the way back up, I did try to grab it, but just didn't get hit. Try to punch through. Like not with if I use a stop order, you get filled there, but I tried to go manually as it came back up. We'll have to back off of that one. It's gonna happen, man. Sometimes you get that wick bottom. It just means you're looking at the right level. You know what I mean? It's just, you had to either hold it through or try to get back in while adhering to your stop. NVIDIA's running right back up to the high. So as that happens, going back on over to Intel, we did get some out of Intel there underneath VWAP. The ideal situation is NVIDIA and the market continue to go higher and Intel fails underneath VWAP and confirms what we're kind of hoping is that it's going to be the dog of the day. So maybe we get 170 again on Google, but I don't want to completely ignore the other name that reported because I feel as if you're looking for something else, if the market rolls over, like Intel, Microsoft is at and holding underneath VWAP when the market's at the highs. So there's a little weakness out here in Microsoft. If it picks a direction underneath, this could be an easier thing to be playing the short side of. Is what it is. At least for now, we just got to be a little bit more patient with that Google trade. That's frustrating because if 170 was the bottom and I waited for it, I'll take a third swing if it shows itself.
All right, we can have a look. I'm trying to just trade names that are in play still. I'm looking for everything. If there's a name you guys want, I mean, everyone's talking Tesla, everyone's talking Google. If there's anything else at all that you want me to go through, I'll do that. Well, I mean, we are now $1.40 in the money on Teslas. It just faded off. Again, I'm debating just somewhat taking some of these right here, maybe even at 20 for Tesla. I just honestly, it's a little bit of a roller coaster ride, and I'm not. like we've already got a bad taste in our mouth from Google just because it's been going back and we're up on it. So what else you guys want to look at? Tesla, see again. All right, we can look at Meta. Oh, I want to look at Snapchat. That's what I meant to go to. Okay, so still 14. Not at those levels yet. I don't really want to do anything with this here. I mean, play it off 1380 could be something. Palantir is a name that we always go to. You guys know. PLTR, ooh, 2260.
Affirm is absolutely flying.
Affirm is flying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, people want to do that too. iBit, maybe there's some talk there.
Why is Affirm up so much is what I want to know.
When are Affirm's earnings? I don't think are for a while. Palantir's more like near this 23.
Affirm gets to 35 is where I would short it, but
Affirm
I'm not
35.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's actually dipping into previous resistance, turning into support. So that would be, if it holds here, that's actually bullish on Affirm, holding 33. So I would wait until 35 for a fade play. I don't know why it's up, and if I don't know why it's up, then
Come on, Tesla.
I'm generally speaking not a huge fan of Affirm, but you guys already know that. All right, so Intel's starting to work itself back down. So is NVIDIA. What is AMD doing? ARM's still at 101. AMD's back underneath that resistance level at 157.50. So it's putting in a lower high where you think it would. If you can't catch
Meta call.
Yeah, if you can't catch NVIDIA short, that gets to VWAP, AMD should get crushed. Maybe a short on the lower high. It's kind of a head and shoulders pattern as well if you're looking at it. But I'm already in Intel and ARM, so I don't need a third short.
All right, there it is, guys. Yeah, it's 8:40, so we'll figure this all out. But there it is. We'll props it up. We did get that fill, so we changed our bid on Tesla. We went into the 20s. We got that one, so that was pretty good for that Tesla push back in right there. So far, so good there on a little bit of a dip down. Now we're comfortable with our Tesla position. We've changed this to 170.10, but we're going to change that now to 170 on our last piece. And still take a little bit more short if we can get back to the upside near that 169.70 area. We'll take some more shares, and we will put our offer or our out at 170 flat if it goes back up to there. So rinse and repeat this trade as many times as we can. We like this trade for Tesla to the short side. We've liked the Google long. Meta now, let's have a look at that as it's a day two play. Should not leave day two plays alone. Obviously, Meta there, 436, all the way back up into a decent level here. This could potentially be a short here as well for Meta up near 436. It's a Dara at the big screen with 1040.
Lots of sectors, notably strong this morning, including retail trade. Amazon leading this group to the upside ahead of its earnings next week. Producer manufacturing and consumer services pretty strong as well across the board. We also have lots of strength in this tech space. Technology services and electronic technology both very strong. Technology services notably led to the upside here by Google and Microsoft on earnings. We also have health technology and finance a little bit more mixed. Health technology, notably ABBV, a bit weaker here after its earnings report. And also we're talking about energy and minerals to the downside amidst weakness in oil prices and also some disappointing earnings from XOM, Chevron, and Phillips 66, guys.
CVX, by the way, whoops, that's on Blue Ocean. There we go. Blue Ocean's an overnight dark pool market that we have available here at Real Trading. Not
we
that
went
I
short Meta.
stick around for it, but CVX is actually downside. Kind of looks a little bit nasty there. BABA is coming into that level. You're right, HPR. It is.
What's up, HPR?
Bouncing off that 75.50, but it's not where I like it yet. So if it works to VWAP, it wasn't. My setup was 75, not 75.5. So I'm willing to sit that one out because that's not the price I wanted.
So we just took Meta and it immediately went $1 in the money. It's now 80 cents in the money. So we just talked about flipping over into a day two play, found this level right there, and it's just a strategy that we do. So we'll wait to see if we can get about $1.50 in the money here. We'll take out half. That's kind of where we're looking at. We've got VWAP up here at 440, and then we've got the 50-period moving average at 438.50. So, you know, in and around there are going to be some interesting levels for me, but a little bit of a breakdown here on Meta. If it goes, I think this should be a good trade for us off of a day two play. Yesterday, Meta really battled back all day, and today it's getting hit, right? So on a market that's up, how much? 1.25, 1.5?
1.5.
They're down 1.5 almost. So let's see if Meta can, oh, there it is. We just got it. Okay. I mean, what exactly is going on here? We just put this on, and we just put on $1.50 right there for Meta. So, I mean, yeah, these trades are pretty good so far here today. We're pretty happy with the way we've been executing. So let's see if now we get a pushback. We'll reload this thing. Watch out for 440 break, but we're short Meta right now, and it's cruising. We just took $1 and change on Tesla, $1.50 on Tesla, and $1.50 plus on Meta. So things working out over here right now. It's 4:30, and then what we're going to talk about just real quick is what's for lunch. All right, so today it's something pretty simple. It is something that you do not cook on a barbecue, although I've seen some crazy TikToks about people doing this. It's spaghetti bolognese. So I don't know. I guess it's going to be spaghetti. Could be any sort of a pasta.
I'll be happy for the salad.
It'll be good. I'm excited again. We had tuna on the salad one time this week. I think we had egg salad on the salad. And we had pieces of chicken. Oh, we had salmon, leftover salmon on the salad.
Well, actually, I like the salmon.
The other day.
Today, I'll be happy to, have a nice light salad. Going to the game tonight, probably going to be eating some ballpark fare is the best way to put it.
Yes.
Yes, I'll be eating that style, which means the salad's going to be good for me. But of course, now Google's at VWAP. So Google, look, 170 was the right level, but yeah, like that's a bummer. We waited for the 170 level. We had it. Again, my style trade. I'm going to take the out and then look to get back in, but we missed the punch at 70s back up through. So I'm not chasing the move. We'll wait for it to come back into the downside. It's just a weird morning where, like I was right about the right level for the long, but you played a little bit conservative and it doesn't work out. So my style of trading didn't really work out for Alphabet. We do have to wait for the next move. Artemis, it is Jays versus Dodgers. We're there for Ohtani, missing Yamamoto by 1 day. But we'll see if Shohei Ohtani hopefully not hit any bombs against us. I did take an out on Intel. I'm going to show you why. The market got back up to the highs and we were pressing a higher low. I'm like, I'll take a little bit out more at VWAP because this is still putting in higher lows. Got to be careful. Intel is now short sell restricted, so even it can catch a bid in a situation like that. So we're still just working with the same names. Wow. We meant to trade Snapchat if it's set up, but Snapchat, I don't know what to tell you about Snapchat. Like, it doesn't try to fill the gap. It can't hold above VWAP, so it's trending down without breaking the low, which is just a little bit weird. It's setting up a flat bottom break, but that hold of the low up 24%, I just feel like the shorts are probably a little scared right now on Snapchat as the market's at the high of the day. If this can hold VWAP, I think you start looking for some longs above VWAP on Snapchat. That I thought we'd be filling the gap in a little bit more, and then you could go for the long. Ed Miles, what's up with Vladdy? Yeah, he'll be fine. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, you think he's bad now. Wait till he gets paid. Okay, so here we go. Tesla, let's just wait to see again. This is going to be a stock that's moving around. We're very light on everything. We still have this meta trade. It is 70 cents against us. I am not reload. Oh, well, now we're at the 50 period. This is moving fast and furious. I got to change all my stops. No, VWAP is still legit, but we're at the 50 period now on meta, so I want to take something here. I just put offer, enter, and the thing just went down 80 cents. So that's how
that means there's algo
fragile these trades are. Like, you could just drop on someone just pushing offer enter, literally 80 cents. That's a problem. So all right, let's wait to see what happens here. Maybe we'll get hit on the upside, but we still do have our stop breaking through. Actually, I don't even have a stop out. Breaking through 440 was going to be that stop, so I'm just going to put that out right now. If it breaks it, it breaks it. This is how I trade. Very simply put, like, wait for the opportunities. Take some trades, get the shares in there, look for your stop, try to make as best educated guess as you possibly can on where this wicked market will stop. And we'll take a fill right here at 40.
Right here, maybe?
37.80. Yeah, you're above 17.8. That's the problem.
But look at above 17.8. Like, we've been above 17.8 before, and we can't seem to punch through the next level. So look, I've been sitting in the same shorts pretty much. Some reloads in there when you get the chance, but Intel, it's shown me the second level has been good. There's not much to do here. It's either you're taking some profit at VWAP, which I've already done again, or I'm waiting for it to get back up to 31.50. Roku, we might be able to get a fill here on Roku above VWAP for a money fill. but it's held that bottom at 56. This is SSR. This takes out 58 quarter. This actually could be a runner to set upside on Roku. I got my eyes on NVIDIA because we got to be a little bit concerned with that. Elise, good point there. Don't sleep on Rubrik.
Oh, yeah.
You know, shout out to Elise. I totally forgot about I have no idea what this is going to look like when I pull it up, but I forgot about the IPO yesterday. We traded it to light success yesterday, but that was all of the success I had, and it was the long off 38, and then I actually had a small piece when it broke down. And yeah, there's not much happening, but it's got a nice little upward trend into a potential breakout. If this breaks 38.5, I'd watch out. The volume's kind of shady, though. That's my caution. Volume's definitely shady. I think we're looking at sticking with what is in play today. And the only thing that I intended on being in that hasn't happened is Snapchat. You know, like Snapchat, it's still a little bit boring. Up 24%, I just can't see it holding a 30-cent range for too much longer. So either it's flat bottom breaking or we get a breakout above VWAP at 14. I have 14.25 would be the breakout on Snapchat.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle of that range, so I guess we're not doing anything with it just yet.
So we are out now $1 on Meta, and it's on more shares. So we have the same position, but doubled. So being out $1 is going to be like out $2. We already took $1.50 right there, so it's negative for now. Maybe a push back into the 50 period can get us a little bit out there at 437.50. We're short at 438. The stock is at 438.50. So nothing to really be worried about. But NVIDIA what? Is ripping again, probably.
870?
I mean, look at the market. We probably picked the wrong poison here. We should have just bought dips in NVIDIA. What? Oh my God, it went to the 50 period there. I'm looking short 50 period on Meta when the long 50 period on NVIDIA, a super strong stock today, should have been the one.
Yep.
You know, and that's what we do. You look at things, you second guess, you triple guess, and then you go for something, like we said. But I'm not going to second guess my decisions. I still like this. It's just you are to whoever's point that was before, Jonathan or something, about missing the better trades. And I mean,
no, but you have
did I miss this Google trade? I mean, it just broke through 170. It's now up $1.50 from there. You have to sort of prioritize what opportunities you think are the better ones and go for them. And you can't see everything, which is why we do look often to the chat for some good ideas. Yeah, Rainey's got on the spiffy shoes there. All right, here comes Meta back in. So it's finally now in the money for us. Meta now almost. Just flashed down. There it is. Now we're in the money for Meta. Let's see if we get a push down. I'm bidding 437.25 now on Meta. Let's see if that can fall in here. There it is, man. Let's go Meta. Downside push here. Will this market hold out? Let's go find out what money talks with Adara.
Nice green candle here, making up for more than what we lost yesterday. We had some economic data to discuss. We had PCE numbers for both for month over month, core and PCE, both coming in exactly as expected here, 0.3%. However, the core numbers coming in higher than expected. Core PCE year over year, 2.8% versus 2.6%. PCE index year over year, 2.7% versus 2.6% expected. So both of these higher than estimated. Michigan consumer sentiment coming in a little bit lower than the estimate and the previous number here. 77.2% versus 77.8% expected and 77.2 versus 77.8 expected and 79.4 prior. So interesting numbers there for the core PCI and consumer sentiment. Worth noting as well, next week we have the FOMC meeting, so stay tuned for that coming May 1st. Also on May 1st, we get JOLTS job openings. So it'll be interesting to see how the Fed reacts to that much lower than expected GDP print we got yesterday, guys.
Oh, it'll be big to see. But, you know, we got a lot coming in next week as well. We always talk about this being the granddaddy of earnings, but next week ain't no slouch either. So stay tuned. The other thing, remember, when you check out the podcast, when you stick around to the end, you get the preview of what's coming around next week. So make sure you tune in. I will listen to it on Sunday. I'm more of a market prep guy on Sunday, so I like to listen to podcasts and look at my charts on a Sunday, but it's out on Saturday morning, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you'll be able to check out the podcast. Now, NVIDIA, I'm going to show you NVIDIA, and I'm executing on ARM. You guys can obviously see that. NVIDIA just made a bit of a double top. That's a legit wick that failed 890. I was in ARM 3 times, first scalped down into 180, and then stopped out, back in the short off 165 with the same high. Gonna scalp underneath 101 and look to hold into 100. But I got my eyeballs on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA is taking out highs and I can still take profit, I probably do that. It's just a way of managing, because I feel like NVIDIA can lead the way for a lot of those chip names. So we're in the money now, but I want to fill underneath 101 there. Intel, I'm not reloading until we get up into the 3140s. Like the top is 3150. The first pop, I said I would short the first available pop on Intel. I shorted the second one, not the first. And then we got the third one as well. It's the third one that's working. We'll be patient on that fourth. If it gets back up in here to 31.5, that is the level I want to short. HPR saying double bottom on Alibaba. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. It's still holding. Maybe 75.50 is a bit of a thing for a small entry point. I would just rather be trying along in something strong.
Yeah.
Like the market's punching through highs, and like obviously NVIDIA would have been a good long, but this is what I'm saying. Like if you go into something that's easy or that's trending, like the second you get filled off a support level, you'll be in the money instantly. Like it's just working for you instead of trying to catch a falling sword. So I want something like that. Snapchat. Oh, Snapchat's still kind of hugging here. I feel like it's coiling up to go. I got a breakout at 1425 on Snapchat. This is a gap up for a potential gap and go. I just like to see it do the go part. But catching a falling knife, I don't want to be doing that at this point. Not when the market's breaking highs.
Right. What's the opposite of catching a falling knife? Like I'm sitting here shorting a ripper here in Meta. So this is going to take 440, it looks like. That's going to suck for us. But we're only short at 438.60, so this will be, we went 2 for 2 with those first 2 ideas, and now, just like we said, man, we got to, talk about our winners and our losers, and this one, temporarily a loser and about to break through 440. I've double-checked my stop. It is in there, so if we do get that break, then that's what's going to happen. But it's a rip up to VWAP again. We started it there at the 50 period. That fill probably right here at 4. It's just because where we were at 439-ish. I liked that fill there, but it did come back in. We could have taken it out. We talked about that when we went to Adara. Meta was in the money, and then all of a sudden, we just had a nice spike up as the futures now take out the day's high, back up to 17,860. So this continues to go higher against us right now, the market, and here it goes, breaking through 440. I'm out on a break. So this will be a $1.40 of a hit, and here it goes. No, there it goes, out for that. So obviously, that's going to be a mistake. Not a mistake. That's going to be a losing trade right there. So
there's a big distinction between mistakes and losing trades.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why
I don't abide by following your plan and calling it a mistake.
Right. Yeah.
You can't do that when you're trading. You've got to be able to, like I was long 3 times on NVIDIA today, and it's the strongest stock, and I lost all 3 times. But I followed my plan, so I lost. I didn't make a mistake, I lost. What you can do is try to find better execution plan. Like what I could have done is start working into a different execution plan, which could have been like a VWAP hold, wait for a consolidation long, like this one in here would have worked out. Like there's ways in which you could do better. It's just a matter of, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. NVIDIA 900 today, top VoIP. I hope so. We all own it in our long term, so I'm kind of hoping for that. I'm happy Google is up. Alphabet, it was another frustrating one, but it's starting to creep to VWAP. And if you look at the actual trend, it's been still down, holding VWAP. It needs to break the trend by holding on to VWAP, I think. If it can do that, then I don't mind looking for something different. But yeah, it's going to bounce off VWAP. I don't know if you're probably mentioning Google there. I'm still in ARM and probably gonna get a reload soon on Intel. But instead of sitting out in front of this level, I've let it get up there. Google. And then when it bounces down, I've been getting short and then into VWAP. Then let it make the high and then get in on the other side. Let it make another wick, then get in on the other side. So I'm not sitting out in front of it, and that's because it's short sell restricted. When it's SSR and it's bouncing and trending up, I'm not sitting on the offer in front of the level. I'm seeing it hold the level and then get more short. So very specific entry plan there. Is what it is. I'm going to take I just realized, like, I have not been drinking enough water.
Oh, my God.
this morning. What's going on?
Oh. I mean, remember we said that, like, this happens a couple times a day? I mean, there it is again for me. It's happened now twice. We have the bottom in Google, and it looks like we have the top in Meta.
Heard my name.
So there's the short. We take $1 back in on the short. We take 90 cents back in on the short. We're still short now, but we had more shares at the high side. We don't have it now. We still have shares. This is going to be a good trade, hopefully. Let's see if we can get it now back down to 435 and change. But for right now, that's too bad that we had just gotten out of that one. Okay. Anyways, nice move back down for Meta. Could still take it out, 440.40 for the high there if it does make a move. Google, of course. There's that bottom. We didn't make the exact bottom, which is good, but that's a retracement all the way back to VWAP. So instead of shorting things at VWAP, maybe the best thing to do, as we've said, is to go long on these names. But again, only up 10% today is Google. That long has been pretty good. So yeah, again, maybe a pullback to 50 is something we can look at for that. Snapchat didn't get to our levels. I'm seeing if anything else is moving. We're still in Tesla, but we're getting ready to get out of that one. We sort of talked about where we're waiting for this. Up breaking through 170 is the stop there for Tesla. So we'll get into some more shares soon, but a break of 170 is that trade. So that's what there we go. Now we're into Tesla. Let's see what happens here. This market's starting to get heated, which is too bad. I'm still mad. Not mad, but it's too bad about Google. That's
well,
everything else is what it is.
But I always say, like, if you make the bottom wick, you've done something right, and that was identify the area to make a decision. You know, you've got the price level right if you make a top or a bottom wick. NVIDIA just curled again off of 870. Like, I don't know how many times it's going to do this, but at least once more, and every time it does, I use it as an opportunity to get filled in ARM. But look at this. That's not a triple top on a 3-minute, but I'll call it a double top because you have two separate instances. Intel is right at that 50 level. It did put a little curl in here, but it's actually still trending up. So I did see the wick and got in when it bounced off to 50, but it's still trending higher. If it breaks that 50, I'll jump out. I don't mind getting wicked out and then jumping back into the trade, especially with NVIDIA reversing. But we'll have to be a little bit careful here because it is bouncing higher. Still no Snapchat, which I'm perfectly fine with. If it does nothing, I do nothing. You know, either it breaks at 25 or we're looking to go long above VWAP, or I'm sitting Snapchat out for the rest of the day. I think that's probably the most disappointing thing, is thinking Snapchat up 25% was going to give us some trades, and then it didn't. So let's check out Alphabet here. If it can hold VWAP, that's great. Otherwise, we've got to wait out for it. I'm not really seeing any obvious entries here. I'm not going to jump into this long. Market's trying to push through those highs. I got eyeballs on NVIDIA to ensure that ARM and Intel kind of work out. Roku was a reload, and then a bounce off 57. Here's the local. I'll come back to my chart here. Just one last thing before we go. Roku was a reload here at the 57.5, and then we got some out 57. But just like Intel, if it takes out the top, we have to jump out of that trade. So we've been sitting in the consolidation short, scalping it, but there it goes. It just broke through that high. So we're only left with ARM, Intel, maybe a Snapchat breakout trade, but it's time to learn to trade with Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
Tesla. We didn't even look at Apple. Oh my God.
Nope. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That in the lovely green right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have the Chilean Nightmare or Ram saying, thank God it is Friday. Absolutely. It's gonna be a beautiful weekend here in Toronto. I personally cannot wait for it to start. So pleased about that. We already have Big Bob Dub already in the chat. We got JC Finance. I see you, Sofa Monster. We got Telfino Martin. We got Chiron J. Stock up, sir. What's up, man? Robert Dixon. Dan the man. Emmons already dropping his levels for the future in the chat. Love it, Dan. Get right to business, baby. PC Hoon, we got Asta, we got Damn, Christopher Holcomb, we got Charlie Taft, 605, T-Dot. Roger Lima, JF Trader. We got Anurag, Razin, Joe Finero, I believe that is, and Shannon Gregory. Everybody joining us today. I want to let you know that we are brought to you by... Okay, wait a minute. Okay, no problem. So a couple of seconds. How are you? Good morning, Adara. How's everything with you?
Things are good. Thank you very much. I am trying to get into my TSLA, and I missed my entry by a couple cents. So that means the only way to go in this market in terms of my mentality is to the upside, because right now we're a little displeased that we missed that TSLA. Oh. But that, that means we're going to be more on the ball for next time. Also, I did just sit down in my defense. But I like this area here, this VWAP bounce, which in context is going to be this VWAP. But right now we're going to be talking about
the production team is literally counting me down to when I have to do the read. We are brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomato score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/TraderTV to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event like whether Boeing will have a new CEO by the end of this year. They will. Currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and Boeing has, what am I doing? 76 cents each, and Boeing has announced a new CEO by the end of the year, and you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Shout out to the folks there at Kalshi. Make sure to use that scan code right there for the direct link to Kalshi. All right, let's get right to business, baby. Lots to talk about today, Adara. I'm just going to quickly look at some of these mega cap names before we jump in the lesson du jour. If we can get to the chart, please, guys. There we go. All right, so I'm looking at a couple things. First and foremost, I'm looking at the Amazonian. I'm looking at a possible 180 short if it makes its way up into that $10 level on Amazon. That is a level that I've charted from yesterday, and we didn't really get into it today. That is except for that 830 quick print there, but that was not at my desk. So 180 Amazon, I'm looking for that. Also keeping an eye on the future, 17.9, very close to that level at the moment. We popped into 17.886, so we're a couple of shekels away from the 100-point level. I want to see what's going on there. And Tesla, it's been awfully range bound here with this 170 and a quarter. I'm getting the nod from the range trader, so I feel good about myself right now. This 170 and a quarter area, that's where we closed out yesterday. Technically, the closing print was 170.14, and we have been below that essentially since we retraced below that level at 820 this morning. So that is a level I want to see whether it holds up or not, or whether there's a range trade to be had on that. So keeping my eyes on those bad boys. But today we have a bit of a special lesson. We're talking a little bit about options, not something that we often talk about too much on the show. So let's get right to it. But obviously, it's options trading within the bigger context of bull flag patterns. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So let's get right to business. So the bull flag, as I mentioned yesterday, beckons with its promise of rising prices. But what if you could magnify your potential gains while limiting your risk? Sounds like a deal. Option spreads offer an attractive strategy within this bullish pattern. But as we often do, let's just start by defining some basic terminologies here. So the option spreads, imagine a ladder instead of climbing a wall directly. Option spread allow you to take a bullish stance without directly buying a call option. They involve combining two or more options contracts with different strike prices and or expiration dates to create a defined risk and profit profile. So the bull call spread in a bull flag. This is how it works. So a bull call spread is a popular strategy for the bull flag. One, you buy a call option. You purchase a call option with a specific strike price, like say 25 bucks, that gives you the right but not the obligation, to buy the stock back at the price by the expiration date. And then simultaneously, you sell a higher strike call option. So you sell another call option with a higher strike price, example, 27 bucks instead of 25, and the same or earlier expiration date. This is called selling call. This is called the selling call against your initial call purchase. So that is the technique here. You're buying a call option on one, and you're selling a higher strike call option on the other side. So two parts to this technique. So the bullish advantage is as follows. One, you have limited risk in this context. Unlike buying a single call option where your losses are potentially not unlimited, but limited to the amount of money that you spent on the option, your risk in a bull call spread is capped to the difference between the strike price you bought and sold minus the premium paid for the spread. I'll repeat that one more time. So your risk in a bull call spread is capped to the difference between the strike prices you bought and sold minus the premium paid for the spread. So that is one element of the advantage there. There is limited risk to this strategy. And there's a profit potential here. I mean, that's what we're all doing this for, right? If the stock price rises above the strike price, we were talking about 25, or 27 for the sold call, by the expiration date. So if the stock price rises above the strike price by the expiration date, you can potentially profit from the difference between the lower strike price you bought, the bought call, and the purchase price. So that is a decent look there. And here's an example. I just wanted to bring this in because I didn't put it in the PowerPoint. So here's an example. Imagine a stock is trading at $23 and it forms a bull flag, okay? You believe the price will continue to rise because we know what bull flags are. They're continuation patterns. We're looking for the price to continue, maybe not right away, but after that prolonged period of consolidation or short, whatever it is, we're looking for the price to continue north. So that we have a bias long. So imagine a stock trading at 23 bucks and it forms a bull flag. You believe the price will continue to rise. So you execute a bull call spread by one, buying a call option with a strike price of $25, say for a premium of $2, and then simultaneously sell a call option with a strike price of $27, say for the premium of $1. So your max risk, and if I can show this, your maximum risk is limited to 27 minus 25 minus $1 for the premium fees, so it's $1. So obviously it's not going to work so cut and dry in real life. Obviously you're going to have to experiment with this to make sure it fits your risk profile and how you trade, but that is kind of the general idea of this strategy. Okay, so let's get back to the PowerPoint here. So your maximum gain and loss. So calculate your maximum gain and loss for your bull call spread in order to understand the potential risk and reward of your trade. So your maximum gain here, very important. Subtract your lower strike price from your higher strike price, then subtract your premium. You always have to subtract your premium because you're going to pay that no matter what. The market maker's got to get paid, baby. Multiply that number by the amount of shares in the contract, usually it's 100 shares per contract, to figure out your maximum gain. Your max loss is going to be a similar calculation. So you're going to take the cost of the purchase call option and subtract the premium received from the sold call option. Again, take the cost of the purchased call option and subtract the premium received from the sold call option. Then multiply that number, the net premium, by the amount of shares in the contract to figure out your maximum loss. So to summarize, use the difference between the strike prices and as the basis for the max gain calculation, and the difference between the option costs for the max loss. That's essentially what we're trying to do there, okay? And here are some details for beyond the basics. Obviously, we've painted the best case scenario, but that typically doesn't unfold in such a straightforward manner. So spreads offer defined risk, but remember these key points. You need to understand how options operate. Spreads, say that again, Katina, man. Meta is absolutely, is it tanking or going up? The Katina Man is short, Meta 442, and it's well, right now I'm looking right at it, it's 438.40, so someone's $4 in the money. So shout out to the Katina Man. He's saying the market is pulling back aggressively. So if you're in a trade and it's one of these Mag 7 names, yeah, double check on it. So you got to make sure you understand options. Spreads require a good understanding of option mechanics and Greeks, like your deltas, your betas, your gammas, measures of the option sensitivity, obviously. You also have to have a firm understanding of expiration dates. So choose an expiration date that aligns with your trading time frame for the bull flag pattern. Are you looking for a short swing or are you looking for a longer swing? Is it going to be 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months? Are you doing it intraday? Are you doing 0 days to expiry options? So you need to understand the time frame in which you're trading, very important. And the volatility, man. Option premiums are sensitive to volatility. When the volatility goes up, the premium is going to go up as well. Consider the impact of the volatility on your potential profits and losses. And a little bonus tip, excuse me, spread. That's a new word. Explore different spread variations like bull spreads for a more complex but potentially income-generating strategy within a bull flag. I know it's a little bit different today, but I want to point that out, that it's not just buying and selling equities that you can profit from bull flags. There is an option strategy as well.
I like that. And also, I like Expread because I thought it was going to be like Express. It's like you're expressing yourself through the bull call spread. I don't know, but I liked Expread. And I think, as you always say, we always like made up words here on how to trade. So I have to applaud Expread just a moment here. Also, I want to applaud NVIDIA or NVDL for being a G. So this market is a little bit to the downside right now, as was mentioned in the chat, as Sean mentioned very astutely and Sharif mentioned as well. But this NVDL, I like this. I'll get the level in NVDA. So we had this kind of flat top break. I tried to get in on an NVDL, wasn't able to get in. That's all right. But look where we are seeing some support. That's right, that flat top. It's not perfect, mind you, but it's close enough. And I will say, I felt emboldened in this trade when we got to 80s and bounced. Now we're probably not going to bounce. And now I think we will be getting out. But every time we get to that 80s level, because 80s is my out, we get to 80s, we bounce. And I'm like, I kind of like that look. Right now, though, I don't. We're decidedly below. So we're getting out. Please just punch. I can re-enter here if I really want to. So we took 2 L's so far this morning. We also had a little small L here on the TQs. Again, I like that we had a little bit of support. We lost it. I got out. So I can't complain about my entry on this. Maybe I could have switched short on these, but I didn't really have any defined levels with which to do so. And I noticed yesterday I had, I think, my best day since going live. And I'm not saying it was like massive profit or anything, but it was the day that I felt the most successful. The P&L reflected that. But I think that was because I traded very few stocks, and B, I always got in win or lose on levels I really liked. And so having that confidence in the levels, I think that was what was able to have me execute the trades. And that's what I'm looking to continue today. Also, thank you guys for the compliments for the hair. Much appreciated. I see in the chat. Also, Pretty Panda wants to look at CGC. So let's take a look at some of these. Or I think wheat in general, don't know necessarily CGC, but I like this VWAP hold. Someone's feeling a little scalpy off
that
this
looks
VWAP hold.
good.
The only thing I don't like are the lower highs, but I do like that we have this 880. Oh, Derek, get in. You're going to get in. I need to figure out what my risk is going to be. Let's risk, what is this, 972? Okay, so we're going to risk 8 pennies. I'm trying to make 20. I am okay with that very specific fraction. Let's make it happen. And then, yes, basically what I'm going to do, I have enough where I can take out twice. I'm going to take out some, probably 92s, save a piece for the dream around 10s. I'm okay with this, but it has to go in my side chart, so I remember that I'm involved. If it's on your side chart, it stays in your heart, or I guess on your mind, but that's all good. What else are people looking at let's see what else is happening here as well. Apple, some people are a fan of your Apple trades. So
yeah, it's at VWAP, so I'm taking a shot here, Dara. I mean, I'm gonna give it a decent stop. I'm trying to give it a little bit of room, but I do like this CGC trade. I'd like to get something really towards the low end if possible. I know I'm being picky with a $9 name, and that may not be a good idea here, but yeah, why not? Right down into CGC, what is happening, bruh? So CGC, the bottom dropping off. Let me see where the volume weighted average price is. Didn't get right into this. Okay, so we did break VWAP here at 978 or 979 or thereabouts in the mid 60s. Now, what is the move here, Sharif? Okay, I'm trying to think this through. Yeah, okay, so if the basis upon which I was going to get into this trade was a range trade, that means an outlier move is not the move that I was gauging. So even though it does look like a discount, I am not going to get in here. Let's nurse that Apple trade and see exactly what the situation is. So we're right back at VWAP here on the dead one Apple. And the thing is about this one, you saw this, I was telling the Katina man there right when we started the show, this one popped aggressively through 171. It made a 171 and a third touch. With the same viciousness that it was able to accelerate, it decelerated down right into the volume weighted average price. So I said to myself, okay, well, we had a lot of respect for whatever reason, again, with VWAP this morning on our way up here with AAPL, saving except for these wicks. But the closing prints all north of volume weighted average price. Take a shot. It's a calculated risk. I'll look to get out on the break of a new low there. So the candle that brought us down went into 41s. So for breaks 41s, I'm gonzino. But at the top of the show, I mentioned TSLA and this level here at 170 that I liked. That is now broken. This looks like a rounded bottom, guys. Shout out to the Nos boss and congratulations, obviously, on the birth of his second child?
Second, I think.
Second?
Not first.
Yeah, not first. The whole point is to look for a possible dip. I don't want to chase Tesla at these levels because it is, it is a stressful beast. So I'd rather look to take something as a dip. Now, exactly where is going to be a bit of a trick here. Obviously, I like the closing print better, but that looks like it's come and gone. You know, that it may not come into that level anymore. So we'll see exactly what got. Chile Nightmare said that was a good spot to put it. He said that was like out of the way of the keyboard. You're hurting his ears, Ram. He's like, whoa, 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 there's too much happening. Yeah, no, I really like this Tesla trade here. I'm not going to chase it. So let's go ahead and go to the next screen. And, if we miss Tesla, we miss it. Simple as that. Okay, I'm going to put a dip trade to defend 170. So I'm going to go ahead and sit at 170 and a quarter because I like 25 because I'm born on the 25th. And that's one of my lucky numbers. So I'm going to go ahead and sit at 25 there. We'll see if we get filled. If we do, great. If we don't, then we miss out on that trade. All right, go Apple. We're about to get filled here on a beak wetter, and there it is. So VWAP does hold on the dead one today. Shout out to Apple. Let's go back up to 171 a third, baby. That's quite ambitious on my part, though. Well,
I like that.
Yeah,
you got this. let it Tim cook, Sharif.
Yes, ma'am.
Let it Tim cook.
I'm good with that.
Also, NVDL, I'm a little disappointed that we did miss the opportunity to get involved in this. I was trying to get involved at 85. Well, initially 81s. That was probably too conservative. Then I tried 85s. We get to 86s, and then NVDL's like, I'd like to rip now, thank you. So you know what? That's cool. Do your thing. If you bounce, I'm getting in. I think NVIDIA is giving you at least a 15-penny range, if not another potential breakout here. I like that we rested. I like this 80s level. I said that I initially did get out because we dipped into it because my initial entry point was too high. But now I'm more comfortable with this level, so I'm okay with this. We're going to have to wait and see how we do with the NVDL, if it gives you that opportunity. Also, I got smoked on CGC, pun so intended, unfortunately, but I'm happy with where I got out. So before I could even react, before I could even like la-di-da, it dies. And you know what, I'm kind of disappointed at myself because I said lower highs. I should have known not to get involved in this until I had the opportunity to maybe short it. But you know what, that's my bad. What I'm gonna do is learn from this. Adara, if you're not 100% confident in a range, if you're seeing a setup that maybe negates the range you had in mind, be patient.
Ma'am.
Be patient so you don't get smoked, which is not what we want here, especially on CGC. That pun is a little bit too apt, unfortunately. So nice look on CGC there. Beautiful look on this. What else are people looking at here? Let me take a, I agree with you on Tesla, but I don't have an entry point for it right now. NVDL, that's the big fish. That's the big kahuna I'm trying to be cooking up today. So I want to wait because we're kind of seeing a little bit of waffling, so I want to see another retest, some more proof. Q's getting a little bit rangy though, the QQs. I will be trading the TQs, but I like that we kind of have this chop and churn, lower highs. Could be a Christmas tree retracement. If we get another bite of the apple at that 431.12, which is going to be Qs, and it's also going to be 55.40 on the TQs, this is probably going to be where I have to go short. I like it. I like that we're waffling until we make that move to the downside. But speaking of taking bites out of apples, I know you had your ambitious exit point there for Apple.
Yeah, I know. We're good. We're in the mid 60s at the moment. But I wanted to mention this possible trade here. So I told you guys I'm looking 180 short on the Amazonian, right? I'm looking to get dip trade here, 170 defend on the Cybertruck. But I'm also looking at the soft one. And the reason is because it's been rejecting the 50 period, not just once, but twice. Maybe we get OB thrice. So if we make it back up there in a 411 and a half, 411 and a quarter, depending on where the 50 period is at the time, I'll be looking to get short. Now, I'm unsure if this is a 412 rejection or a 50 period rejection. So I guess we're going to find out if we make our way back there on Microsoft. So I'm looking possible short here on Softy. It's up 2.5%, but realistically, it was, I don't want to call it a mixed report. It wasn't a mixed report, but the guide was a little light for some things. Okay, and that's why we didn't skyrocket 10% like goggles. So we'll continue to watch Microsoft if we have a big move up. 411 and a quarter, 411 and a half. It's really going to depend on where the 50 period is. We'll look to get it in there for Softy. So I'm keeping my eyes on that. I'm also noticing Meta. Interesting look here. So we just finished talking about the 50 period on Softy. Look how the 50 period is featuring on Meta's 5-minute chart. So we've had basically 4 5-minute candles, 4 out of 5. The last 4 out of 5 5-minute candles have all rejected off the 50 period. Maybe not the wicks, but certainly the closing prints. This is the only candle that really didn't touch the 50 period and looked like a bit of a hammer candle off VWAP. So whatever reason here, something is afoot with the 50 period and Meta. So we'll be looking possibly to short at that level. Oh, and this thing I completely failed to look for here. So there is a reason why we're rejecting there. It doesn't look like it's a 50 period. It looks like the closing print from Meta yesterday is 441 and a third. So after giving up the ghost on the closing print yesterday, after this double top over here, we're now hovering below the closing print from yesterday. So maybe it isn't the 50 period. Maybe it is just the closing print. So we'll keep eyes on that. We haven't got filled on Tesla, and we're still in the dead one Apple at the moment, looking for a VWAP hold. I mean, there's really nothing more to this trade than a VWAP hold. So we'll continue to watch that, Adair.
Yeah, I still don't have anything that I'm involved with, guys. I had some trades earlier today. I should have just had my dip buy set in NVDL because it did take off a little bit, but all good in the hood. Being cautious, waiting for opportunities. I have Snapchat up here right now because some people were mentioning Snap. This is not one I have any reads on right now. However, I do like these 2 bearish candles in a row. That being said, this is an earnings game, so I'm not going to take anything on just 2 candles. Patience. It is on my side chart, and we're going to wait and see what happens here. NVDL, that's the main thing I'm really salivating over, though. I'm really upset I missed my opportunity. But that's all good. You gotta shake it off. Keep going. It was all a dream. These markets are not a dream, though. They feel like a dream. I'm sure right now there's some opportunities for bears and bulls. But Kendall Lopez, thank you so much for pointing this out. We have a bull flag on SMCI on the 5-minute chart. Indeed, we do.
Oh, wow.
However, now we're consolidating below the 90 EMA, so I'm not actually sure this will have a bull breakout. I'm going to make a semi-bold prediction here.
It's a good look.
This consolidation below the 90 EMA, not a great look for me. I don't know. I mean, I know.
And it's scary. I mean,
terrifying.
It's SMCI.
That's the thing as well. I want to be very cautious. Like, I totally see what you mean, Kendall Lopez. I agree. It very much is forming like a bull flag, but it doesn't mean it'll manifest.
It was a $2 spread a second ago. $2. I mean, how do you trade that on a prop floor? I don't know. Not with my buying power and my shutdown anyway.
That's hard.
So
I like this range earlier, but again, if it wasn't SMCI, this would be a great range. But it is SMCI, so it's a little bit scurry. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's have a look at the small cap gappers. There was a lot when I sat down today to make the small cap gapper charts. Here we go, guys. NIVF. I had a dip trade set up on this one. I had to cancel it because I had to do the lesson, but this one is holding above the volume weighted average price. It is day number, 4 or 5 for this name. This is not a new name today, so don't really be, panicking, looking for a catalyst. It's a holdover, I think from earlier in the week, maybe late last week, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, we're above $2 and we're above VWAP. So that is a good look there for NIVF, but we are making lower highs. Kind of looks bull flaggish, But you know, these small cap gappers, they have a way of luring you in and taking your money. So, one sec, remind me later, one day. Okay, Trade Ideas always wants attention. Anyway, so NIVF, I'll definitely be interested in something on this bad boy here. Definitely looks really good. Look at this one. There's a lot of small cap gappers that are tradable right now. SBFM, a cool 27% a quarter, sub $1 today, started its life at 81 pennies, knocked on the door of $1.10. But now it's doing the dance here above a buck. It's fighting a little above a buck, a little below a buck. We'll see how this one resolves. VWAP on this bad boy, 95 pennies. So we're trading above the volume weighted average price. All the check marks beside this name, definable pre-market high, above pre-market high, above VWAP. All the ones I'm showing you, I believe, are tradable under my system. And then another one, CGEM. Look at this monster. What is this? 19 a quarter print. Goes up to 25 uninterrupted. That looks like a buy program if I've ever seen one. These are all uninterrupted green candles. And VWAP on this one, 24 bucks. Look for something as a retracement off a key level of support. Not much in the way of price action support here, at least on the 5, because it was just uninterrupted to the high side. But the volume weighted average price hanging out at 24 bucks. That could be an interesting dip trade. HWH, another 27, 28% banger. Got off the schneid there at 1 2/3. That was the closing print. We knocked on the door of 2 1/3, but alas, nobody opened. We went up to about 228 trading. Also, you guessed it, above the volume weighted average price. That's hanging out at $2.05 on my chart. And another one, WIMI, WIMI, another decent move here. An 89 penny stock, knocked on the door of $1.10, now trading at 103, trying to hold VWAP as well. These are all interesting. And last but not least, AGEN. AGEN? I don't know what this is. That's a bit of a bigger stock, closed out at 8 1/3 yesterday. We almost got into 11, 1098 HOD. It's dancing with a 10 period right now. VWAP on this one is 990. All of these, if I have a system where they have to have a definable pre-market high, they'll have to have broken that pre-market high after the bell, and they have to be trading above VWAP for me to get into them. All 6 of these are have those criteria, so we'll keep eyes on the small caps. I know it is a big cap day today with all those earnings, but I can't control that there's 6 good small caps here, Adara.
You can't control it.
No.
You shouldn't have to. Yeah. You really shouldn't have to. So thank you, Sharif, for giving the small caps a shout out. I also want to shout out, I'm going to make sure I get the right person in the chat here who mentioned this. Tex, thank you for mentioning Soxel, SOXL. This is not one I trade, but I do, or usually, but I like that we had this kind of range. And I like also this bottoming wick candle that Tex mentioned in the chat as well. And I like taking stuff off the 90 MA. I talk about the 90 MA ad nauseum. We're besties. Sometimes, she betrays me. She'll, steal a couple bucks or whatever. But we're all good. We're all good, the 90 MA. But so basically, thank you. But so I like this. I initially wanted 58s. We get to 57s and we run away like a scared puppy. So I said, Soxel, don't like that. We switched to 56s. So it'll be a 16 penny winner. I can live with that. I was risking into 32. So I was risking 8 pennies. I can make 16. That's a 2-to-1 risk to reward. I don't like, though, how hesitant we're getting. We're getting very skittish, and now we're kind of curling down on that 90 MA, which I, of course, do not enjoy. So let's see how we do here on the SOSX here. Let's find out or the SOXL, what am I saying? Soxel, SOXL. Also, we had a super chat from Danny Lyons, $2. Thank you so much. Just bragging, I shorted Roku at $63. What's a Roku? Yeah, shout out to you, Dandelions. Let's take a look at. I also just love everything about the wording of that super chat. The what's a Roku? So the just bragging, the name Dandelions. This is great. Yeah, 63. I'm just gonna give you a round of applause. That's awesome. You are a cool. Just under $6 in the money, so nice look for you. Roku trying to curl a little bit though, getting higher highs, higher lows. So this could be interesting. This isn't too expensive. I might trade Roku. I think Roku is going on the side chart. Move over, Snapchat. What's a Snapchat? I'm looking at Roku. So shout out to you there, Dandelions. What else are people looking at here in the chat? Let's take a look at stuff for people. Someone else was mentioning Intel. I know someone was mentioning Intel. So yeah, we'd love to give you the Intel and Intel. I think that was Ollie in the chat. Ooh, Intel.
What happened?
I like this.
Oh, yeah.
9 EMA, my favorite level. We're getting into the 9 EMA. I want to see what we do here. Higher highs, higher lows. This VWAP skirt below and then bounce up is beautiful. It is gorgeous. And I'm also long SOXL, so clearly I am bullish semiconductors, I guess. So let's wait and see what occurs in this market. Basically flat on SOXL. Really upset I didn't have my out just a penny lower, because then we would have gotten out. But you know what? Those are the markets for you. They chop you up. They move you all around, and I'm making it sound like I'm doing the hokey pokey. But yeah, they trip you up a little bit. All you have to do is just keep going and say, no, market, you don't win. You do not win today. So good times there. Just moving and vibing and hanging out with this market over here.
I thought you were going to say this here market.
This here market.
Yeah, you say that a lot. I like it.
Yeah, what are you looking at?
I wasn't laughing at you, by the way. The Chilean Nightmare is taking pictures, and he was like doing a little stretch.
Oh, I didn't even hear you laugh.
Yeah, okay, cool. It made me laugh because he was doing his little stretch, but because he's having the dude kills it. I'll get to that.
Smiling, taking photos. I love it.
All right, guys, we're still holding the dead one at the moment. We're looking for a move back into 171 on Apple. My dip trade looks like it's going to go unfilled right now. I was a little too aggressive. No, not aggressive. Frugal. I sat at 170.25. I thought that was plenty because I was looking for a 170 retest on the Cybertruck on Tesla. And so I sat at 170.25, 25 pennies, you know, and it doesn't really want to break the 40 penny area. So it's coming down to 170.40. It's accumulating, looks like it wants to break 171 here, bull flag-ish or accumulation consolidation area. The prudent thing I think would be to move up my entry from 170.25 into 170.5, and I think that that's what I'm going to do. We're going to go sit at 170.55s, and that's where we're going to sit. So we'll see if we get filled there. Here comes 171, so we may not get that fill. Anyway, so keeping my eye on Tesla, keeping my eye on Apple as well. I want to keep repeating that I am looking to short Amazon at 180. If it does make it up there right now, HOD on AMZN is 179.25. In addition to that, I am looking to short Softy, Microsoft at the 50 period if it does make its way back there. Currently, it's a little dead right now. Let's be real about it. Well, hold on, Sharif. If you're looking to short at the 50, then wouldn't that mean that you'd have to curl off this 409 to 411? So why not get long here with a 408.5 break so you risk 50 pennies? I think that's actually not a bad idea. Where are we on the future? Because hold on. We have to see what we're doing here on the future. So we are holding, for whatever reason, resistance level 1 on pivots at this 17.8 1/3, 17.8 1/4, or thereabouts. Seems to be holding the 20 period. And that's not a level I usually use on the future, quite frankly. So I'm just making an observation. It seems to be bouncing off the 20 period. Obviously, I'm very cognizant of these lower highs and this possible flat bottom that could be coming in here. Decisions. Okay, so I think I will go long the Softy here, Dara, so I'm just going to send it to you. Oh, and Tesla's just going without me. So there it goes. So we missed the trade on Tesla. That sucks. I had the right idea, just didn't have the right price. There goes Tesla, and here comes 171.50. Come on, bro. All right, so Tesla on the way up, Adair. I'm going to cancel these orders as they're no longer valid. Let's check out the soft one. Let's go over here. Do I have Microsoft up on the screen already? Because I don't want to duplicate it. Yes, I do. Okay, so I'm going to go long Softy. We're going to risk 50 pennies into 408.5.
Yeah, let me tell you, that chart is not going to kill you, Softy. Nice look there. Softy with this chart. I'm going to keep singing this now. But also, Darwin earlier was joking, we have to have a bet on if anyone will be singing TLC on the show.
Oh,
it's almost
wow.
definitely a yes.
Oh,
I said to him, you could probably make a killing on that if you bet 4. Because
with Kalshi.
With Kalshi, exactly.
Wow,
That was, I think, where that
that's
came.
brilliant.
Joke. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure you could make a pretty penny betting on that. But also SOXL, I'm proud of myself because I had to switch the style up, and if they hate, let them hate. And no money's piling up, but I'm just waiting for that opportunity there. I initially got long here, and I was a little bit upset at myself. I said this, if I had only gotten out 1 penny earlier than I set my exit, I would have been fine, but I didn't. I had to live with that. We got lower there, lost a couple pennies, no big deal. Then I said, Adara, we now are holding underneath the 9 EMA. We're curling. Get short. So I did. I looked at the SOXS, which is the short ETF for confirmation, and sure enough, it is bouncing off the 9 EMA. You know what else is curling a little bit down here as well? Our pal, NVIDIA. I think I said our friend and our pal at the same time, so I said our pen.
That's fine.
But our pal, yeah. So NVIDIA also curling down here. If we, this is juicy. Okay, so this is the 867.5 area on NVDA, which is going to be that area I have been obsessed with on NVDL. That is going to be 3680. I like this short. We are going to be short all up over this place here on this market. I said earlier today, I really need to be focused on levels I like and just taking those levels. That was what worked for me yesterday. And so that is what we're trying to do right now today. SOXL currently basically at my entry point. I'd like it to get out of this little 10 penny range it's trading, and hey, SOXL, if you want to trade in the 10 penny range, just let me know because I will trade you. But you need to let me know. Like, I can't read your mind. SOXL, all I can do is read your chart. What else? Oh, lots of people mentioning BTC. I know Rob EV, I guess not only interested in EVs because he was telling me about Bitcoin. I have the IBIT up here. Oh, this is a nice look. Yeah, and I think Rob, if I'm going to paraphrase what you said as well, I think it was something along the lines of Bitcoin suspiciously weak given what the Qs were doing earlier today, and I don't disagree here at all. Nice move to the downside, starting at 10:30 here, ironically when the crypto update happened, and IBIT turning to the downside, falling below that VWAP, and now bouncing off that 9 EMA. This is a nice look. I don't mind IBIT here. Maybe we'll get into a bit of IBIT.
I got stopped out of Microsoft, so I'm disappointed with myself on that one. We're holding Apple for a nice winner, but we got stopped at a softie. So I could have got shaken out of this one. I think I was too tight with my stop because right back up it goes anyway. If it comes into the 50 period, that was my original trade. What caused me to get into softie here because I'm anticipating that curl back into the 50. So you saw me think about this out loud. If I'm anticipating a curl back into the 50, why not get long at these levels? Maybe it doesn't work like that. The logic maybe doesn't connect like that. So anyway, if it makes its way into the 50 period, then we'll look to get long. Tesla's just flying here, man. Tesla is on the way up to 172 now. It's absolutely blue through 171. So no dip trades here of mine are going to get filled on Tesla. Disappointed about this trade. Should have got in. Anyway, whatever, we'll keep eyes on it. What else is popping off? All right. Keeping an eye as well on SBFM. So this one did a big boy curl. So this is a small cap gapper, one of the ones that we talked to you about at the top of the show. Here it is, near high day again. I am cognizant that this one did top tail at 110, and this now is a 109 top tail. So look for a possible short here, as this is often what we see. You know, these ones that these small cap gappers that don't necessarily break the previous high, and it ends up being a bit of a double top. So yeah, I'll be cognizant of that. I think for us though at Real Trading, this is going to be a pay for shorts sort of setup. So if you're able to get shorts on this one, shout out to you guys. I know on my platform here, it is not available for shorting. I'm not talking about Real Trading. I'm talking about my own personal platform. It is not available. So I usually use that as a gauge as to whether it's easy to short or not. So that's one thing. All right, 172 now, 172.07, high of day on Tesla. There's another trade that may come into fruition here, and it's a VWAP rejection on goggles. So have a look at this. We popped into the volume weighted average price here between 10.50 and 11. So for 10 minutes, we were rejecting VWAP. We're right back at the volume weighted average price, piercing through it into 172.25. Keep your eye, though, on the higher lows, because this could be a flat top break, right, with this 172.25 acting as a flat top. Right now, though, we are getting a bit of a retracement off VWAP again on goggles. So keep your eye on that. That could present you with another opportunity for a trade. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, softie didn't pop. right back into 409 as of yet. So happy I didn't punch right back into that. And Tesla a little bit below 172 right now. Good move up for Tesla, though. Just really, really upset that I didn't get that trade. But what's the next trade? As the OB, the one, the Kenob always like say there.
Yeah, don't get too depressed, La. For that.
Not.
But yeah, so this SOXL is so bamboozling. Now we're like flip-flopping on this 90 MA. Is it going to be up? Is it going to be down? Can you make up your mind, please? Please and thank you, kind sir, SOXL. So I'm still in the short. I want to clarify, yeah, I did mention I was a little bit slow on the uptake there, getting out of the long, but I do not consider this a revenge trade because I did like that level for the short. And it was working. It just didn't stay working. So right now we're still waiting. I have no reason to leave yet unless we get above this line I drew here. Look at that massive area of resistance on that 47 area earlier. I like that. Risking about 9 pennies. I can live with that. So we're going to have to wait. Right now, though, SOXL is very indecisive and it needs to decide who it would like to take to the dance. The Bulls or the Bears? Because it's kind of running out of time for me personally, or at least for my very limited amount of patience. SoFi, which I didn't even realize I had on my side chart, is like popping up here. So we're going to take a look at SoFi. Yeah, so nice little look here. Not a ton of volume on this move, but more volume than we've had in the last couple candles. Just broke above VWAP. I don't have any reads on this, and this isn't really rangy in a way that I like, so I think we'll have to kick him off the side chart. If anybody has any contenders for the new place on the side chart, any stocks that are worth looking at, let me know. I'm always looking for some new opportunities. Unity holding 24 says Rainmaker. I like that name. That implies a lot of power.
Yeah.
Like the rain. Like, Rainmaker 24. Hopefully you're rating profits. Hopefully that's the type of
Oh, I like that.
But we have this Unity here. For a second, my brain, it looked like a J. Oh, it's because it was too close. Unity, this is nice actually. This is interesting too because look where we bounced off of. Yes, it was a lower low, but it bounced off that previous support area around, as was mentioned here, just shy of 24. This is a nice look. I want to see if we can make a higher high here at 24.17. If we reject again, this could get a little spicy, but I think we've found a new friend for the side chart. And I think its name is UNI, or it's just you. Is it the ticker is just you? So Unity, let's see if you and me can get along and we can have a trade going here. I am fat fingering typing buttons.
When you want to enter, just throw it to me so that
Oh,
you
it's
can,
no,
yeah,
I was just pulling up
okay.
my side chart.
Cool.
It took me too long, but yeah, I'm all good. Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, here we go. 50 pennies on the soft one. I took that back again. It broke through 409, and I'm taking it out too early. I'm telling you, this is likely going to retrace into 411 or 411 and a half. We'll see. So we got cut up on the first one and we avenged it on the second one. I did like this hold here. I did like it. So, and I still like it, and I still like it. 411 and a quarter, 411 and a half short. If it makes its way back into these levels over here, I will be looking to get short on Softy. And I see Amazon. It is on its way to 180. I am short bias on Amazon at 180. If it makes it up there, you're not going to see me with a resting order though on the Amazon because, well, I can get my face ripped off that way, especially if buying pressure comes in bigly there. So I'll be watching to see exactly how it trades at the $10 level. Shout out to Amazon. We're nicely in the money now on our Apple trade, as now we're knocking the door of 170.80. We're long 57s. Let's see if we can make it into 171. I want to see if we can get a whole dollar level touch there on the dead one, Apple. So we'll continue to watch that. Oh, we got a super chat. Nice. Guilty Gunner. I like that. First DJT rally tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we know about that. They've been teaching that. That's fine, but we don't want to promote anything on the show that doesn't pay us. So, yeah, quite frankly, it's a business, baby. Not that I have any aversion whatsoever against DJT. None. I just want to make that very clear, okay? Cutco Kareem, Sharif, dip on Tesla coming in. Dude, that was the whole idea behind my Tesla trade. You're going to upset me again because it's going to remind me of how badly I did on this one. I was sitting at 170 and a quarter, Kareem, and it didn't come in. I moved up my order to 170 and a half. It didn't come in. It just skyrocketed without me, but it is topping right now at 172. This is not a trade that I had planned. So I see how beautiful of a rejection 172 is, but it isn't one that I had ready, and it's not one that I want to take willy-nilly on the fly because I did not have that thought. I did not have that plan. What is 7? Like 7 Umi? How do you say the 7? Umi?
Oh, we talked about that. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
in Arabic, the numbers mean like pronunciations because they look like Arabic letters.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know
That's a
if
cool
that's it.
language.
Yeah, yeah. Can we talk about food a bit? Why Chipotle and Wingstop doing so well? I don't know. I've always asked that same question about Chipotle, and apparently their margins are ridiculous. And they had, so I was reading their earnings a few days ago. They reported a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. I was reading about their report, and they had like these specials, like these burrito specials. They just marked up way higher margins than their regular items, and they were killing it on those. It was like black bean something or another. Personally, I don't really understand the business that well. Alfred does. Maybe I'll ask him. He's dabbling in what's it called? DPZ in Domino's right now. So maybe I'll get back to you on that one. I don't have an answer though, sadly. Hey, Kanye Eves, what's up, my man? So shout out to you. All right, I'm keeping an eye on Apple as we knock on the door of 80s. And again, Microsoft going without me here, and I kind of knew that would be the case, but it's all good. Microsoft, I'm looking to short, guys, 411, 411 and a quarter.
Yeah, so we, that Soxal, we took an L on Soxal. Soxal chopped us up. I'm going to be honest, guys, not positive in anything right now, except for inside of me. I am positive. We're going to keep this day going. We're going to make things happen. I am pleased as punch. We're not down by very much. I feel pretty happy with how I was able to manage all the trades, and I am so excited to keep trading and keep trucking. In both the Soxal trades, had I punched out earlier, had I been scalpier, I would have been fine. I was still planning to scalp. I just wasn't quick enough on the draw. So that teaches me something. It's like now, Adara, you like a level, you get that level going. Why did my order get rejected? Oh, so this is NVDL. It's not letting me short for some reason. Okay, good times. So that's all cool. We're going to have to wait and find out what happened there. Also, right now, I probably would have not been down for that order anyway because we just had 3 bullish candlesticks in a row. So I want to be very careful to see what happens on these trades. So what happened?
Yeah, well, we were just talking about food, Katina, man. People want to know. Very nice. Guys, this is the kind of food we get here. Look how quality this food is, man. Shout out to Katina. Enjoy, my man. Yeah. It just dismisses me. Wow. Shout out to him. All right. Sorry to interrupt you, by the way. I am done my Apple trade as we knock on the door of 171. Very happy with this trade. We take the VWAP hold, we put the right stop, and we wait a little bit. First profit at 70, second profit at 90. I'm out of that trade, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on there. And the Apple beaks are getting wet. Tim Cooks are cooking. Yeah, it's a nice look there. TQs being mentioned here, or the Qs in general. I just have the Qs up. This is an interesting double top. To me, it kind of looks bullish. I don't have much of a read. However, if we bounce again off that 431.20 area, which will be on the TQs, going to be roughly that 55.40, which is a level I did like earlier for a short and wasn't able to get. I like it. TQs, I would like all the smoke. Just keep that in mind. I mean, I know you're really busy. You have a lot of people trading you, but if you can get to that, 55.40, I'd be pleased as punch. Let's look at TSLL, or we'll look at Tesla, but yeah, TSLL, kind of interesting here. We're seeing that continued bounce off the 90 MA. A little bit stagnant, though. We did have that doji, which makes me a little bit nervous, so we're not going to get involved here right away. But look at this. Tesla in general showing the same kind of move to the downside of these last 3 candles. I want to see what we do with that 90 MA. We did have a little bit of a stutter earlier at that 170.87 area, so we're getting into an area of interest for me. What else? I think there was something I saw people mention that I was like, I want to take a look at this, and I do not. Oh, Short Airlines says Dandelion. So let's look at some of these airlines. Let's look at UAL. Well, let's look at AAL. We'll start with UAL. Oh, I see. Oh, this is actually a nice look.
Like when you move back from
because I have to process it more fully. This is interesting. So I like this range. The one thing I don't like about this range is that I think we could maybe be turning here. This to me is a very flat bottom, and I think it might give you, a couple. You get a couple flights out of this, but in the long term, this could be a little bit more turbulence. That the wings might fall off, which is again a joke I feel weird making given Bowen's current situation. But this UAL, I am really cautious of this flat bottom for myself entering now. But let's take a look at AAL as well. I mean, I have no problem getting into one of these airlines, buying my ticket and getting jet setting there. I just want to wait and see what occurs on this. I think bouncing off this VWAP could be nice here too for AAL. AAL to me is a bit stronger than UAL, and I have a better sense of trend than I did with UAL. What other airlines? We have Love. Let's see if Love's showing us any love today. Love. Well, it's a LUV, so I want to say Love. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, this one actually kind of getting a nice pump there to the upside. So I guess investors loving Love. But yeah, that UAL and AAL, I think they might both get spots on the side chart because I am interested in what both of them have to say, and I might get on those flights.
All right, I want to talk here. I had something to talk about. I forgot what I was going to talk about, but that's fine. I'm looking at Amazon, guys, because we just moved up into 179.85, and I've been yapping about this 180 level. I charted this 180 level yesterday. So here are my levels on the Amazonian. So let's just zoom in a little bit so we can see. So this is what I like. There's a hammer candle on the weekly, so I felt bullish about this because of the hammer candle that we put in yesterday. Flip to the weekly on the Amazon, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. In addition to that, we are up 3.4%, okay? So I saw resistance, 50 EMA on the 4 hour. So let's look at that. Let's bring that in and look at the 4 hour on the Amazon and see what I was talking about there. Flip to the 4. Here it is. We're right at that. So that red line, see that? We rejected here initially at the 50 period, and we're having trouble with it again. So I said to myself, well, what price is really holding that 50 period moving average? It really is 180. So there's also, 200 EMA on the 4 hour support, but we're well below that right now. That's at 176.85, so I'm not worried about that. And then there's PA, price action resistance at 180. So that's why I am short biased despite the fact that it's up 3 1/3 at this specific level. Now it is coming off a little bit, so I may have missed my entry. The entry here was to watch what it did at 180. Alas, it didn't make its way up there quite yet, 179.85, and that may be as high as it gets. I'm not saying that we're going to retrace here off Amazon. I'm just saying that it didn't make its way up there, so I didn't have an opportunity to watch it at these levels. The other level that I want to see now, maybe this retracement off 180, we find support here at 179 1/5. And the reason is, look at these two tops that we put in on the Amazon right now. 179.20 seems to be an interesting area here. So if we retrace aggressively, break that third of a dollar, I'll be looking at the fifth of a dollar. I'm still short bias at 180. Doesn't mean that I can't, micro trade this between the ranges, right? With 179.20 being a support level on the lower time frame and 180 being a resistance level on the higher time frame. I'm fine with that thinking. So we'll keep watching this one. I am very interested in it at these levels. Now, I did miss a trade here. Let's be honest about this. I was talking about Meta earlier, and we were talking about the 50 period, and we were talking about this over here. It came right back into the 50 period at 440, and it dropped nicely about $2, or sorry, $1.02 over here. Beautiful move right back into the 50 period. So that is 3 rejections now on Meta off the 50 period on the 5-minute chart. The EMAs, all the moving averages differ depending on what time frame you're looking at. So when I talk about these black charts, they're always on the 5-minute unless I say otherwise, okay? So I just want to point that out for everybody. Anyway, good move back down off that 440, down 440.80. Looks like there it was the price for the 50 period on the soft one. Look at Apple. So I literally got top wick there on Apple on that out. Apple broke down aggressively off that 170.90 where we got our out. Look at this. It's breaking now the half dollar and breaking the volume weighted average price. So the dead one coming right back down. Let's see if it finds support in the low 40s. That's where we troughed out last time off that big 171.34 touch, and then we tanked, breaking VWAP, almost $1 drop from there to there, on Apple. So not typically moves that I've seen on Apple as of late, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility. All right. Sorry, just before I send it back to Adira, we had a nice 172 rejection on Tesla, but now we're coming into 171. So initially, 171 we were using as that level of resistance, and I want to get that 170.25 dip. Now, It looks like it might be holding up at 171 here. So this could be another curl back up for Tesla. Keep your eye on 171 hold here on TSLA. If it holds, we could see 172 easily again, or even 173. I wouldn't put anything beyond the capabilities of Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, we do call it stress left for a reason, though. Yesterday, you and I were debating if that title is still accurate. But also, you know what is accurate? We have a super chat. Thank you so much to Donnie Zimbabwe, $9.99. Hey, if you saw earlier in the chat, in the morning, had some 825 calls in NVIDIA. I sold. I'm contemplating getting rid of my 3 contracts at 8:30 since I came in 11:20.82, and we're near 40. Sorry, I'm just trying to this message. Yeah, so NVIDIA. I mean, it's like a look at NVIDIA for you. So what was this? 825 calls. So yeah, that nice look there. Pretty strong. I'm contemplating getting rid of my 3 contracts at 8:30. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. We don't give advice. I will say, though, I mean, NVIDIA was strong earlier, but now we're seeing that curl below the 90 MA, right?
Sorry, I wasn't looking, yeah.
Yeah, the NVIDIA
good call.
kind of getting a little bit weaker here, I will say. And sometimes, you know, I want to look at the SOXL as well. Oh, it's on the AM, Adara, come on. To give a sense, because I noticed earlier today, those two sort of trading in tandem, not perfectly, mind you, but there were some similarities. Right now, SOXL is actually stronger than NVIDIA, so let me pull up NVIDIA again. But yeah, I mean, for me, again, we don't give advice. I will say, though, I think it is getting a little bit weaker here. We're really struggling holding that 868 with the viciousness that I think it would maybe require. So that is my take there. Thank you very much for your super chat, Donnie Zimbabwe. Also, TQQs, shout out to 1320 Wolf for telling me, because I mentioned earlier I wanted that 5540, and then we look at lots of charts. I missed it. Then 1320 Wolf tags me, Adara along the queues. I was like, oh my gosh. So I watched a little bit. I still like the level. I got in. I don't like now that we're struggling with the 90 MA, but I like it for now. I like that we're holding it. I want to get at least 5560s. Knowing me, I'm probably most comfortable with 5560s, especially because I've had some trading L's today that would have been avoidable had I had better outs, just quicker, scalpier outs. So I'm okay with this TQQs. Let's get it cracking. If we break below this area, this 55.25. Look at that resistance. Look at that support. If we break below there, I am out. Resistance, indeed. That's the pièce de resistance right there. That 55.25. And then if I'm risking 15 pennies trying to make minimum 20, I can live with that risk reward.
You're quite cultured individual. Thank you. You've probably watched Les Miserables.
Oh, of course. I love Les Mis. Okay, I really wanted to play Javert in high school because we were going to do Les Mis, and then we didn't. Well, we were in all-girls school, so I could have been Javert, but then they didn't do it when I was really sad.
All right. One of the best movies.
It's a classic.
Russell Crowe kills it in that, eh?
Yeah. Javert, that's Javert.
Yeah. Guys, we just took a nice, what was that? A 50 penny winner on the Cybertruck, 171 defend. I just finished yapping about this. We said 171 was a resistance level, 172 rejected. It will likely use 171 as support, 171 long. First beak wetter at the $0.25, second beak wetter at the 50 penny. Please just punch about this trade. Micro trades, nothing really to write home about, but they're planned, and I'm happy about them. So let's go ahead and see what the next trade is. I am definitely looking at the 50 period on Meta. Okay, this is going to be not even OB thrice. This is going to be like whatever four is. 1, 2, and 3 over here. What is fourth? Once, twice, thrice.
Twice? No, I'm joking.
I don't know what is it. Yeah, I don't even know. I usually, this kind of stuff. So
I don't know if there is one.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, 440 and 2/3 Ram
quadruple.
Is quadruple. Yeah. Well, I knew that, but I thought there was a
better
once,
one.
Twice, thrice. Yeah, like
Quadrice? I don't know.
I don't know what it is. Maybe the chat knows.
Let us know if you know.
Yeah. Quad rice. Yeah, I know he's making it up.
Rice, but I know
he's making it up. I love it. 440 and 2/3 Ram. I'm looking for a possible short on META. It has been a 50 period rejection over and over and over on Meta today. I don't know if we get it on the 4th time, but I will be looking there. New booty. So we'll keep that on the lookout. For whatever reason, AAPL keeps finding a bit of support here at VWAP. Now, we have lower highs. No question about that. 171 and a third was the high there. 170.92 was the high there. But we keep coming into the volume weighted average price, and there does seem to be a buyer in and around there right now, coming back into the lows as I say that. We'll see how this one ends up panning out. Wow, got out of Tesla nicely there as it tanks $1 out of my entry there, Adara. So Tesla coming back down into 170.50. Decisions to be made here at 171 because we were using 171 all morning as a level of resistance. Sorry, not 171, excuse me, 170. 170 to 170 and a quarter as a level of resistance on Tesla before it started doing this rounded bottom, and then we got the move up. So we'll keep eyes on the Cybertruck as well. And goggles just rejected the 50 period right now as well, so not bad. At that 172 and a fifth, it's back down south of 172 now. Here comes 171 and 3/4. So Google, the 50 period keeps featuring today, and I don't know why, and it doesn't really matter because all we need is something off which to base a repetitive trade. You're seeing the 50 period feature on Microsoft, feature on Meta, and now it is featuring on Google, all as levels of resistance today, Adair.
Oh, nothing comes after thrice. Thank you, Ramin, for sending that. A shout out. Ramin will always send us great stuff in our midday group chat. And it's just amazing. I really enjoy it. Also, I am enjoying this Intel long. Rake it up, hopefully. I'm joking, we're like 2 pennies in the money. But I'm just pleased as punch to have an entry that I feel really confident in. Like I said today, it's been a bit of a struggle for me. Maybe I'm just tired because it's a Friday, I don't know. But my brain has just not been on 100, and we're trying to get it to 100. Also, I did get out of the TQQs. I'm not getting back in this. We dipped a little bit into 20s, and I said, Adara, you had to stop, you have to honor that stop. So I got out. I'm pleased as punch with the fact that I honored the exit. Now, mind you, this could still bounce, but I don't want to force a way into this because I've noticed my worst trades this week, the names I've done the worst on, so that would be CleanSpark on Tuesday, NVDL on Wednesday, are the ones where I just get so insistent that there is a level, I get so stubborn that I get lost in the sauce. So I'm not going to do that. If there's a level I like later, that's fine. But right now, as much as this still could be along with that bounce, it's not one I feel comfortable taking. So I'm going to have to not step on that trampoline. But congrats to anybody who does. I know there are some people still involved in the queue. Shout out to you. Also, Intel. Thank you, Intel. We're going to be scalping some out here. And this is the type of, and honestly, this is interesting too, because this is not a level that I was necessarily super interested, not one that I thought much about going into this, right? But I just really, I looked at this, it was on my side chart, and I was like, hey, I like this bounce off the 9 EMA. I was going to risk about 10 pennies into that 31, I guess like 7 pennies, 31.95. So that would be, yeah, 31.95. I don't, 8 pennies. I'm sort of tired. But yes, I was okay with that risk to reward. I'm still keeping a piece for the dream here, actually. I still have 1/3 of my position left, ready to see what comes next. Happy I did secure profits for 2/3 of this trade and ready to see where else this Intel journey takes me. Intel. You got to give me the intel on where you're going next. But yeah, pretty happy with that trade. Not much else to look at here. And I don't disagree with 1320 Wolf saying, still don't trust these markets.
I saw that. Yeah, look, man. I mean, yeah, they are quite bamboozling. You know, I can see why you feel that way. I don't know. I don't want to ever have a relationship with the markets. I'm completely agnostic as to how these markets run. You can't look at it and take it personally. You take an L, it's on you. It's not on the market. That's just, otherwise you're just going to create this feeling of animosity, and I don't think that's going to help any. All right, 179 here on Amazon. We were talking about 179 and a fifth being a level of support. I was wrong on that. It doesn't hold up at those levels, but it does look like that whole dollar level right now at 179 is a bit of a level of support on the 5-minute. I should also tell you that that 179 area is the 10 EMA. And Amazon has shown its propensity on the day to hold the 10 EMA as a level of support. The 10 EMA is the solid green line. You can see here, it's been hugging the 10 EMA essentially since 10:30 onwards. So we're going on an hour and a half now where this has featured as a level of support. But like I said, the last few days, when the 10 EMA breaks and something is trending up, look to the 20. The deeper retracements seem to come into the 20. The more shallow retracements, the more often retracements seem to hold up at the 10. Why? Don't care. Just going to make that observation. So we're watching 179. We're watching the 10 on the 5-minute to see if 179 holds up. If it does, we'll take another dip trade on Amazon here. It's already printed 179.85, despite the fact that I am short bias at 180, and that's because it is an important level of resistance on the daily. So I'm going to keep my eye here on Amazon at these levels. Also, keep in mind, 440 2/3 is the 50 period on Meta, and we've rejected off the 50 period 3 times now. Keep in mind as well, though, that we are putting in higher lows. So, like the other side of the coin is you have that key level of resistance that keeps appearing. The other side is that you need to keep aware of the higher lows because it shows that buyers are incrementally overwhelming sellers, and that top at 50 could give way. And that's the reality of the matter. So that's important as well. I think I will take this Amazon long at these levels. Let's go. And I'm going to give it a very tight stop here so I don't get blown out on Amazon. I'm going to give it, you know, maybe 5 or 10 pennies below the whole dollar level I dare.
I like that. And hopefully they will deliver you some profits.
Hopefully.
Express deliver, overnight delivery with your Prime membership. I swear we're not sponsored by Prime. I'm just making puns. Promise. But yeah, right now we're getting out of this intel. We dropped a little bit too quickly. And honestly, yeah, we're still up. We still took profits on everything. Please just punch. I just know what I'm like, and I know I have to secure the bag. So I did secure the bag. I should have probably taken everything out there at 20s, but you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. So happy with how this trade went. I think I needed that little boost of confidence there, just saying, hey, you liked the level, you got it on the level, and it wasn't even really a range, so I'm very proud of myself as well. To be fair, there were rangy elements, sure. It kind of looked like a range, but it was also an element of using my interest in ranges, which is just bounce off previous support, taking it into resistance to be able to play what's not a range trade. So I'm proud of myself. This is the type of trading I want to do more of, in all honesty. So SoFi says Thomas Johnson. This is a nice one. I like this. Oh, I just bumped Trenda. Sorry, Trenda.
Aw.
But lots of trending tickers for you today.
Oh, there's plenty.
Lots to keep you busy.
You must be very happy.
Please just punch. But yeah, so SoFi, slightly lower high here. We had that nice move up here into 778s. But right now, we're having a nice move on to lesson of the day.
Welcome. It is the lesson of the day here. Real trading is about making those plays, but you got to get better every single day. And as always, this particular segment of the show brought to you by Alfonso AI. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso's AI-powered stock ratings. Their top picks have surged over 100% since October 2022. Scan the code and get 50% off. Who doesn't like a good deal? Now let's get into some brass tacks here. So, when you got to trade, where does it start? Hey, you always talk about this. You like a stock, you know it's in play, you like a direction, maybe you've got yourself a nice price area, but you still need an execution plan. And to give you an idea of how important an execution plan can be, and I'm not just talking about this is the price that I'm going to buy. It is, how am I getting into the stock? What is the timing of it around that level? Where am I placing my stop once I am in? Where would I re-enter the trade if I like it a second time at the same price area? All of these things matter. Maybe you're tape reading. Maybe you want to see some size. Maybe you don't. But I'm going to show you something that it doesn't always seem believable. Like, and imagine a situation where over the last month, my best long ideas have all been the same one on NVIDIA. Specific setup at the open into a breakout trade that had been shooting about 85% win rate. Actually 85.7142857. Yeah, 12 for 14. But today, it sets the same thing up and it shoots 0 for 3. But I'm only long. And it's probably the strongest stock of the day. So, you know, when you look at something like this, it's going to happen. You're not going to win in every single trade. But the only thing that I'm concerned with is, okay, the execution plan stunk. The idea to favor the long and look for key entry prices was right. And as a matter of fact, if I look back at it, okay, the early breaks at 40 were no good. The timing wasn't the best on that, but we adhered to our plan and lost. But we actually had the timing right on the top break. There's no question about it. So you've got to come up with what is the execution plan that you were using and how would you want to change it. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater when clearly it worked out pretty much every single level you took it yesterday. I can go back and show you other instances, but it's not necessarily relevant in this case. Because oftentimes the market is going to give you an idea of the type of day it is. Not just in the overall market, but in the stock that you're trading. So when this has worked for me, it's been one time in on the breakout where it sets the false break at the bottom, double top at any key level, break out that top. It works right away with a tight stop and it just goes. Well, if that doesn't work twice in a row, then when it shows up that third time, that's where you can adjust and say, hey, you know what? It's trending in the direction I want. I've got the higher lows. It's showing me that bull flag, but I can't be executing it in the way of a breakout because you know what? The breakout's not working like it was before. So what's the execution plan when the breakout is not your way to go? So the easiest thing to think about in a situation where the breakout doesn't work is what happens when the breakout's not working. Well, it's trying to break the top. It's taking out the closest resistance under, whether it's $1 or underneath, whether it's VWAP, whatever it might be, and then it's holding the previous support level and then just going higher. So one of the ways you can go into it is after it's rinsed people out, you could look for a consolidation break after that. So just get the one after at the same level instead of waiting for the higher. Or how about the way that I think I should have done it? You false break at 845. It wicks down underneath. This is the previous breakout level, 840. It cannot get there. You actually see it hold 842. So now you know the breakout trade through 845 has rinsed. Now you're watching it here, knowing you're not taking the first break. It rinses people out like I was, and then you see it hold. Just go into the long the second time with a wider stop. Now, if you're using a wider stop, if I'm stopping out for $1 or $2 there, and it's going to show you a stop of 3 to 350, remember, yes, you're giving it a wider stop, but that's now a defined level. That's the pullback off the 45 break the first time. So A, it's a defined level, but B, it's got more room because you've already taken out a bunch of longs that have given it up on that break, like I did. So you've actually trapped some people that might have shorted underneath. You've got less people in that long the second time through, and you know you've got some room to work with. So you're giving it a wider stop because the tight stops haven't worked. You're taking it the second time through after some people have been rinsed. And obviously this is a bit of hindsight, but the truth of the matter is if the certain setup doesn't work twice in a row, but the stock is trending in your direction, you're not wrong about the direction. You're just wrong about your execution strategy. So if you're joining that trend, you're going to try something. You can't try nothing. That's just missing out altogether on a move like this. That's not acceptable. The question becomes, how else are you going to do it? So if you're going to go with the breakout, you either give it a wider stop, take it the second time through and look for the false breakout, or wait for some kind of a consolidation dip buy. Now that doesn't come into play until it's above 850. Like this false break in here, there's your consolidation dip buy. You can probably grab 55s into that low. This one you got to be really patient for an execution strategy. But it doesn't really matter what you do. It's just doing something differently. If the trend is good and the stock is right, and the direction's right, and the price area is right, but you still lose on the trade, it's just your execution strategy. So you just find a different one and try it out. Because the long, or whatever direction you happen to be going that's working, that's the thing that you got right. Or where you want to make a decision is the thing that you got right. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because you went 0 for 2 or 0 for 3 if it's a good stock. But you got to be able to learn from your mistakes. It's never a heck of a lot of fun. I'll tell you right now, to be convicted in a long, be like, that's my biggest loser on the week, was something that I was right on 3 separate times in terms of direction, but we didn't execute right. So find a different execution plan. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you're not going to be able to do it because you're so fixated on the patterns of what usually works for you. But after a couple of hits, that's an important thing. And if you can find that after that second chance, especially in the opening rush. You got about 30 minutes in there. This was at 9:45. Like, we weren't even at 10 o'clock, and I'd already gotten 3 entry points to give me some ideas. And if you look at it, it did the same move from the open to 10 o'clock. You could have had that from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. So there was plenty of opportunity to sort of reassess and come up with a different execution plan in there. And all you have to do is take the time, analyze what went wrong, how that might have been trapping certain trades in the other direction, and how you can refine your strategy just a tidbit. Because it's not about where I was getting in, it's just about how I was getting in and where I was deciding to get out. Every single entry point was a good buy from a risk to reward standpoint. It was just the execution plan needed to be refined. We talk about this all the time. A trade is more than just a call. You've got to have a stock, a direction, a price entry, a price where you're wrong and you're going to get out, and then you got to take some profits. Every single one of those is important. You get one wrong, and you might have to refine that specific part of the plan, but just that specific part of the plan. That's a lesson of the day. Learn from that mistake, because what a day it could have been if I just made a slight adjustment on my long entries.
Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, awesome, and informative as always. The Real Deal with Neil every day at noon. So shout out to him. Thank you very much. As Neil was dropping hot lines, we did take a beak wetter here on the AMZN trade, Ram, and we moved up into that 179 1/3, and I was looking at the future while we were doing that, and the future's coming down, and so is Amazon. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, as we just had a nice pop into that third of a dollar. Futures didn't really do a whole lot. I mean, rejected the 50-point level, but it shouldn't precipitate this big of a down move. Anyway, the whole point is here to look for that 179 defend, as well as the 10 period. It looks like it's coming down now. We may have to take this one out. Kind of disappointed I didn't take out at the third of a dollar, but we'll keep eyes on that. Did Neil read the ad?
I think so.
Okay. Are we good with the ad, guys? Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep eyes on that. And anything that you were looking at during the break?
No, I mean, I still like Intel. I really like Intel. I was happy with how I executed that first trade, just using levels I like. Now I want the Intel short, but I wasn't able to get filled in that. Now it's falling below. I really want to see what we do with this line I drew. Previous area of resistance coming to support. I love this type of look, so I want to watch what Intel does here. Intel is still a member of the esteemed side chart, which is why it was sitting in the first place. So not something I'm taking my eyes off of. I haven't looked at Roku in a bit either. So yeah, Roku is rangy. Okay, got excited there. Roku is going on the side chart. Move aside snap. You're getting snapped off this grid, and I'm going to be watching what's streaming here on this ROKU chart.
Better get your act together, or you'll find yourself, I'm
off
talking
the
about
side
stock.
chart.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, nice move back up for the Amazonian. I'm just going to leave this. I put my out already on this. I want to see a 180 touch on Amazon. I'm biased short 180, so I'm going to take this long, hopefully, into 180. And so maybe when I'm done the lesson, it'll have risen to that level. Maybe not. It's right back down again. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about bull flag trades all week. And today we are going to throw an options element into it. Options spreads, leveraging options for bullish bets on a bull flag. So the bull flag beckons with its promise of rising prices. But what if you could magnify your potential gains while limiting your risk? Option spreads offer an attractive strategy within this bullish pattern. So let's talk a little bit about that. As we do, we're going to define some of these basic concepts for the newer traders or people just joining us. So option spreads, imagine a ladder instead of directly climbing a wall. That's what we're talking about here. Option spreads allow you to take a bullish stance without directly buying a call option, right? They involve combining 2 or more options contracts with different strike prices and or expiration dates to create a defined risk and profit profile. So that is what we are talking about there. And within the context of a bull flag, a bull call spread is a popular strategy for the bull flag. Here is how it works. So step 1, you buy a call option. So you purchase a call option with a specific strike price, let's say $25. That gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy the stock at that price by the expiration date. Step 2, you sell a higher strike call option. So you simultaneously sell another call option with a higher strike price. So in the first part was 25. Let's say here it's 27, so $2 difference, and the same or earlier, expiration date. This is called selling the call against your initial call purchase. So that's the mechanics of how this is going to work. I'm keeping my eye on the Amazon as we talk. Sorry, guys. All right, and what's the advantage of doing all this? So number one, you're limiting your risk. That's the first advantage. Unlike buying a single call option where your losses are basically what you spent on the contract, not unlimited, obviously, like a shorting an equity, but it's what you spent on that entire option contract. Your risk in a bull call spread is actually capped to the difference between the strike prices you bought and sold minus the premium that you paid for the spread. Okay, so that's how you're mechanically limiting your risk. In addition to that, the other advantage is the profit potential. If the stock price rises above the higher strike price, which is the sold call, the 27 in our example, by the expiration date, you can potentially profit from the difference between the lower strike price of 25, which is the bought call, and the purchase price. So that's how mechanically it works. By way of example, I just want to show this example. Go Amazon. Yes. Hold on, I have to take profits here.
Yep.
Yes.
Do your thing. Oh my God.
Amazon.
That's amazing.
That's a good trade.
Congrats.
Thank you. All right, so here's by way of example, guys. Okay? So imagine a stock is trading at 23 bucks and forms a bull flag. You believe the price will continue to rise, right? And that's the bias we have when we see a bull flag. It's a continuation pattern. So we're looking for the price to break out of that consolidation part of the flag and continue to go up. So by default, typically when we see a bull flag, we're looking bullish. That's why we believe the price will continue to rise. Okay? You execute a buy call spread by, number one, buying a call option with a strike price of $25 for a premium of $2. Obviously, the premium changes depending on volatility. And then simultaneously, can I show this, Raymond? Because it just has it written there. You sell a call option with a strike price of $27 for a lesser premium. So you have a premium here of $3. Your maximum risk is limited to 27 minus 25 minus 1, which is the premium difference equals $1. That's not how it's going to work in real life, but that's just to kind of give you the idea there. All right, and your maximum gain and loss, thank you, Adair, for adding this in, by the way. So to calculate your maximum gain and loss for your bull call spread in order to understand your potential risk and reward of your trade, you need to be able to do that. So what's the maximum gain here? Your maximum gain is you're going to subtract your lower strike price, the $25, from the higher strike price, then subtract your premium as we just explained, but you multiply that number by the amount of shares in the contract. Typically, there's about 100 shares per contract to figure out your maximum gain, and that's what we're talking about here. So you have to multiply it by the amount of shares that you will have per contract. So if you have 3 contracts, typically 300 shares. Your maximum loss as well, important to calculate that. Take the cost of the purchase call option and subtract the premium received from the sold call option. Then multiply that number, which is the net premium, by the amount of shares in the contract to figure out your maximum loss. And by the way, I should have mentioned, if you sell a call option, you have to own the equity, okay? And so to summarize, use the difference between the strike prices as the basis of your max gain calculation and the difference between the option costs for your max loss. And so it sounds like a fantastic setup, but there's plenty that could go wrong here. Let's call a spade, right? You need to understand options before you get into this. So spreads require a good understanding of options mechanics and the Greeks. You need to apprise yourself of the Greeks like the betas, the deltas, the gammas before you get into this type of trade. And this is a more advanced type of trade. And you need to understand expiration dates, right? Choose an expiration date that aligns with your trading time frame for the bull flag pattern. You hear the NOS boss talk about his swing trades. He doesn't really do it through options, but he has a time frame from which he's working. Sometimes he's looking 3 months out, sometimes he's looking 3 weeks. You need to figure out what's going to work for your time frame. And the volatility. very important here as well. Options premiums are sensitive to volatility. So if the stock or the equity that you're trying to get into is awfully volatile, you're likely going to pony up more for the premium, and that's going to eat into your profits. So you need to keep that in mind as well. And a bonus tip: explore different spread variations like bull put spreads for a more complex but potentially income generating strategy within the bull flag. I hope that helps, guys. And it looks like I sold Amazon way too soon as it popped up there into $0.75. I'm happy with this trade. I'm still salivating at a 180 short. Let's see if it makes its way up there.
Congrats on that trade. Killing it there. Getting those profits express delivered, 2-day shipping, what have you. Nice look on that. I got into this TQQs. I did briefly take a SOX L. I don't even remember if it was long or short. That's how much it is a Friday. Okay, so I was long. We were holding that area decently. I thought we could push. We did it. It might be a short right now, but I'm probably going to stay away from SOX L for the time being. I am not, though, staying away from the TQs. Let's look at these and see what they're up to. Where is my NASDAQ? There's my NASDAQ. Okay, I shouldn't have clapped. It's not anything exciting. We're basically flat on this trade. I like this. So the one thing I want to clarify this, I want to make this huge caveat before I say anything else. I am aware that the candle at which I got short and some previous candles are very bullish looking. I want to clarify that. We had that bounce off the support area around 55.25, right? However, the reason I got long is because we had that little short is we had that little slump to the downside, right? We're really struggling getting off the schneid, as you and Neil say, at 40s. On the Qs, this is going to be that 431.20 level, right? Look at this. To me, this is not an incredibly bullish look. And I mean, it might be, that's cool. I am willing to get out. If we break above into that 50s, like we're going to risk like 13 pennies. But I really want this movement. I'm comfortable with this trade, and I just want to explain. I do see that those bullish candles do exist, but I did want to clarify as well. As Sharif sometimes says, you know, one candle is not the reason to get into a trade. Right? In my case, a few candles aren't a reason for me to not get in. I want to put that out there, but I am understanding the risks. Terra Engineering, thank you for saying this. Please educate people on the possibility of getting options exercised after the market is closed. This can and has cost people their entire portfolio. So thank you so much, Terra Engineering, for saying that. Be careful about getting your options exercised after the market is closed. That makes sense, right? Post-market movements can.
Well, yeah, I don't think you can trade options after the Katina, man. You can't trade options after the bell. Yeah, not pre-market, not after the bell either. So yeah, that is an absolute risk for sure. You need to make sure that you are managing your positions when you're able to manage them. So thank you for mentioning that. No question about it. All right, guys, we're awfully close here on the Amazonian to that level that I like. I've been looking at 180. You're not going to see me have a resting short at that level. I just won't do it because Amazon's up 3.5%. So it's obviously very strong on the day, and I'm not going to stand in front of this freight train, but I will absolutely be watching it like a hawk if and when it makes its way up to 180 to see what kind of selling. And it's not just watching the chart, guys. You got to watch the book. You got to have level 2 to see if there's big resistance above 180 or at 180 to see, you know, if buyers could have trouble continuing to push the price up. And you also need to be looking at the bid on the book, excuse me. You need to be looking here. Are there any huge orders moving up with the price? Because that huge order, as it comes up with the price, could prevent the shorts from moving it back down. So you got to have one eye on the chart and the other on both the book and the tape. So it's a bit of a challenge, and hence day trading is a tough endeavor. Anyway, 179.86 HOD right now on AMZN. We did have a higher print there in the pre. Both prints on the pre there got into 180.01, 180.05 max, and that was pushed back down. You can see there when we had that big boy move up yesterday in the aftermarket vis-a-vis the earnings reports of Google and Microsoft, we pumped too nicely here on the Amazonian, and as high as we could get there was 181.80. Alas, that is an algo pump though. It did close at 181. And then what did we do here? We actually in the aftermarket yesterday we kind of topped out, and where do we end up closing in the aftermarket? 179.02. So yeah, I still believe 180 is a resistance level. It may not, be exactly to the penny, but I will be looking at that. Now, another trade here is the dead one, Apple. Wow, off the top, 171 and a third, and now we are talking about a 170 touch right now on AAPL. Look, that IB low ended up holding the 200 EMA on the 5. Don't know why, don't care. Yesterday's closing print on Apple, 169.90. Where is the 200 EMA right now, which is the solid blue line on my chart? 170. What's 170? Obviously the $10 level. We're 8 pennies away from it right now on Apple. Do we hold up here at 170 on Apple? Is this a dip trade? We're barely positive on the day, up 0.13. So I'm going to be watching Apple here at 170 as it makes its way down. Look, I said to Brendo this morning, we closed below 170 on Apple yesterday. Did we? Yes, we did. 169.80. I thought that was by design because 170, in my opinion, is a key area of resistance on the daily. Once we gave up the ghost at 170, I don't want to see it being taken in the pre-market. I need to see a closing print above 170. I think the fact that we closed below it was indicative of something. So I'm going to be watching here. 170, it may not hold up because it is an area of resistance, so we could absolutely break it. So I'm going to be watching Apple in the same way that I'm going to be watching AMZN at 180.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly, those are both really key areas. And honestly, when you're talking about the dead one, I was like, the future right now is kind of the dead one. Now I realize when you talk about the Wick Shimmy Dance, because oh my goodness, were the Qs doing that Wick Shimmy Dance. Let me pull this up. I'm in the TQs, I'm feeling it personally. Look at the Qs doing this Wick Shimmy Dance here at this 431.
Holy cow.
This is a 5-minute chart, Sharif. This is a 5-minute chart. Just hanging out, chilling out, moving, a few pennies at a time, at least on the TQs. I'm still saying short this. I still like this look. We're just waiting for it to come in. I'm interested in minimum that 55.20 area. I want all the smoke. I also appreciate, I know earlier I was saying I was kind of waffly. Like I said, I like the entry, but I'm not sure about those candles, but I wanted to get in. And I appreciate 1320 Wolf saying, trust your instincts. That is one thing I'm working on. And I think sometimes, and this might sound like kind of circular logic, but I want to explain, sometimes you don't realize what your instincts are until you kind of practice using them and say, hey, did this work? Did it not work? And so you can only trust them once you understand, once you guys are working together. It sounds like I'm doing relationship counseling, but it's really just me working on my trading instincts. And I think the only way to really hone those is to try using them and to take these trades and get ready to get going. So that is my TQ trade. I do not like this big wick to the downside, but I have no reason to leave right now. I'm trying to stay calm, cool, collected, the 3 C's in the TQQs. Also, thank you guys in the chats, people saying that actually, so options, you can trade some of the index options until 4:15. So those you can actually trade after market until 4:15, some people are saying in the chat. But other than that, that's when it gets cut off. So 4:15 for certain index options. Thank you guys so much for sharing your options knowledge with all of us. It is always much appreciated, and I think that's one of the benefits of having this community is people come from different backgrounds with different types of trades they're looking at with different styles. So much appreciated there. Also, GME. Some people were mentioning this one in the chat, so I want to give this one a look. Oh, the fun does not stop in GameStop. Wow. Wow, look at this $12 level. Wow. I mean, knowing GameStop, it doesn't really have to have
No, not really.
Let's see if it does, though. It's up 7%. Insider selling.
I see that too.
Insider selling bringing this to the upside.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's really the reason. That's the only entry I have from today.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
That's all I'm seeing too. Insider selling, PFO and PAO selling shares. He only made 79,000. This is a very small insider sell. He made less than 80K on his shares. But yeah, that's a scintilla of shares. But I mean, we know this one is usually pretty active on certain online communities. Lots of people are all aflutter on Twitter over this. And also, I want to talk about this $12 level briefly. Look at that chop and turn we had at 12. Burst up. Look, we have this wick there bouncing off the 12, coming back up. So I think if we get back into 12s, I might actually look at GameStop, which is not what I normally trade. But if I do not discriminate against stocks. If it has levels I like and a price I'm comfortable spending, I will get involved. So GameStop, I'm not kicking anybody else off my side chart for you, but I'm going to keep you in my mind. So thank you people in the chat for mentioning GME, which actually is probably the place to be if you're long.
All right, long Apple. Let's see what we do here at 170. Stop is already in place. I'm going to give this 10 to 12 pennies. It has to hold my general area of 170. I mean, it could dip into the 90s, but I don't want to see it in the 80s. So if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. We're trying something here. Oh, I should mention that 169.88 technically is the closing print. So 170 may or may not mean anything here. It is the whole dollar level, the $10 level, hence why I look to defend it. But the closing print, I want to remind you, bless you, Katina, man, 169.88 closing print yesterday on AAPL. Come what may, the entries, bless you again, are in, and we'll see what we get. All right, Amazon is 10 pennies. Now, the high of Amazon is 10 pennies away from that 180 level. So watching that, we did get this hammer candle here, man. I thought we were going to end up rejecting that previous top at 179.86. We got right there, and then we tanked right back down to the 10, but we got bought up as quickly as we tanked. And we printed a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. 179.92 is Amazon right now, 180 incoming. I'm not going to be sitting there again, like I said, at the on a resting order. I need to see how it trades there and to see if I'm going to get blown out or not, right? Because, well, quite frankly, Amazon is up 3 2/3% today. It didn't report earnings, guys. Other companies reported earnings, and it's pumping here. So has me concerned about wanting to take a very strong stock like this short on a resting order. So we'll continue to watch what happens here with the Amazonian. 97's now the high on Amazon, so 3 pennies away from 180. Apple trying to hold 170. We'll see how that ends up going, And the other one that's kind of changing its tune, now I don't want to call this too quickly, is goggles. What happened here is at 11:55, we did break the 50 period, but it was a quick wick and then see ya. We went right back down and closed below VWAP. We held that level though at the $0.50, 171.5 held, and now we're at 172.5. Let's see if this candle can close this way, because it couldn't last time, right? And we're also not through that top. The top of this topping tail candle here is 65 pennies. So we'll see exactly what we're able to get here with Google breaking through the 50. And I did see somebody astutely point out in the chat that Google did look like it was going to break. And we talked about this was a fake out likely over here, right? You know, sometimes the first one is a fake out. The second one could be the real thing. Where we're using VWAP all morning as a level of resistance, but what we were doing simultaneously while rejecting off VWAP is putting incrementally higher lows. That is an ascending triangle, and sometimes it results in a flat top break. So we shall see what happens here with goggles as it breaks through the 50 period. Things that Meta hasn't been able to do, nor Softy, is break through that 50 period on the 5 today. It's been a decent level to short some of these, Google included. But now Google kind of changing its tune. The Fuge also, while I was talking, did curl right back up. It's been knocking on the door of 17.9. Hasn't been, you know, that close to it. 17.886 and a quarter is the high a day. But if we keep going this way, this looks awfully bull flaggish. Not that we really chart patterns on the Fuge, but we could see 17.9 today. If we see 17.9, we're likely going to pump an NVIDIA and a lot of these other needs. Okay, Amazon now has hit 180, 180.09 HOD on Amazon. That's why I didn't want to get short with a resting order. Let's see what happens here, Adair.
Yeah, I was just telling Paula Blackford in the chat that I will look at AMD for her because she says, can you guys look at AMD and give some feedback? Any chance for a short off 158? I think this is a fascinating chart, as I said to Paula Blackford in the chat there. But here's the thing, AMD, if you zoom out, kind of looks a bit bull flaggish to me. We had that big move up here. Look at that flagpole. Then we had higher. Look at sort of high, sort of a flat top, but either way, mostly higher lows here. We're also curling off that 9 EMA. So I have to be honest with you, Paula Blackford. I would need a little bit more confluence that this one's heading to the downside before getting involved in the short. I see why you like the 158 level, because that was certainly an interesting level. We had a beautiful, tight little range there right at the start of how to trade around 11. But right now, we're still holding that 9 EMA really nicely. And these wicks to the downside with every higher low show me that buyers are in control. So I'm going to be really honest with you here. To me, this still looks bullish for now for AMD. That's my take on that. I just, to be straight up. But I think if we do curl down here below that 9 EMA, could be interesting. Not advice, just my take on the chart. For me, though, I would probably need to see a decisively lower low to show a change in direction, because this is a very strong uptrend in AMD. And I think it could AM destroy shorts. So I would just say definitely be cautious there with AMD. I hope that helps, and I hope those reasons make sense as to why I would say exercise a skosh of caution. But yeah, right now, you know, I lost that TQ short, but I'm so proud of myself for how I managed this. I said I was a little cautious about being along. I said that from the get. I was like, this could be a little bit dicey, but I like the look. I want to try. I want to get involved. Then we kind of flipped a little bit here, and we got into my area that I wanted to get out, 48s. We cut it loose. It went back to the upside without me, and that's okay. I'm pleased as punch with this. It was a losing trade, but I learned from it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm trying to learn from each trade, even if it doesn't work out. And I think one thing that Neil said as well that I agree with is sometimes it's not about the idea being an issue, it's about the execution. And I've had that where I've had some scalps where I would literally early today saw sell 1 penny away from getting my out. You know what I mean? It's frustrating, but that shows you, hey, sometimes you have to be tighter, you have to be scalpier, and you have to listen to what these markets tell you. So even though that was a losing trade, it was not an L in terms of the lessons. Or the L in this case stands for lessons.
Hey,
lessons
I like that. Okay.
Thank you, Dandelion. Much appreciated. Just trying to get a little bit of growth here with every trade. You know what? I don't even know why I'm thinking about this, but some people earlier were mentioning Palantir. Okay. So I want to look at Palantir because that's an AI name. Yeah, this is interesting. We kind of dip below VWAP. I want to see if we bounce off VWAP. Not much of a read for me though. You know, guys, everyone knows I prefer my ranges and my clear levels. Palantir is not being super Palantir right now, so I'm going to probably have to steer clear of Palantir. Palantir, I forgot his name. How are you doing?
I love it. We're 5 pennies out of the money on Apple. I'm watching here if we hold 170 or not. The other trade that I'm watching is Amazon, because we were yapping all morning about a 180 short, and well, we got up into 180 in a fifth. So that 180.20 level is 19 technically, is the high of day right now. Coming off that level though, again, you know, I really didn't expect 180 exactly to hold. Hence why I didn't have a resting order. So let's watch, see if we give up the ghost at 180. If we do, I'm going to get short. Simple as that. It is a level of resistance on the daily. There is just no doubt in my mind about that. We did the charting yesterday, so we'll see if we get that today. We're short now on Amazon. Looks like we're going to get stopped out on Apple here, which is fine as it's coming right back down into the lows. So we'll see exactly what we get here. I'm going to give this one the old college try. I'm talking about you, Amazon. We'll look to get out if that high at 19 breaks. I mean, there's really not much else I can do. There's really, well, let's see over here. This is the level that we topped out at, 19s. 19 also is not the institutional level print. This is 830. So where'd that go up to, 20 or 19? It went up to 21. So yeah, okay, we can give it to around 21s to see if it'll break that level. I'm just going to send it to you while I put my stop.
Yeah, I mean, I love being sent on 21 because we know as a fan of 21 Savage, I enjoyed that. So we're doing our thing, 21. I'm proud of this. We flipped long Qs on that 9 EMA bounce. That was my exit for the short, so I wanted it to be my entry for the long. We're taking this into 60s. That is it. No, thank you, sir. No, ma'am. Nothing beyond 60s. That didn't make a little sense, but that's okay. Trying to take my 10 pennies, risking into 40s, so risking about 7 pennies. That is a risk-reward to ratio. Risk to reward ratio I can more than live with. So let's try to get this bread over here on the TQs. I would be definitely pleased as punch. Thank you so much. Bears vs. Bulls pointing this out. Chat has been full of compliments. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. I really appreciate it. I'm always so happy to be here, and I love this community and that I get to be a part of it. Hopefully, I love the TQs here as well.
I like that. Yes, you got to throw in that juju, that good juju in there. Okay, so we put our stops out on everything. The stop is out on Apple. It's out on Amazon. We'll watch what we get here. There's not much left for me to do other than basically watch how the price manifests. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That is the nature of the beast. Now let's go back to AAPL because that's the other trade that we're nursing here. And oh wow, okay, so we're back in the money on Apple. I was almost certain I would get stopped out. We'll see if we get a beak wetter at 15s. That's where I put my first beak wetter there. There is the red line denoting that. So the market, I want to say the market looks strong. I mean, we're not at highs, but we're awfully close to highs. So Yeah, it's not like really the market's moving with any one of these. Well, I think the market's probably a lot more in tune with how Amazon is moving than with how Apple is moving. Like we've been saying, the NQ and the NVIDIA have had a great degree of overlap with respect to how their charts have looked as of late. That wasn't always the case. It was kind of like, the bigger names that move these markets, the Microsofts, the Apples, the Googles. But, the last few months or so, it's been NVIDIA, and there's been definitely a lot of overlap between their chart patterns. So looking for that print on AAPL. If we're able to get to 15s, it'll get me out for some there. But the trade I am concerned with is Amazon breaking north on that 180 level. There it popped up again into 15. So for breaks 22s, that's going to be the end of my trade, which is fine. Let's see what else is moving. Small cappers, I believe there were some good ones. So let's have a look here. SBFM continues to give you opportunities off that volume weighted average price level, which is just a skosh above the $1 level. So it is holding $1 here, and there is a trade to be had with some of these small cap gappers reclaiming $1. Neil was the one that pointed out the fact that I should adjust my scanner from having a minimum value of $1 into 85 pennies. Reason being is you want to get early notice of the ones that are making their way up to $1, because there's a trade to be had there, either as a rejection or as a claiming of $1. So that's why I've done that, and that's why I'm mentioning the $1 level, because there is an important trade sometimes to be had at this level. So anyway, SBFM continuing to give you dips off the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see if that continues in the afternoon. So I did get stopped out of the soft one there, off the Amazonian, as it did pop into 27. So we'll take the L there, and that's just the way it is. So we're going to cancel this dip trade over here. How are we doing on Apple? Nice. So we did well on Apple there. We got the beak wetter at 15s. We lose on one, we make on another. Let's see what we get.
This is another situation where we got a penny shy of where I wanted to get out. I have no reason to leave yet, though. We're all smiles. I moved my out 1 penny lower, trying to take a quick 10 cents dime club over here in my TQs. So let's see what happens. I know this one I could hold for the high of day break, and we did do that yesterday with the TQs. But the difference, I think, with that trade was that it was a planned high of day break trade. This was me trying to play the range. Please just punch. We took the 10 pennies. Happy there. Thank you, TQs. Let's keep it going. Honestly, if these give another dip, I'll get in, and maybe that'll be a high daybreak trade. But I think right then I just needed a trade that I felt comfortable in and that I felt that I could execute. So that was my TQ trade. Yes, a 10-cent trade, and I am honestly pleased as punch about it, because I find if I try to hold these things for longer, that's where things get dicey for me in my trades. I'm happy with the scalp. And mind you, I'm comfortable trying as I get more comfortable to hold things longer. But I think because my brain sees entry points in terms of scalps, I think it makes the most sense to execute some of these trades as scalps. So there we go. That is my TQs. NVIDIA looking mighty fine over here. This is also a nice look, bouncing off this 90 MA. Had a bit of a rejection here, though. Got into new high of day, struggling with this 875. This could get very spicy. This is a bull flag, I would say, as well. And I love this little candle bit at 866. Wick down into that previous support at 862. Come right back up. Continue to fly to the upside. Just in time, mentioning DJT, I just wrote DJRT, which is not the stock's name. Oh, this is a nice look. Bouncing off that 90 MA. This is interesting, though. I would be very cognizant of that 4280. That being said, we kind of wick in both directions, right? But this is a bit of a bearish vibe I get at 43. High of day 4302. We wick up in there, then struggle. Now we're seeing a little bit of a lower candle. So I want to really see what we do on this DJT, because I think this could be a bit of a spicy time on this stock. Nice bounce off that 90 MA, though. And I think if we have another kind of candle to eclipse what just happened there, plus with these wicks down into the 90 MA, this could be a little bit long. I've noticed too with DJT sometimes, what it'll do is it'll get near a level, it'll just compress for a good while, and then it'll push above. So I'm not saying it's not gonna go higher. I'm just saying be cognizant of that, our first failure at 43 with that wick to the upside. But I mean, noticing how this one will kind of consolidate and then break up, that could very well be what's happening here today. not anticipating, just participating and looking for more trades to participate in, because right now we're out of the TQs, pleased as punch, and looking for more.
Man, Amazon just keeps headed to the high side here. 180 who?
180 who?
Yeah, like it's on the way up, guys. 180.30 HOD. So we were wrong on that trade. That's all right. What is the next trade, as the one that Kenob likes to say? We're still doing well on our Apple trade. We're nicely in the money on this one, 20 pennies or so. I'm going to be looking to take everything out at the volume weighted average price on Apple. That is hanging out at the $0.50. So if we're able to make it up into 170.50-ish area, around right here on Apple, I'll be looking to get out. Yeah, I like it when you do it like brr, like brr. I was about to ask you, because earlier you said you were singing, I think a song. No, you were singing something.
I'm always singing.
And yeah, you said I like that. Do you remember that, Houston? I like that.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Where the money at?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about. You know, Houston, I like that. I like that. Where the money
Neil's
at?
comment in the chat.
What'd he
Go
say?
Baba, it's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. We gonna tap you up like it's your birthday. And you know 75 will hit because it's your birthday.
Wow, bro.
Bobby in the trade.
You went off there, Neil.
We'll hold. Sorry, 75 will hold because it's your.
Okay. I love it. I love it. Good
enjoyed that.
vibes, baby. I love being on this trading floor. No doubt about it. Chingy. Sorry, I thought it was Houston. Was that Chingy? Mr.
No,
Love
Chingy
Chef?
was like there, like
Thur is
yeah.
Chingy. Yeah, yeah. No, but Houston was, yeah, like Thur. He's in jail now, though. I think he went down for murder 1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went down for murder 1. Let's find out. Because this is what we do on the trading floor. Chingy, jail. Let's see.
What?
No, I don't think no, I'm thinking about somebody else. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else, yeah. All good. All right, let's get back to work, baby. Because Amazon's on the way up here, Dara. 180.40, we're going to get into 180.38. Ram is now the high of the day. But, you know, I'm not going to be taking a trade at these highs. So if Amazon wants to hold 180, I'll use it as support. That's fine. It'll have to come back to it. But this is the trade that I want to alert you guys about. It wasn't once. It wasn't twice. It wasn't even Obi thrice. It was 4, and now we've had a 5th attempt at the 50 period on Meta. Does this one break? Because 440.5, or in this case, 440.25, now as the 50 has come down a little bit, has been a resistance level. It's been below the 50 period all morning. I mean, I really should be getting short here. Do I have a Meta trading screen up? We're gonna have to load this one as Meta. Let's load up that bad boy. And yeah, right there it goes. So what is the trade here? All right, I'm going short Meta here, Adara. So I'll just send it to you. I'll put my stops.
Yeah, go short. Get the Zuckerberg money there. Yeah, I thought a pun would come to me. It hasn't yet. Good Luckerberg.
Thank you.
Good Luckerberg. Best of Luckerberg in that trade. Also, yes, so Mr. Love Shack saying it was Houston and Chingy.
Oh, got
so
it.
There you go.
Okay, gotcha.
So thank you for that. Also, Jay Lee saying, asking if we're sad for not going long NVIDIA at the open. I don't trade on the open, and I wouldn't have held it. I'll be really real, but you are right. That's a great long. 838 all the way up into currently, well, the highest that we got here was like this just shy of 875. So that's a really nice look. Congrats to anybody who took that. Nice look. Yeah, not the type of trade that I would have taken, to be quite honest, even if I had, if I traded in the morning. But shout out to anybody who had that, because it's a great look. Also, I forget who this was. This woman earlier today mentioning Affirm and PayPal as 2 potential trades, because I was saying, hey, I'm looking for something for my side chart. And somebody said Affirm, and I love this look. I like the higher lows and the flat top. I'm not saying we'll flat top break, but it's something that I'm okay with taking the range until I see what I like, right? I'm gonna get out part of this position at around 40, let's do 43s. and then we're gonna save a third of this. We'll do 42s. We're gonna save a third for the for the dream there, because I want to see what continues to unfold. I also have no problem reloading this if it ends up just being a range. Why am I saying just a range? I love ranges. Let's bring on a range if that's what happens. But let me see if I miss. I want to see if I miss any super chats here. I just saw a new one. Dandelion said, "I threw the baby out with the bathwater." $2 super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's your read on INTC, says Arcan. This one just coming in. This was a $1.99 super chat. Yeah, I'd love to take this one if I can, because I was trading Intel earlier and I have some levels in mind. Now, Intel, to me, the level that was the most interesting was this 3186. Of course, the top here is going to be this 3223. I traded into this. We got a part of the position, then we fell lower. But regards to my read on this chart, I think for whatever reason, this level, Intel does not want to break above. That 3220 hold is intense. It's stuck like glue over here. Then I thought we might come and rest a little bit at that 3180, because that was such a clear pop earlier. Not at all. Right now, to me, Intel's just kind of a short the pop into the 9 EMA type look. I'm going to be really honest. However, look at where we're starting to see a bit of support. That's right. That's that earlier resistance level at 3146. We're about 10 pennies away from seeing if this truly holds. But right now, it looks like Intel could be picking up steam a little bit near VWAP and near that previous area of resistance. That's my read on Intel. Arcan. I hope that helps, and thank you very much for the super chat. Also, Affirm. I am pleased to confirm that Affirm is right now holding firm at above my level of entry. So let's firm up some profits. There we go.
All right, nicely in the money here on Meta. Got right back into this to defend that 50 period. Wet my beak on some profits to avenge the previous trade. About, where am I at now? Wow, come on down into 69s, baby. We're short 35s. 440.35, it's printing 76s. I'm waiting at 69s. If we can get into that level, I'll cover the remaining short there on Meta. We're holding up here at 76s. Thank you, Katina, man, for that. Appreciate your support, my man. Always good vibes at Katina, baby. Everybody knows the name around here. All right, keeping an eye on these other trades. Goggles did reject, again, the 50 period, even though it did have that break and the bamboozlement was real. I mean, you can't expect these levels to hold to the penny. And in this case, you got up into 172.5 and you dipped down into 171.75. So the range is getting a lot tighter here on Google. Unsure what to make of that. And bang, we get the 69 fill. Please just punch about that. So we take that short on Meta on the 50 period again there, and it was now 5 times, guys. Once, twice, Obi thrice. We don't know what 4 means, but this is 5 right here. We don't know what 4. We tried earlier, couldn't get it. Ram said there's no word like that. So anyway, another rejected. Well, you said there was no like 4 like thrice, right?
I love for me is what I say.
We wanted an ICE word, Katina, man. But yeah, you're right. Quad, right? Yeah. We can make one up. I mean, yeah. I'm hearing a lot of different suggestions from the side over here. So happy about this trade. Say that again, Ram.
Price.
Price, because it's 4. Price. Wow. Price. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't mind it either. People have no idea what we're saying, but we'll just say.
Yeah, price.
Yeah. So pleased with this trade. Let's see exactly what kind of move down we get on Meta. And the reason I talk about looking at the move down now that I've covered is because we could take this up. It's a bit of a range. It may be a tilted range, but a range nonetheless, a range with lower highs. But this this bottom here at 437 to about 437.5, that's held up twice. So if we have a deeper retracement like these 2 outliers over here, I'll be looking long Meta. I'm not gonna lie. I'll obviously have one eye on the future to see if we're gonna tank, but because you don't want to be against that beast. But the Amazonian knows no top at the moment, man. 4% of the good. This thing didn't report. It doesn't have a headline. It doesn't have a headline, right?
Amazon, no, that we can find.
No, right? I mean, I looked this morning. There was really nothing. This thing is pamping. I think. Go ahead, Katina, man. Thank you. Good point. So the Katina man astutely pointed out that Azure absolutely blew away earnings, and so the idea here is if they're doing well, well, then AWS likely will do well. And you mentioned that as well. Google absolutely killed it with Google Cloud. They both did very well on cloud spending. So I'm assuming the implication here for Amazon is, well, AWS must be doing as well because they're the big kahuna. So not those big kahunas. Anyway, man, uninterrupted to the north side now. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll call this a candle. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles in a row here to the upside. 181 coming on Amazon. What a move today for the Amazonian. It is the best looking, I would say, chart here. Obviously, NVIDIA up about 6%, but that is the monster. So we don't, you know. One other thing before I send it to Adara, this 170 level on Apple is holding. It's dead at these levels, but it's holding. And the wick shimmy dance kind of shows you that there are buyers below that 170 area into yesterday's closing print at 169.88. For whatever reason, someone's picking up Apple here at 170. So we're long 170.05. We'll continue to hold this and see if we can make it back into the volume weighted average price at the $0.50.
Thank you for that, Sharif. It is, I can't believe it's already 1 p.m.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so we're going to do the lesson of the day, or not Neil's lesson of the day, but our lesson soon. But I do want to look at Boeing for everyone, because people are mentioning that Boeing is indeed going. And I cannot find a reason for this. I also am not seeing a lot of volume with this move. So we had a mild volume spike, but that's like, what is that, like 1.5 mil shares? It's not really comparative to some of the other volume we've had, right? It's only comparatively large. The volume itself, though, not super huge. So, sorry, not even, that's like 100,000. I'm trying to read this volume. Anyways, not the point. The point is, we had that move up here. We flew to the upside with a viciousness. Very little turbulence on those candles, but they're not seeing a catalyst. And then we had that kind of bearish wick up into 168.20, then closing here at 167.9. So we basically erased like 30 pennies of gains in this 1 5-minute candle. This is an interesting little look here. I want to see what we do on Boeing. Baba Black Sheep, have you any longs or shorts? We're gonna have to wait and find out. I guess that works better with Baba, but Boeing, I mean also BA. So let's see what happens here. I think it'd be interesting if we rest and find support at that 167.50. And I say that because that was that nice little spike we got around 10.10. I think that'd be a nice little area to see what happens there. Also, Affirm. Okay, I got excited there. I'm gonna talk about Affirm in case that little dance wasn't like a key. I would like to discuss it. So I will say I was getting a little bit skittish here. I got involved with the 90 MA because I like these higher highs with the flat top. Then I saw this extremely bearish candle, and I said, I was at the Scooby-Doo sound. I was like, oh, we'll have to see what happens. But I didn't want to get out just yet. I said, I don't really have a reason to leave. I was going to give it about like 8 pennies here. So I said to Dara, just wait, breathe, see what the chart gives you. We had that nice little spike, but I think maybe I was a little bit too ambitious with my out here at 42s. We might not get 42s. I'm okay keeping it here for now in terms of my exit, but I just would like to see Affirm be a little bit more assertive. Be like, hey, I want 40s. I want my flat top break. Like Affirm, you got to be a little bit more, you got to be a little more assertive in this move to the upside.
Come on, bro.
Come on, right? Like, get it going. How are you doing?
Good. I'm still watching Amazon. I mean, I can't get Amazon out of my mind. That 180 break absolutely bamboozled me. And that's why you shouldn't like put too much, I guess, weight into the levels that you put. I mean, if the levels they hold, they hold. If they don't, they don't. Right? I mean, don't. What I'm trying to say is trying to convince myself not to take it so personally here. But anyway, I see a topping tail candle maybe forming. This is premature to make this call, but this is the current candle on Amazon. It is still green, but it looks topping tailish. I'm not taking any trade off one candle. I need to see a couple of more, and then maybe we'll look for something here. But I was just confident that 180 would hold as a level. All right, what else is happening? Wow, yep. So 5 times now Meta has rejected the 50 period. Now it's about to break 439. But guys, the range is getting tighter on Meta. So even though we're getting progressively lower highs because the 50 period is sloping down, the lows are incrementally a little bit higher than the previous low. So like we were talking about, the possibility of a flat top break could be brewing here in the same way that it could be brewing on goggles, right? Look at goggles right back in to into the 50 period again at 172.25. So there's decisions here to be made. Okay, another thing I want to point out is that this top here on Tesla is very interesting, this 172 area. There seems to be a lot of short sellers instituting their short position around 172. So we had resistance at 172 earlier on Tesla, and then we got back to it off that 170.25 hold. That was yesterday's closing print. That was a good trade in of itself. But look at this now. Now we're doing the wick shimmy dance from the south side of 172, and we're starting to put like that rounded top where we're putting incrementally lower highs on the topping tail candles. So this could be a possible short coming in here on Tesla, back maybe into 170. That gives you $1.50 of profit targets. So Tesla could also be an interesting short at these levels. I don't know why I'm so short obsessed today, but whatever, who cares? Anyway, keeping an eye. Yes, the Katia man was bearish all week, essentially. You were, yeah. He's short right now. Can we update the people? Meta 440 short. 440.65 short. The Katina man short, Tesla here 172. So he sees what I see on this one. I agree with the Katina man on this one. Shout out to him. Hope he prints obviously a Dara.
Yeah. So shout out there, Sean short. It's alliteration, so you know it's perfect there. Short Sean. Sean is short. Shout out to Sean. Also, Google. Zach Frack was mentioning Google. My thoughts on Google, and I have thoughts on Google, so I'd like to share them. My main thing I'm seeing here is there is something in the water at 172.30. I know Sharif just talked about 172 on Tesla, but 172 on Google is like, hi, I exist too. Let me talk about like Adara. You guys can't just ignore me because I'm not Tesla. So I'm sorry, Google. I apologize. We'll talk about you as well. Look at that little, this is an interesting area. So we kind of come into that. This was right at the open 940. Bounce, come back up into 173, fall down a little bit here to 170s. Then we see higher highs, higher lows until we get to 172.40, at which case we form a flattish top with slightly higher lows. I don't want to say flat top break because this is not the highest point we've been at the day. In fact, we actually had to move down and then consolidated. However, the fact that this consolidation top is forming at previous resistance makes things really spicy. I think whatever way this goes, I think at some point this blows up in one direction, and I think it could blow up to the upside, just given how strong this resistance or the support was earlier and how strong the resistance is now. That is my take on Google. I don't think you have to Google search for any levels there. Also, I'm still in Affirm. There's nothing to talk about there. Yeah. I'm going to stay in Affirm, though, actually, while I do the lesson, which normally I don't do, but Affirm is kind of chilling.
I agree with you.
I have 8 open in the side chart, so if I need to act, I will act. But right now, we're going to act on this options lesson, which for some reason I'm always at the end of the PowerPoint.
Just hold, yeah, there.
Here we go. Oh yeah, I could have just held the buttons.
It's all good, it's all good.
So let's talk about option spreads, because as we talked about this week, the bull flag will beckon and be like, hi, come over here, trade me, go long, we can do this together. It gives you these promises of rising prices, but what if you could magnify what it's promising you with the potential gains while limiting your risk? And that's what you can get if you get option spreads. They offer an attractive strategy to play with this bullish pattern. So what are option spreads? Imagine you've got a ladder instead of directly climbing a wall. So you have little rungs with which to step your feet in, or with which to put your feet into. Option spreads allow you to take a bullish stance without directly buying a call option, and they involve combining 2 or more options contract with different strike prices and or expiration dates to give you a more defined risk and profit profile. So let's talk about bull call spread specifically with a bull flag. So this is how it works. You're going to buy a call option with a specific strike price, for example, $25, that'll give you the right, but not the obligation, to buy the stock at that price by the expiration date. Now what you're going to want to do is set a higher strike call option. So you're going to sell another call option with a higher strike price, for example, 27 with your initial 25, and the same or earlier expiration date. Expiration date, really important. I was doing some reading on options in general, and they said you have to be very cautious with your expiration date. So again, not an options trader, and thank you guys to the options traders in the chat who have been super helpful with the tips, and for everybody, much appreciated. But so you're going to want to make sure that that higher strike price has the same or earlier expiration date as your initial call option. And the second call you get is called the selling call against your initial call purchase. Also, shout out to Mr. Love Shack saying another name for this trade is a long vertical call spread.
Okay,
which I did not know. That's very cool. I guess it makes sense with the ladder analogy, right? Vertical.
Yeah.
But so let's talk about the bullish advantage to this. You do have more limited risk. So unlike buying a single call option where your losses are potentially unlimited up to the entire premium paid, your risk in a bull call spread is capped to the difference between the strike prices you bought and sold minus the premium paid for the spread. You also can help increase your profit potential. So if the stock price rises above the higher strike price sold call by the expiration date, you could potentially profit from the difference between the lower strike price bought call and the purchase price. So here's one example that I'm going to try to pull up here. Give me a moment to get this set up.
You want me to take over?
No, I figured it out. I just wanted to get it all set up there. Thank you. So let's talk about, imagine that you have a stock trading at $23 and it forms a bull flag. So if you believe the price will continue to rise, you're going to execute the bull call spread by buying a call option with a strike price of $25 for a premium of $2 and then selling a call option with a strike price of $27 for a premium of $1. So your maximum risk will be limited to the price of your call option, your selling call, minus your buying call, minus the premium, which is going to be the difference, and that's going to, or the difference between the premiums, and that's going to give you $1. So we're going to go over more now in this, and thank you for the Sharif for that description there. But now what we're going to do is go over the max gain and loss and a little bit more specifics. So how do you calculate these? For your maximum gain, you're going to subtract your lower strike price from your higher strike price, then subtract your premium, and multiply that number by the amount of shares in the contract to figure out your maximum gain. Then for your maximum loss, what you're going to do is take the cost of the purchase call option and subtract the premium received from the sold call option, then multiply that number, which is going to be your net premium, by the amount of shares in the contract to figure out your maximum loss. Now, as I wrote that, I realized there's probably a lot of math in, and I apologize. So here's the summary here. You're going to use the difference between strike prices as the basis for your maximum gain calculation and the difference between option costs or premiums for your max loss. But let's get into beyond the basics quickly here. You really want to make sure to understand options because spreads require a good understanding of option mechanics and Greeks. So that's going to be like alpha, beta, etc., which can help you measure option price sensitivity. Now let's also talk about the expiration date. As we said, these can be pretty key, so you want to make sure you choose one that aligns with your strategy for trading the bull flag pattern. Now also we're going to talk about volatility because option premiums are often sensitive to volatility. Consider the impact of volatility on your P&L. And you might also want to explore different spread variations like bull put spreads for a more complex but potentially income generating strategy within a bull flag. Check out as well Danielle Shea. She was in the market recap show with Sean and I last night. Great conversation. She's awesome. And definitely check that out. Also, I want to quickly, before I throw to Sharif, thank you to the super chat from Tom Bossa. $1.99 super chat. You sound like Jennifer Lawrence. Your vibe.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Thank you so much. I mean, I enjoy her vibes, so I really appreciate you saying that.
Good vibes.
And thank you for the support for the show. I'm almost just happy to be here with everybody.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, I got stopped out of my Amazon short, but I am inclined to get right back into it. I also wet my beak on some Tesla profits there off that 17161 short. But Amazon is putting a bit of a top here, and I'm seeing a lot of topping tail candles come in. I just think my entry is bogus on this, that I keep getting a bad entry. But we have 3 topping tail candles in a row now on the 5, and we're putting incrementally lower highs on each one of those candles. So I do want to weasel my way into this trade, but I really want a better price because I keep getting stopped out using my risk management parameters, and that I just can't change willy-nilly on a dime like this. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to bamboozle myself into this trade. Yeah, this is a bit of a tougher look here. I mean, I keep trying to force this one short. It may not be short. So yeah, I'll keep eyes on this one. I have my stop already set on Tesla, so we'll leave that. Apple, we've been nursing Apple all morning with that one. Yeah, we've been defending that 170 level all morning. It hasn't stopped me out. I've had my stop in for the entirety of my time in Apple. Sometimes we pop, like as you saw here, we popped into that 25 penny area, but it's really been a dead trade today on Apple, no question about that. So I'll keep my my eye on it, right? And if we pop up here, then we'll look to deal with something. But NVIDIA right now just printed day's high and the future. is about 5 points off day's high as well, and I keep trying to short this market. So that may not be a good look for me anyway. 877.65 right now, high of day on NVIDIA. It's been hugging the 10-period moving average. All the closing prints have either been above the 20 or above the 10. That has been the case the entire day on this monster. 6% to the good on NVIDIA on the day, 6.15 to be exact, actually. So NVIDIA looking real good here. I will look at it. So I did get stopped at a Tesla? Not yet. Okay, so it has to cross 88. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, let's go back to the Tesla screen here because I did put my candle out on Tesla if it was to break above the previous candle high, and I did get out of Tesla there, but it's not showing it on the screen for whatever reason. It says that I'm still in it.
Tesla clings to the screen, I've noticed. Tesla,
Yeah.
if you're in a trade for some reason, sometimes Tesla will stay on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know what it
likes
is,
being
but
there.
okay. Reloaded on Tesla? Yes, Katina Man. The Katina Man's back on the reload, defending that 172 level. It has been a top on the day on Tesla. The HOD on Tesla is 172.12. So this is a good look for the Katina Man here. Defend that 172, and we shall keep eyes on what just happened with my here. Oh, the Amazon. I see. The Amazon got me in trouble. The Amazonian got me in trouble, Katina Man. Yes, nice trade there on Tesla as we move right back down into that $0.50. Last time we were having trouble breaking the $0.50 too, so nice look there on the break. I'll keep eyes on that. How many topping tail candles need to come in on Amazon here for me to get short? Is anybody else looking at this? Like, chat, what are you guys seeing here on Amazon? Is anybody looking short on Amazon? Or am I the only crazy person right now that wants to look short?
Going down.
Yeah,
those candles.
and those topping tail candles, but you know, keeps getting me in trouble every time I get into it. Say again? Meta's on the way down again. How many 50-period rejections is that now, Katina Man? 20? Because Meta has been absolutely rejecting that 50-period moving average the entire morning, and looks like there is no difference as of right now. It's continuing to reject it. We'll keep eyes on that. Yeah, I'm disappointed that I got shaken out of that rest of my Tesla trade there as it did move up into 88s. Yeah, so that's the look there. All right, wow. Oh, I didn't even notice this. We got close to 17.9. So 17,894. So we're at that 900-point level now. We're about 6 points off 900. Decisions to be made here, and looks to be had, I guess. We'll see what we get when we move up to 900. Maybe we see 18,000 by next week. Well, looks like we gave up 18,000 so aggressively on that market sell-off from last week. I didn't think we would see it for a while, but alas, yeah, we will. So we'll keep eyes on that, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much in this market to keep eyes on, I have to say. I got out of a firm.
Bang.
I'm smiley. So I got out part of this position exactly as planned. While I was doing the lesson of the day, I was yapping. We broke above 33.40. Then I noticed we kind of paused a little bit around that doji, around 33.50. I said, Adara, take your profits and run for the hills, which I did. 17-penny winner for the rest of that position there. And I almost said IBIT because I am an IBIT, but that was on a firm. I was honestly pretty happy with this, and I wanted to talk about that. So thank you again. I'm so sorry. I forget who it was. Someone in the chat earlier mentioned a firm to me, so shout out to you. I would not have looked at that chart today if you had not pointed it out to me, and I love that flat top breakout. So there we go. Let's also, I'm in IBIT, so I'm going to mention IBIT quickly here as well. Happy with my point of entry. Please just punch. We're going to give this 5 pennies, trying to get minimum 8 pennies. I like that base here earlier. This looks kind of rangy to me, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out 2/3 the position, then keep filling as we head to the downside, keep unloading some of the shares. That's the goal with IBIT. Hopefully it comes to fruition, at least a bit on IBIT. But I don't love that we're having this dance with the 9 EMA, especially because look where we had that resistance earlier. That's right, this 36.26 level. I don't know how I feel about this, but I think we've broken below it earlier. I think we can break below it again. I am just incredibly cognizant of that level, as I often am. Also, AMD, Paula Blackford asking about AMD short now. So the thing is, yeah, initially, sorry, when you did message this, and I put this in the chat, we were below that 158. I said my biggest thing is I want to see AMD decisively get A, below the 9 EMA, and B, make a lower low. We still haven't made a lower low, and I think AMD is really getting to an AM decision point here.
Oh.
You can only consolidate for so long. Although, maybe, actually, I shouldn't say that, because Apple sometimes can consolidate all darn day.
Apple's breaking down.
Oh, now it's not the dead one, it's the dying one. Yeah. Oof, bad look for Apple. But yeah, I think, and now AMD's trying to pop back up. So I would just say, yeah, definitely caution with AMD, not advice, just takes on the chart. I think that lower low is definitely needed, as I kind of mentioned here in the chat as well. Also, shout out to Chef Joe for your $50 NVIDIA winner. Shout out to Jacob. Shout out to everybody. Always pleased as punch to be here. I'm not shouting out iBit, though, because iBit doesn't know what it's doing. So iBit, you do not get any love from me today. That is for darn sure. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We're having a good time over here. We're just trying to make some trades and live our best life. Also, Lachlan wants to look at sound, so let's look at sound. Yeah, I mean, honestly, don't have much to say about this chart except nice upside, higher highs, higher lows. Last 4 candles we've been breaking out. Had a nice little bounce off that 9 EMA.
Bro.
Upside, upside. Sean, nice look there. What's happening?
I just told the Katina man I ate it because he took the trade that I was talking about, but he actually executed it properly. The 172 rejection on Tesla that we kept talking about, he just took a buck in the money. Put the Katina man screen.
Ramin, my screen.
Bruh. I mean, and you were the responsible one for these topping till candles, weren't you? These over here, that's where you kept getting short. So shout out to the Katia man. He executed the trade properly, baby. That's how it's done. I'm going to aim for better, no doubt about that. So yeah, I had the right idea, bad execution. Should have definitely put my stop above 172. I just didn't want to give that much risk. But man, oh man, that is a good trade there. And one that was, definable on the chart. So you should be getting those. Now, I'm going to be looking here at Amazon at 180. So we were talking about how strong my conviction was on the 180 short, and that ended up, you know how that went because we popped up 82 pennies above that. So we'll see exactly whether we're able to hold up here at the 20 period, which is 179.80, just at that 180 level. Look, I'm going to be looking long here for that defend of the level. We'll see exactly what we get, but it looks like that 180.82 short was right. These topping tail candles were right. You have to stick to your convictions. As the Katina man says, if I like my setups, I'm going to add into them. I've been trying not to DCA into positions because that's where I've gotten into a lot of trouble, but I shouldn't be so arrogant to think that I'm always going to be able to pick tops and that, it may go against me for a bit, but my idea will be right. And I had the right idea on Amazon and Tesla, but got shaken out of both. I'm going to do better next time, so we'll keep eyes on that. 180 is incoming here for the Amazonian. What does it do? Does it bounce, or do we tank below that 180? The 20 period, like I mentioned, which has been the kind of the defense point for the deeper retracements, about 10 pennies below the $10 level there at 180 at 179.90 or thereabouts. So keep your eye on that if you're long inclined on Amazon. And quite frankly, it's up 3 3/4. So this could be an interesting area of defense here. So we'll keep eyes on that as well. Dan wrote something here. I want to go back and read it. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. I was talking about the future, which I think is what he was responding to here. He says 18,040 is still on my radar for today. If we get there, that's 10x my initial risk on the morning long at 17,677. My man, you've got the patience. You've got patience galore because you sit there and hold those positions all day. Shout out to you, Dan. That's a good trade there for you. Hope you print on that one. All right, now we are below 180 on the Amazonian. Do we hold this area or what happens here at Dara? Let's keep eyes on this one.
Yeah, Amazon, like that's been a nice look there. I know a lot of people in the chat talking about Amazon, so shout out to you if you got involved in that. Also, this Google, I was talking earlier, I think maybe for Zach Frack, I think that was who mentioned it about this Google, and I said, I am obsessed with this 172.30 level. Google apparently agrees that it's also obsessed with this 172.30 level because Google has not left that thing alone. This is not one just that because I'm still going live that I feel comfortable trading like $172 stock quite just yet. If anyone knows any like Google ETFs, I'd love to have my goggles on goggles because I do like this range and I think there's something brewing. There's something in the water here. I want to play it. I want to get involved. This looks pretty tasty there. This tasty. on Google. So I really would like to get involved in this.
This here trade.
Pardon?
This here trade.
This year trade, yeah, this year trade. There we go. Also, IBIT. I'm still happy with this, but I am extremely cognizant of that bounce we had off that 9 EMA at that 36.25. Now, also, look where we had that bounce earlier, 36.30. Now we're seeing rejection off 36.30. I think if this breaks up, this could get really dicey for me. I am giving this to 36.35. We touched it and then rejected. So as of right now, I feel confident, but that can change at any moment. That's trading, baby. You got to roll with the punches. You got to see what the market gives you. And I will say as well, I do want to shout out, I want to shout everybody here always, but I want to shout out Sean as well, because as you were just saying earlier, Sharif, sticking with your convictions. Like, honestly, you talking about that has, I think, definitely made me a trader that's more confident in taking risks. And I think even when and I was saying this to Sharif earlier this week as well and on the show, even if the trades don't work out, because if I'm going to stop myself by saying, oh, I could lose it, you could also make it.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
And I think that's what I've been trying to use as the impetus. I'm not up on the day, but I'm really proud of the trading I did today for the most part. There are some exceptions because I took setups I liked and I stuck with them. And if I liked something, I was willing to get involved. And so I think to some extent, that's something that's worth it as well and that you can learn from. So thank you, Max Tycho, for enjoying the puns. I have fun making them, so I have fun making them, so good times there. Dump the market, or dump it market, says DJ Marshall. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. This Tesla kind of interesting. I don't have much of a read on anything though beyond this IBIT. I thought is there anything else people are, Rivian, someone was mentioning Rivian, so let's look at Rivian here. Yeah, this is a nice look on Rivian. We kind of had a little bit of a roundy top. This is a very bamboozling, actually, frowny face. Then we get to this area we talked about earlier, 883, and we go all the way to the upside. That R1 is continuing to zoom here. If we bounce off this 892, this could maybe be interesting. I might keep my eyes on Rivian, and I do enjoy the look of their vehicles. How are you doing?
Absolutely. Trying this 180 level on the Amazonian, but I've been watching this Microsoft range get tighter and tighter and tighter, and I did not expect this from Microsoft on a second, like a first day earnings play. I mean, did anybody kind of expect this sideways movement here? I thought we would at least get some sort of volatility on the name, but it has been very, very tight in its range, saving except for these two rejections into the 50 period. Very interesting look here on Amazon, but I don't think my on Microsoft. I'm going to look to defend the 20 period here on Amazon, and I'm going to give it very, very tight. At that range 179, I'm going to give it to 82s, and then we'll look to cover at this level, 82, and then we'll basically take out the entire position a little bit below that. So we'll go ahead and sit there. So I put my stop in on that. So if that holds, great. If it doesn't, too bad. Yes, Tesla on the way down again. Now Tesla breaking below 171. So this was a 172 short by the Katina man, and there he is, riding the bear all the way down. Tesla now at the 50 period. Beautiful short off that 172 rejection with the plethora of topping tail candles coming in there. We'll keep an eye out on the Cybertruck. NVIDIA, though, unabated to the quarterback is NVIDIA 883 and a third now, breaking through that 80 level, and it's single-handedly pushing the future here into that 17.9 territory. 17.898 right now. We're 2 points off HOD, and well, that's the high. We're 10 points off it right now as we trade, so we'll keep eyes on that as well. Meta back at the 50 period, though. It is wicking a little bit into that 440 area, maybe a little bit 441-ish here, but it really isn't breaking through any of these previous tops. What it is doing, though, is breaking through the 50 period, but not on a closing basis. As we've seen, that has not been the case the entire morning there. So META continuing to reject off the 50 period, but doing its darndest to get back into that area. Wow, NVIDIA, bro. Okay, let's check some small caps because we haven't looked at those in a bit. SBFM continuing to do well, and any dips off the volume weighted average price have printed. Same goes with CGEM. This one has been also quite beautiful. 2 dips off volume weighted average price, and they both paid well over $1. HWH is hugging the volume weighted average price. Really no trade for me. Same look for WIMI, WIMI, hugging VWAP with no range. But AGEN, 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 really here having a good day today. 8:30 close yesterday, 11:47 high. We're trading at 11:17 right now. It was really kind of bouncing off the 10 period moving average. I don't really know why, but the point is, SMA, let me just highlight the EMA there. Which one is the EMA? Is it this one? No, that's the SMA. Okay, where's that EMA? All right, there it is. Show. I don't know why it's not showing. Anyway, that's fine. We'll keep eyes on AGEN. It is coming down a little bit now, so that could be the end of the trade there. Watching Amazon to hold the 20 period. If it doesn't, I'm Gonzino.
Yeah, it would be Gonzino indeed there. Also, yeah, so I got out of IBIT. Thank you, Jimo, for mentioning this news, BTC news with BlackRock and Fidelity. I was trying to find this where I couldn't find. The closest I could find was zero cross shareholdings in Japan, which I don't think is what that is. But yeah, we lost exactly what I wanted here. We risked 5 pennies. We lost 5 pennies.
Okay.
And that's okay. You know what? I might even get in on the long here if we bounce off this area. I might have missed this opportunity, but I think it's a nice look trying to curl. What I do like, though, is the TSLL short. I'm probably not going to get it, but I like that we're bouncing off that 9 EMA. We're having that rejection. I want to get involved. What's maybe more promising right now, to me, is maybe the Qs. And I say maybe the Qs because I don't want to make any assumptions we're near high of days. However, this candle lick, to me, is extremely spicy. NVIDIA did it as well. You had that candle, then we wicked to the upside, then kind of fell a little bit to the downside. So I really want to see what we do. We're still riding the 9 EMA, which is the thing that's kind of making me hesitant to go short here. But if I see one more candle I like, I want to get involved. And I want to clarify, too, I'm not getting involved because I am concerned. I'm not getting involved because I don't believe in it yet. And I think there's a difference. You know what I mean? I remember when I first heard Sean will say a scared trader is a deficient trader. And I remember at one point, I just took that as like, take every trade you mildly believe in, which is not the right way to take it. I think the way that I would now take it, the way I now understand that is a scared trader is an efficient trader. And if you're scared, not because you don't believe in the trade, but because you're worried about risk, that's where it becomes a problem. If you like the trade, take the trade with a risk level that makes sense to you. And I mean, I don't want to, that's just my interpretation and how I've taken that lesson. And so with that in mind, I do not have enough confidence to take the TQs right now, especially with that gorgeous wick off that 9 EMA. But that's what I'm trying to say here. Nice look on Google, trying to break above that level 172.40. Bang, that's a great look. Also, shout out to Harris Roch. Thank you for telling me about the GGLL, which is the Google, this is the Google ETF. Volume on this, 400,000 shares, so not when I will be trading, but it's good to know it exists. So thank you very much, Harris, for telling me about this. What else is being happening here? I want to see what else is happening. Google pushing for 172.50. I agree, Zach Frack. I think we're trying to break above that very well-defined top. There was something else that I was going to, oh yeah, SoFi. Someone's saying SoFi bull flag. This is bull flag lesson, so let's take a look at this. This is a cool look. So we had that move up here. We double bottom off that VWAP area, which is also a bit of resistance, 773. Then we push to the upside. Now we're topping and turning. This could actually become a bull flag. This is a nice little tight look. Let's see what happens next. Thank you, Adrian N, for pointing this one out. This is the SoFi bull flag. This is the look. I should have gone long IBIT, but that doesn't. Maybe I'm not too late. Maybe I'm a bit late for the IBIT party. But better a bit late than IBIT never.
I like that. Better late than never, but
with IBIT a bit.
Never late.
But never late is better.
There you go.
Tell me time is money.
There you go.
Spend it for, yeah.
There you go. Wow.
Fancy.
Eidetic memory, bro.
I love that's one of my favorite
Eidetic
songs.
memory, bro.
I named my 13th birthday party after that song.
No.
I'm obsessed with Fancy. That is
Really?
the one song I can confidently rap.
Don't you like how the instrumental on that is completely different from the beginning to how it ends?
And Swiss Beats, and well, I'm a T.I. fan. I went to a T.I. concert. I love the T.I. verse on that.
I like it.
It's a great song.
Okay.
Sorry for waxing poetic there.
All good. The dead one, not Apple, softy today. Today, the soft one has been very, very rangy. It just, for whatever reason, decided, all right, I'm done with this range. It's been nice, and popped right back into the 50. Okay. I'm not saying this is an excellent short area, but what I am saying is that both pops into the 50 prior to this, both rejected. Okay. So do what you may. It's at 410. It's a $10 level, and that gets people, they like these levels. Key areas of psychological resistance. The 50 is back in play on Microsoft. Keep your eye on that. I was able to get some profits out on my Amazon long. That is before it just came right back down into the 20. My stop remains the same on this. It has to hold that 82 level. Otherwise, I want no part of it. So it's that 20 period moving average that I'm looking to defend on AMZN. It's had a hell of a day. It's 3.6 to the good as we speak right now. Long 96s after that beak wetter there at 10s. I'm talking about 180.10. So we'll see exactly how this one ends up panning out. But it does seem to be finding its foot, at least for the moment, at the 20 period moving average. I'm gonna have to load up Softy here because this is too good of a trade not to have eyes on. I'm not saying this is going to be the end all and be all, but let's get rid of Meta here and put MSFT. Yeah, I'm looking at 410. I want to see it turn around. Like I'm not going to just sorry. All right, this is what I'm looking at, Ram. So it's going to have to turn around off these levels here. Otherwise, I'm not just going to put a resting order and then get in trouble. So watching Softy, 410. It's at the 50 period. It's rejected off the 50 period once, twice. Can this be OB thrice? So we'll look for that. I'm still watching the Amazonian here, speaking of OB thrice, because we are holding that 20 period quite well. What I'd love, just love, if we curled back into 181. That would just be aces, wouldn't it be? So keeping an eye on that. Apple, now, this is, I should have been more alive to this. I didn't think that Apple was going to hold 170 today, and that's because we closed below 170 on Apple yesterday, and I think that was by design, like I kind of said at the top of the show. I don't think this is ready to reclaim that 170 area. May 7th, though, guys, mark that down in your calendars. I'm not saying it's going to be a blowout day for Apple, but it is the iPad launch event, and it's been quite some time since really anything's been done with the iPad. So maybe, just maybe, we hear some catalysts with respect to AI. Maybe they're iPad-specific AI catalysts. I don't know. But May 7th, mark that down. And then in June, we have that Worldwide Developer Conference, WWDC. Widely expected that will be the event that Apple debuts all its AI, not all, I guess the initial AI features. But before that, we also have Apple earnings. And let me tell you exactly when those are actually. But let me go to my calendar over here. Apple reports May 2nd. So you have a May 2nd date for earnings, and then you have a May 7th date for the iPad event. Just mark those down if you're interested in Apple Adara.
Oh my gosh, Ramin.
What did Ram say?
Sharif or Adara, what are your thoughts on MacroHard, the software company? Microsoft, MacroHard? I mean, yeah, I think, their CEO, Will Doors, not Bill Gates, but Will Doors, founder Will Doors. We're going to have to see what he has to give us there. But yeah, nice look there on MacroHard.
And she's so proud of herself, too. Do you hear her giggling in the background?
I always say this, Ramin's laugh is so infectious. Like, it's such a good vibe.
Yeah, it's good vibes.
It puts you in a good mood.
Yeah.
She's always, so excited.
I love it. Ram stays undefeated. Guys, we're rejecting off that 10 period again on Softy, so the topping tail candles are coming in here. Be careful. This is the level we were talking about. So let's go ahead and load up Softy here. I mean, we're cruising for a bruising, I think. So why don't we take this short here on the soft one? The market is it headed down? We got to 17,901 and we didn't do much. So let's see if we get that move down here on Softy. We're going to take that short. 410.25 is going to be my out. Watch it trigger like right now on Softy. We're going to go ahead and put 410. Let's just put that. There we go. And then we'll look to cover like that. So where is my out going to be on Softy? I'm going to put a beak wetter at 409.60 or thereabouts. We'll see if we get something around there. This is, again, this trade is based upon rejections of the 50 period EMA on Microsoft. It has been kind of a a repeatable trade on the day. Whether or not it repeats again, an entirely different story. We'll continue to watch that and see if we can print on it. Let's see what else is moving here. Yeah, the future coming in a little bit here, not going to lie, off that 17,901. We'll see what we get here. Dara, I'll just send it to you to put my stops.
Yeah, Petit Songvi saying, please check NVIDIA, it's looking like a top. I'm long NVDL, and I even kind of agree with you here. I took a small position. I'm risking about like 15 pennies. I want to see what we did around that 70s area. We bounced nicely for now, but I will explain the reasons that I think it could potentially be top. That candlestick is going to be the main one. We get into 882. We have that big little wick up there, and then we kind of have fallen down since. A little bit of downside movement here on this NVDL. Let's see how this position is going. Do I need to get out? Yeah, we're going to get out here of this trade. And maybe we'll go like short the Qs or something here. But yeah, basically what I wanted to see was see what we did at 70s. This was kind of more because initially I thought short, but I thought, hey, Adara, we could have some more upside movement. That's why I got long there. Didn't lose too much, happy to keep trading. But NVDA, I see what you mean. This looks like it could be what Randy sometimes calls a Christmas tree retracement. The one thing though that's interesting is every time it looks like we're going to break below the 90 MA, we don't. And see what I mean? Now we had another little bounce off here. I think this could be the end of NVDA. I don't disagree with you, but I think it could be an interesting way to see if we continue to curl up here. The 3 bearish candles in a row on the 5-minute are not incredibly promising. Since we made that high around, what was this, 8, just shy of 884, currently we're at 877, so definitely selling off with a bit of a viciousness. Wow, happy I got out there. I see someone is pretty excited.
I'm an excitable person, you know that.
You seem excited.
Yeah, I did a good trade. That's why. Finally, I didn't paper hand this stupid trade again. Like this again, it was the 410, not the 410 that was a level. It was the 50 period on Microsoft. So another rejection, the third rejection on the 50 period. Right now, we took like I think 80 pennies at the best part there. We got 410 short. And then covered right there when it dipped in 70 pennies into the 30s. So I'm happy about that. A couple of beak wetters there on the soft one today. 3 times. Third time was a charm. Did I take a short off this before? Yeah, I did. So I've shorted Softy earlier today. So I was happy about that. There it is, the 410 short. And we cover right there on Microsoft. Let's look at what the next trade is now. So Amazon. Hi, Amazon. We were talking about 180 short all day, and now you print like 10 red candles in a row? Frustrating, but whatever. So the 10 period didn't hold up as a level of support on the 5-minute. The 20 period didn't hold up either as a level of support, nor did this price action top at 180 hold up. So nothing held up. We have below that now the 50 period at 179 1/3. Does it hold up there? We'll see. Below that is the volume weighted average price at 178 1/2. It may not be at a half by the time it gets down there. You just need to keep your eye on it. The reason I'm talking about Amazon is because I was so short bias on this and I ended up not taking it at the level. Why? Because it didn't come in the way that I wanted to. It almost made its way up into 181. But all right, so something's going on with Meta here. Meta is absolutely rocketing to the upside there from that 438.5 low. Here comes 443.5. I don't know what's going on with Meta right now.
Not seeing anything.
Yeah, it's rocketing up here. And by rocketing, I mean like $4 off, well, more, about $5 off this bottom end low over here. We were talking about the umpteen amount of rejections off the 50 period. That looks like it's come to an end as it breaks it decisively here. And this pop looks distinctly different than all the other pops. Keep in mind that 446.5 is the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons there. So look out for that. The 20 period on the 5 we have already cleared. Let's have a look at the 15. Because my charting at night has showed me that the 15 features a lot in support and resistance levels on the moving averages. Nothing that I really like on the 15. We'll have to break far above the high in order to get anything relevant there. So let's flip back to the 5. Okay, so yeah, I mean, a good look, but the market seems to be, I don't know, it seems to be bouncing here. I mean, I don't know what to say. 170 held too on Tesla. for whoever was interested in that. That's a rinse and repeat level. Let's load up Tesla at these levels, man. 170 could be really interesting here on the stressful one. You like that, eh? And I figured that was an interesting range because Adara 170.5 is the closing print. Sorry, not 170.5. 170.14 is the closing print from yesterday. So essentially 170, and right below 172 was the volume weighted average price at 169.87. So there was a lot pointing to to the holdup here, holdup at these levels, and we got basically a hammer candle, a bottoming tail candle at these levels. So let's see if we can get something here on the stressful one. Let's see if we can sit here at 48. We'll see if we can get printed in and around there. Yeah, so I'll send it to you, just put my stops.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too proud of this TQQ trade, I have to say. I think I was maybe kind of tracing, we haven't actually sung it yet today, but I think I was maybe chasing waterfalls here. I should have just stuck to the patterns and the levels I'm used to, because you're either going nowhere at, I forgot those parts of the lyrics. But yeah, I think the TQQs were moving too fast for me. In this case, I wanted to get involved in the action. I said, hey, you know what? I initially went long in video. That was definitely the wrong move. And I was like, you know what? Maybe these TQs are, we're getting out. And it just wasn't, it wasn't meant to be. And I'm not proud of how I executed that at all, but I'm happy I got out where I did. We lost about 13 pennies. Not a good trading day for me. I'm gonna be really, really honest. I should have been, I guess, just more on the levels than I actually have been. And with that in mind, I just wrote HNVDL, so that is not what I want. NVDL, this area is now, NVDL looks like it's actually maybe curling back up. So I might get involved, but now I'm worried about rushing in right now. It's like once bitten, twice shy. Then you get a little bit scared. You're like, oh, I want to be more cautious. I want to wait and see what happens. But yeah, this has not been my trade. But Mo Farr mentioning a trade I was looking at earlier and didn't take because I am still trying to be cautious of my buying power in the live. Kudos to those who are milking AMD range. Shout out. This is a gorgeous range. And it's not like, mind you, there's some higher highs and higher lows, but generally you get about 157.75 all the way up to 158.40. If you take that with enough shares, that's a nice look. Once I get more consistent and profitable in the live, which right now, this week was not my best week, then I want to be trying to trade stuff like this. That's going to be the goal once I work up and have enough buying power where I feel comfortable executing these types of moves. How are you doing?
I'm about to get stopped out on Tesla as it doesn't want to hold 170. So that dip trade at these levels doesn't look like it's going to work here unless it bounces up. Well, it's right at the VWAP right now at the volume weighted average price. It finds its support here, then we'll stay long. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out of that level. Cost basis now 23 as we did look to defend that 170 level. We'll see exactly what we get here. The Fuge did touch 17,901.5, but it put a huge candle down, but that candle got bought up aggressively. And that's what's funny. I'm talking about this candle over here. We dipped down aggressively into 17,862, and now we're right back into the high 80s. So you'll see the likes of Meta absolutely pumping up. We have Amazon right back above 180 again with a top bottoming tail candle. It looks like a hammer candle over here that's formed on Amazon with another 5-minute candle to make a new high subsequent to it. That's a good look. Apple continues to head down, though, at the low of day at the moment, 169.37 here on AAPL. Gonna look for this defend here at the volume weighted average price on Tesla. That's the trade I'm involved in at the moment as we look to the last about 12 minutes here left on the show, but I just really don't know what is going on with Meta. Meta, nice pop up there, but really not seeing anything, at least that's come in quite so recently here for Meta to kind of explain what's going on. But we don't really need an explanation for Meta. I mean, it's been sold off so aggressively, so there could be individuals looking to get into that. And yeah, it does look like I'm going to get stopped out here on TSLA at their 88s. And so then I'm stopped out of that. We'll have to see if that's bottom wick. So far it is, because it did actually touch VWAP at those levels. So Tesla at the volume weighted average price here. Let's see if it's able to bounce back up, and right back up it goes. It does defend that level for now. Does it make a newer low though? It's been kind of curling up with that 172 top. 172.12 technically is the top on TSLA right now there.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to look at. I think also too with regards to Meta, sometimes the market reacts to things not immediately, right? Like there'll be like delayed reactions. And with that, what I say that especially because that Tesla news that had a little bit of a dump with regards to the NHSTA or the NHTSA stuff with like, the injuries happening with what's it called, autopilot and full self-drive. That report came out from the NHSTSA this morning. It was on the watch list this morning. But The Verge reported it at 10:15, summarizing the report, and that went on Twitter, and that's when the market reacted, right? So like what I'm trying to say is sometimes there are delayed reactions or something will get republished and then people will react to it. I know as well, sometimes with comments made by Fed Powell, because I'll listen to it and then I'll see the reactions, sometimes people will be getting excited about a comment that came out a couple minutes ago. You know what I mean? So I just want to put that out there. Of course, I am still very new to this world, but that's one thing that I've noticed that I wanted to kind of touch on, especially with regards to that NHTSA stuff, because I read that report and I was like, that's the same report that was this morning. It's just The Verge, delivering it to you in a different package. So maybe that's what's happening at Meta. Let's see what happens. Also, Magic Mike saying NVIDIA has a target price today. Do you see something significant on the tape that could push the NQ higher? I mean, honestly, it's really hard to say. I'm going to be really real with you. It's kind of harder to be like, this is a top or this isn't a top. Right now, though, I do think that these bearish kind of candles, these wicks to the downside we keep having, bullish, not a bad look at all, right? We kind of have a little bit of a move down, and then the buyers are like, no, we're going to have a Friday. We are going to keep going. That's what these candles are telling me, right? But I'm just one person. You know what I mean? It's a little bit harder to tell, and I don't want to call levels because we're not advice. We're just looking at the charts. I'm not seeing much, honestly, beyond just the fact that we do have very persistent, exuberant buyers for whatever reason. Every time we try to dip into that 431.50 level, that's kind of the main thing I'm seeing. I will be really honest with you right now. Also, Darwin, thank you for telling me this. I just say NHTSA for NHSTA. It's easier instead of the US.
I like that.
Thank you, Darwin, because this morning, I swear, I'm trying to tell that story. I kept being like, NHTSA. So thank you for that. Much appreciated there, learning the little slangs. The little slang things there. But yeah, I'm going to have to say, I think it'll be interesting, the fact that we're consolidating at this top. I think every time it looks like we get weaker, buyers come back in. So I'll tell you that, Magic Mike. I don't know if that helps, but that's my take.
All right, let's have a look at Amazon. So I got stopped out of the Tesla trade. That ends up being an L. Too bad. So now let's look at Amazon here because it's shown its strength on the day, 3 3/4. Now it's starting to curl back up. It did actually defend that 50. Didn't quite make its way down into the 50. Made its way down into the $0.50, 179.52. Now we have 3 green candles in a row here on the 5. So we're starting to curl back up, it looks like. And we're also putting in topping tail candles on Meta here at 444s. 444 seems to be a bit of a level. Here comes 443.5. Do we reject this level? It looks like there is some selling here. Not really that an area that I had my eye on. Let's go back a little bit and see if this area is an important area. Really. I mean, there is some intersection at this area yesterday, but it's not anything that I really would have been, super interested in. Let's see where the future's at. I mean, can Meta curl? Yeah, well, we're rejecting 17.9 right now. So I am inclined actually to possibly short this move here on META. I mean, am I late to the party though? Or has the move been had into 444s? So yeah, a bit of a riskier trade. Oh, where's my Meta screen, by the way? Okay, there. No. So I took it off.
Slid out of your DMs.
No, I think I switched it. Yeah, wow, $2 off the top there, so it looks like the short's in on this one, unless it can really revert right back down. So we'll give this one the old college try here and see if we can get anything on this bad boy. But Meta, big move up there midday. Nothing to really account for this whole move. 444s is where it printed there. Also, the future did touch 17,901. And it did reject a little bit, came right back down. But NVIDIA is holding the 50 period, and I'm also keeping an eye on Tesla here. It also seems to be holding the 50 period as well, Adara. So there is possibly some bullishness coming into this market here. I don't really want to call. I mean, we're at 17.9, and we're really not clearing it with any vigor. So I'm a little suspicious of these levels.
Yeah, this has been, like I said, this has not been my best trading day, but honestly, I'm happy I had a little bit more of a bamboozling trading week this week because it just inspires me to go harder next week. Last week, I think I was taking less risks as well. This week, I had setups I took them. Yesterday, that worked out really well because there were just a lot of things I liked that were in nice ranges. Today, not so much, or I wasn't scalping quickly enough. And so I'm going to take that, going to ruminate on it because I love overthinking. It's one of my favorite pastimes. And we're going to come back tomorrow.
Yeah,
Monday.
Friday. Monday, yeah.
And work even harder. Thank you, Day Trader Cut, for Paramount volume spike. Let's see, Paramount keeps saying things every 2 seconds. Oh, considers remove. Okay, this is another example of news that actually initially came out earlier. Paramount considers removing CEO Bob Bakish as turmoil over sale talks deepens, from the Wall Street Journal. So this was actually mentioned in the CNBC report on this yesterday as well. So it was interesting. And again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, boo media, because I mean, obviously we do new stuff. We're in the media.
Exactly.
I just think I find it really interesting how sometimes the market will react to things that are kind of quote unquote old news. Yep. Because I know apparently what I was reading with regards to that potential Skydance deal is if they take the Skydance deal, it is maybe more likely that Bob Bakish is going to be off the table and they're going to get their own CEO in that they've agreed on with the group. That was what I saw. But yeah, worth noting. So that I will look at Paramount. Sorry, I forgot to type on it. But let's see. I just wanted to see what the news was there, and I just want to say, yeah, that I did see that yesterday as well. Yeah, nice move up here in Paramount. I guess they were not Bob Bakish fans. I bet Bob's looking at this stock like, oh, that's kind of sad.
Is that the one that Carrie Redwood owns, like the majority of?
Yeah, like the national
She's been kind of tough in the negotiations there.
You would think, yeah, but because I know Apollo was interested as well, and they do not want Apollo. They said no to that, but someone is super happy.
Yes, took the short. Well, we got punched in the face with Tesla, so we tried to get right back into the short there. Took a nice 60 pennies there on Meta, 440. Where'd I take that short, Patty Ice? Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for always supporting me. 442.71, and we covered everything at 15. So 442.15, nice short there on Meta. Nice mean reversion trade off 444s. It was on the way down, and we caught it a little bit. Keep your eye, though, on Meta for 441 1/3. That is the closing print from yesterday, and we did actually defend that level a little bit there in not in the pre. I mean, earlier in the day we couldn't really break through. So I would have said, you know, if I had more shares, 441 1/3 is what I would have been covering everything. Right now, 441 triple eights. Calm down, bro. Double eights coming in right now on Amazon. We still haven't broken above 17.9 on the future, and we're very sideways on both Softy and Google. And yeah, that's really basically all I have to say. What is everybody else looking at? We got 3 minutes left on the show. Oh, writing?
Yeah, that is the plan.
Okay.
The goal is always to do some writing this weekend. Hopefully I have some time and I'm awake enough because also, as we know, a lot of my weekend is eaten up by excessively long naps. So we're going to try not to do that. We're going to be, the plan is to do some writing tomorrow, actually, if the weather's nice. Going to go walk, find somewhere, write something.
No, it's not. Is it 100% rain? Both Saturday and Sunday? You're kidding, but it's like 20 some odd degrees though, so maybe you.
Oh, but Sean is the bear of bad news because he's been in the Bears all day. He's the bad news bear. Actually, sorry, not all day because I know he was long this morning. Yes. But anyways, yeah, Sean not trying to be the bearer of bad news, but telling us it might be raining.
All right, sounds good. All right.
What are you doing this week?
What am I doing? I'm cleaning the you-know-what out of my car. So it's going to be like a full car cleaning. Randy and I were talking about this off camera, and Randy, man, he knows way too much, and like in a good way, obviously. So he gives you all these tips. Like I'm like, okay, Randy, I clean my car. It's pristine. I park it in the underground garage. 2 days later, it's filled with dust. What do? I mean, I can't keep cleaning my car every 2 days, right? He's like, and then he gave me this product. It's basically a waterless wash. You put it on like a microfiber towel, and you just clean it, and the dust comes right off. So. Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna wax it. I'm gonna do all this stuff to my car, so it's gonna be a nice chill session. Hopefully, get some food as well. Meta beautifully down off that 444 touch, and here comes 441 1/3, guys. As we have 1 more minute left on the show. TGIF. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. I'm gonna be charting Sunday night too. So you saw my new setup and stuff with all the charts. So charting Sunday night. Be ready for Monday, guys. We'll have a whole new crop of lessons for you, Adair and I, for next week.
Yeah, we love doing this. We're so happy to be here. We're so happy you guys are all here. Pleased as punch, as I sometimes say. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for the support and for hanging out. And also, there is no market recap tonight, Penguin Dynasty, unfortunately. But there is the podcast tomorrow at 10. I'm getting some. We're getting some notes ready there. Gonna come with some hot fire for earnings next week. Stay tuned. And we are. Yeah, it's almost 2 p.m. in a couple minutes, and we'll have more lessons, as Sharif was saying. These markets have been crazy. It's been another week of lots of learning for myself personally, and hopefully for everyone here on how to trade. But for now, we'll see you tomorrow. Monday, same bat time, same bat channel. You have Brendan at the big desk.
See you guys.
Happy Friday afternoon. 2 hours ago, heading into the weekend here, we are dealing with quite the rebound once again. Market back to the upside in a big way. I want to start off with this, as we typically do here in the afternoon. The market's up, and there's the dollar having a very, very nice day as well, back to the upside in a pretty big way, coming off some of this economic data that we got this morning. It's worth noting yields across the board all downside off that PCE number this morning, and the GDP print we got earlier in the week also, I think, actually helping in this case to the downside today. But yeah, a ton of things moving around. Obviously, this afternoon we'll get into Google again. We'll touch on Microsoft. Those were the two biggest ones that we were dealing with this morning. Absolute monster move after the close yesterday for Google. It was a bit of a sell the news kind of event this morning. And then not too much. It's been pretty much sideways ever since. Back and forth we go. Meanwhile, for Tesla today, it is, well, it just went negative again. It was positive when I came and sat down here, but back to the downside ever so slightly there for Tesla. Green overall, but we are dealing with some areas of the market still showing a little weakness. The banks, one of those. Most of the big banks positive on the day, but there are some negativity, or there is some negativity coming from the financial sector. AbbVie notably weak there on a note this morning. 5.5%. Oil names all down with crude, XOM 2.4%. Utilities offsetting as well, along with some of the consumer discretionary names. But who cares? Because Google's up 10%. NVIDIA up almost 6%. Amazon, better part of 4%. Amazon next week. Apple next week. I mean, this was a huge week for earnings, but yeah, more to come next week as well. There is the NASDAQ. We did get a little bit of a dip to start things off this morning out of the gate, but then, as I said, nice rebound. Straight to the upside, coming off Google and coming off Microsoft. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to show these numbers here once again. Here's, if you missed it this morning, inflation basically in line with expectation. Core PCE month over month, 0.3% to the upside. The price index, 0.3% to the upside. Overall, 2.7 versus 2.6, 2.8 versus 2.7 on the core number. Yes, it's an uptick, but coming off that CPI and GDP numbers, I think it could have been a lot worse as far as how much of an uptick. I mean, there's a lot of comments, a lot of analysts talking today about how cuts are off the table now. Jerome Powell's not going to be able to do anything for the remainder of the year. That remains to be seen, I think. But with that GDP, such a negative print, it's kind of a tale of two stories at this point. But anyways, lots to consider as far as the overall market is concerned. Let's touch on Google. Just an absolute monstrous report. Doesn't matter how you look at it. But I mean, you guys were saying this morning, we were up so much in the pre-market. There was a very, very clear level that got taken out right out of the gate today.
All right, what's up? I just went long on Philip Morris here because apparently the Biden administration has decided to allow menthol cigarettes to be consumed. I guess there was some sort of a ban on that or something. So I don't know. I have no idea where this stock's going to go. But Philip Morris on the last daily, nice little upside. Hey, what's up, Randy? He's there in the abyss, or what do we call that? The dimension. Yeah, it's okay because it shows multiple Randys. Show that again.
Infinite Randy.
Let's show the infinite Randys again. There we go, see? I'm gonna move forward a couple steps. There we go, see? All right, that was fun. Okay, so yeah, we'll see. We were sitting up here at 92. It actually went to 88. Just randomly put it there. Let's see what happens with Philip Morris. A little bit of a breakdown into this level we'll get out. Again, a news play. We've done these before. We'll try to shoot the moon. If not, then we'll get out here 43. So let's put that stop in right now. 43. breaking back down below 50s is what we'll do. Halfway both ways. That's that one for that. We're still short Tesla, but yeah, Google was a great trade today. We were long early and broke 170 and we got out. We haven't really done anything since. It's been a pretty boring day here in the afternoon for Google, tops and bottoms. We'll talk about the damage that we did on Tesla, which in my opinion is a little easier, and we'll talk about that. But Google, yeah, good trade today, bouncing off that 170. I like the report, up 10%. Down on the day, though, considering where we started. So, yeah, I don't know. Pretty boring, but exciting early, boring late. Nothing wrong with that.
I would say holding VWAP up 10% is pretty bullish.
Oh, yeah.
Even if because it really did try to fill in the gap. There's no question about it. Like it broke the pre-market low, that 73 level. I like 73 and 70, so those are the only two places I traded it. But each one I was holding for a bigger move. So when I'm getting out for a loss, the scalp trades weren't going to work it out for me. So I'll end up down on the stock. But I'll grant you'll hold on to VWAP and do a lot of volume sideways. If the market pulls back and this holds on, I'd say that's a fantastic effort for Alphabet, because sometimes profit taking comes in, and some of it did, but I'd like to say it was pretty solid there for Google. Obviously, I mean, you can say anything you want about the quarter. It was objectively good. That's sometimes we're like, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's about the reaction. No, but this was objectively good. And if you're wondering, we were talking about why Amazon was so strong, because we'll talk about Microsoft, but Google quadrupled their cloud revenues. Quadrupled is good, last time I checked.
Yeah,
growth, usually the markets like growth. And 2 down, we'll talk about what happens when you don't get growth.
Ouch.
All right, we'll touch on Microsoft as well. Downside out of the gate this morning after the big move after the close yesterday, but still, pretty positive here, 2.6%, right? Yeah, 2.6% for Microsoft on the day overall, but not much of a bounce along with the market.
Yeah, that part you're highlighting right there, that consolidation phase is what I saw there in the midday show. Very consolidative midday. But let's talk about how they did on their earnings. Net income was an absolute blowout there, $21.94 billion. The street was, last time around they printed 18.3. Revenue grew 17%. They did quite good with their cloud segment. So Microsoft, or their Azure absolutely did very well, grew 31% year over year. The issue with this, which stopped it from going a little bit higher, was the guide. $64 billion in revenue they guided. The street was looking for 64.5.
Market coming back in a little bit, guys. Still 1.7 on the overall NASDAQ, but just saw Tesla pop up here on a bit of a downtick and some volume coming into the sell side as well.
Frank, I'm not drinking coffee. Yeah, sorry, thank you, Randy. He just got me the tea. So after afternoon tea.
Because, he made fun of me for getting the tea, and then cheers, and then
yeah, there you go.
Sudden.
Don't hate on the team. Otherwise, out of sheer principle, I'll just start drinking tea more. Just because, just seriously, I don't know.
Excuse me.
I can't do caffeine after afternoon. What's so funny, Ramin? I don't even, okay, whatever. I didn't trade Microsoft.
Lemon ginger.
Did you trade any Microsoft today?
Microsoft, never heard of it. Microsoft along. Okay, yeah. No, it went down to we were looking at that 05 level there.
Oh, what?
Someone had noted that it came into 05. We had written down on the sticky note 05. Look, it was pretty simple for me. I knew we weren't going to trade this today. I wanted to write it down in case levels hit. We always do that. Here's the profile here. Man, check your notifications. It's like my kids. Oh, I didn't see your text come in. There it is right there. 405 dip, 417 break. Either one of those we wanted. Otherwise, we said it was pretty cloudy out here for Softy. It was expected to move about 5%. It's moving half of that. It's really stuck right now. That's that 405 bottom. I wish we wrote down 406 because then we would have been in it, but we weren't. We missed it. It pops all the way up to 412 off that. Look, I like the quarter. I think it's fine. But honestly, if this market slips, this one may slip up. So I'm a little nervous, about Microsoft, but it's holding out okay. It's still near the tops. It's just when you see Amazon and Google and not really Meta. Meta already had the bad quarter, but I just not super exciting. I guess it's just in line. I'm fine with Microsoft. I don't know, just been boring lately. You even said this earlier. We hadn't traded Microsoft in a long time.
I'm trying to think of the last time.
And I don't know why. It used to be my favorite stock, and then I feel like now that it's got up into the $400, it's It's a little expensive, and I haven't got a good feel for it. So Microsoft for me in the last couple months has been kind of a nothing, but here it is, 412, 413. I think that's a good level there to short.
I don't wonder, and I'm thinking aloud. I didn't trade it, but I don't mind that the notion of maybe sometimes if it's an underwhelming earnings move, just look for the opening range to hold out, because like once it made, like there's where it broke down. That's at 9:30. It then tapped there at 10:30. So you have like a good hour of data, and if you just sort of played that, it gave you one more chance to short it, and you play it into VWAP. Like there is nothing wrong with that as a trade. It's just if you're doing anything else, it's a waste of time. So. I don't wonder if that's not going to be a thing. If you find it a little bit boring, just allow it to make that level in the first hour, and then from there, just play that it's going to be an inside day. But I'm not trading Microsoft. It's been a while. Certainly Google, I think, gave you more opportunities. We're in a few other names, and we'll get to Intel, which, believe it or not, like Intel wasn't actually an easy short today. It was more of a long trade off of the open, despite the fact that they did not have a good quarter, guys.
It was done. Different story. Intel, yeah, we were just saying could have been maybe a little bit worse than it actually ends up being. Bottom of yesterday ends up being a pretty decent pivot here. We're trying to get back higher right now, but not good for INTC off earnings.
Yeah, it was interesting earnings call yesterday with Patty Gelsinger. He was saying, be patient with us. We're changing the type of company that we are into the one that we want to be, which is a foundry business. And this time around was the first time they actually reported their foundry business on a separate line. They drew $4.4 billion in revenue, which, believe it or not, is down 10% on the year in terms of how much revenue they generated. With respect to earnings, they lost about $400 million, a lot better than they did last year at $2.8 billion. It was a 9% year-over-year increase on revenue, though, Brando. So.
I just saw an alert on that restaurant stock, Cava, day highs and a big volume spike there, 10.8%. I actually don't see anything on this, but Cava trying to get back to highs.
I remember that stock.
Yeah.
I think we looked at it in the IPO, and that was about it. Yeah, like I think, it's not their first report. I feel like I probably called it up when they had their first earnings report, and then probably just didn't care about it after that. But I know Toast is the one that people talk about. Like that's the software company for restaurants. So Intel, we said look, the mistake obviously on Intel, and the next time I feel this way about the stock, I will just sit in it and this has happened before. This has happened in Rivian, and it's like just sit in the short if you like it at the open, instead of hoping that you're going to get the actual execution that you want. Because what ends up happening is I miss the move down. I miss the first pop short, which would have been great. So that's the first available pop on Intel. I only wanted to be short. I shorted under VWAP and lose. I shorted at 31.5, and that could have been great, but believe me when I tell you that I was holding more than half of it for the push down, right? Like this is the one I liked. So I held more than half of it, still reloaded, and then eventually lost. Then I was shorting in front of the pre-market low, so I'm waiting for each of my levels, but each time I'm holding that move. I want VWAP, and then I'm holding half for underneath VWAP. And then a similar thing happened when it got to 32. The only difference up here is this far into the end of the day, when I shorted it off of 32.25, this one I got almost all of it out in front of VWAP. So I learned the lesson and said, hey, if it's just going to trend higher, we won't get it all back, but at least I got about 2/3 of it back on that short, and I'm holding some for 31 here. So Intel might have made a temporary bottom on the daily chart. I would, I'm already pretty patient with it, so I'm glad Pat said what I've been thinking, because I'm waiting for this for a couple of years, and certainly maybe I'll buy some early next year. Maybe the quarter gets better down the line. But I think you can get down at some point $25, and that would be the next level. If it gets there before I like a buy, I might have a decision to make. But yeah, I think it's going to be a short to pop situation. But it hit SSR today at the open, and then it started rallying a bit, which meant you had to be a bit patient. And then for the chips, I am short ARM currently. I mean, obviously I have Intel as well. But ARM's now at VWAP. I had this 3 times. First one good, second one stopped the high, then we got the lower high. I'm looking for it to break the 100 level. We've already scalped it into VWAP. But NVIDIA's given up the top a little bit. So I think the chips could be giving us something here with NVIDIA making some lower highs.
I don't know if you guys are in anything for Tesla here. We don't have it on the board right now. But we had talked about this. Remember Sharif? Sharif's up on there. Remember these Tesla shorts?
Do remember them, Katina, man.
I mean, look what just happened. We are falling apart right now on Tesla. Now $3 in the money off of numerous reloads up there. So, I mean, Tesla is really, really starting to go back into the downside. Thank you, Sharif. Missed opportunity of the day, AMD. We had written it down 159. It got as high as 158.50 about 5 times here. I actually wasn't here any of the times. Like right here, I was sitting here, but I wasn't paying attention. Then we left. We weren't here during the afternoon, and we should have just now at 1:30 taken that because I was sitting there for that one. Wow.
I was on it, but then I got up, set a stop, it stopped out.
Yep.
And then when I came back, I'm like, oh, I'll just get it back again because it was giving it to you and over again, and that was the last time it came up.
Yeah, no. So for this one, I would have just used the stop for 159, so I would have had to have at least made 50 cents. But yeah, that's a tough trade, especially when the market's going against you and you have NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA is the one moving around today. Like, again, just straight up 6%. Like, shout out to Chef Joe and everybody that's been doing this. We actually talked. Look at Tesla's now $4, by the way. And I want, like, we do this often, okay? But I just want to figure out what this says here. 172 that has held. Okay, like that today, the top is like 171.90 or something. Like it broke 172 there, so I guess, yeah, so that's where we got stopped out the first time. And then right there, 172.20 or something. So it's like, it's really good to see this working out. I mean, obviously Tesla's been in trouble there for a little bit. Nice recovery on their quarter. But look where we got to, right to the 50-period moving average. Remember with Pan W had that huge move down, went to the 200, then back to the 50 and stopped, and then reversed back again. I mean, watch out for Tesla. That, I wonder, you know, if Apple misses or something happens now with the NASDAQ, if we don't go back to really hitting Tesla again on what was a bad quarter, but a good guide forward on those cheaper EVs and robo-taxis. But we'll be talking a lot about that on the podcast tonight, which we'll be starting, of course, we'll be starting taping it around 4:45. No. I always get in trouble because Ramin's like, we got to tape this immediately because she's got to get out of here.
She needs to shop those deals.
Whatever.
She's like the shopping maven.
Well, you know what thing is, I was telling Randy.
What was the line from this
I
morning?
only have 2 kids, but we got 3 sporting events today. Barron has golf at 5:30.
Well, you have 3 kids.
Then he has hockey at 7:30. And then I have baseball 7:45 tonight, which is ridiculous, but okay. Oh, by the way, we got
practice, or
we're under
Friday
the lights.
nights for sports. Oh, I know, yeah.
Yeah. And then we're tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at Hyde Park. Come watch the Jets
Saturday
take on
morning.
the Cyclones, where we will probably annihilate them. Here, like we just got a little piece out right there, but this looks like it wants to drop back in. Ramin. She's making dinner reservations. All right, we'll be starting a little later than that. Extend those rezos a bit. 43.75 up there, a little piece out. Looks like we're going to break lower. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. MO the other way, but Tesla right now is Tank City as we get ready for the close.
All right, let's go on to Snapchat. Huge day still, actually 28% here for Snapchat on the day on a pullback even. So 108 I saw out of the gate this morning, 108 times relative volume on Snapchat this morning as well. So nice beat for them.
Yeah, the revenue really came in aggressively here. 21% year-over-year increase in advertising revenue itself. Came in at $1.11 billion. That is a good look for them as they look to monetize their platform. The guidance also did a lot better. They're guiding $1.23 billion to $1.26. The street was looking for the lower end of that, $1.22. And you see what happened today, up well over 20%. Just want to mention quickly, their global daily active users grew about 2 million year-over-year on the quarter.
This part of the show brought to you by our friends over at Alfonso AI. Their adaptive AI predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds for generating alpha. Join now, get 50% off their pro monthly subscription. Use the QR code or TraderTV50, code TraderTV50, get 50% off. Scan that QR code, download the app today.
Snapchat was actually good today, but you just had to wait for something to happen. Like, we thought it would fill the gap. Like, the plan was, like, maybe it tries to fill the gap and look for a dip by, like, a 13.5. I was interested to see when 14 would start holding, but then you really had to wait. Let's zoom it in. Like look at the dance. At the open, it's just, it's over, it's under, it dips underneath, holds 13A, tries to get back above. There's just nothing happening showing you the strength, and it does it a couple times. Then you get this bottom. We waited for it to show the strength. We grabbed the long, scalped to each of the morning highs, and then held it into the actual open range top. It might pull back into VWAP. I think that could be a nice little long in there off VWAP this afternoon for a bit of a play, though the market, I think, could sell off overall. We'll see. But Snapchat, sometimes you've just got to be really patient. If you try to guess the bottom, you probably would have got it if you just went for that third time. But I love that VWAP hold. And the momentum is good on Snap. 7% or 8% short float. A consolidative day when you're up 27% cannot be considered a bad thing. Because when you go overextended like that, simply not filling in the gap is kind of bullish. And so when you get all that volume, as Brendan said, 100 million shares, and that's all transacted holding these highs, I would say that's a pretty good sign for Snapchat price action-wise, regardless of what you think about the report.
Like, I like to talk about trades I don't have, but we have Tesla. And I mean, this is now $4 and pretty much at the bottom of the day right now. Like, this could be just an area that we take, and we ask questions later. So I'm probably going to do this, close this trade, make the $4, and just continue to look for something else. This is a big move down there for Tesla, and we are pretty much at a bottom, potentially. Let's put in a stop. My stop right now is at 1. So here's, just for example, I'll tell you where my stop is because I'm canceling it. 172.20 is my stop on this. So that was 30 cents worth of stop for $4 right now. So we're pretty okay with that kind of relationship. So let's go 138.60, 168.50, and we'll probably get out of that. So that could be something, 168.50, and we'll cover this. That's going to be my new stop for what is going to be, I think, the multiple trades of the day. I mean, to be able to hit that numerous times and then try to hold something for that, I'm going to put that out there on, oops, I didn't cancel my other one. They're on Tesla. So, all right, let's go talk about Roku. But, man, we are really, really happy about that one. So props it up on Tesla.
Yeah, monster move downside here today for Roku. Got through that pre-market low, never looked back, trying to get to day lows right now. It was the forecast for this one. Otherwise, pretty decent numbers, I guess, for their earnings, but the forecast, a problem.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, the forecast was a little light, but the earnings were up a little bit. So in terms of revenue, they did grow a little bit here, 3.58% to print $850 million on the quarters. Their active accounts grew as well, 81.6 million. Analysts were looking for 81.43. Average revenue per user, ARPU, one of our favorite metrics around here, also grew, and streaming hours hit 30.8 billion. So we'll see, if they can continue this trend up.
I keep saying this. I mean, Kava again, day highs. Decent volume here as well for Kava, guys.
Yeah, look, Roku. It doesn't like we were saying with Snapchat. It doesn't necessarily matter what you think sometimes of the quarter. The price action tells the story, and it looked like one of those breakouts. This is the 63. It went to $70, and then you come in the next morning and it's gap down. So it's obviously on the daily chart. It actually looks even worse, with that false breakout of support, of a resistance level, and then you're right back into testing those lows. So I think you trapped some longs in the aftermarket and head to the downside. I was shorted a bunch, and this would have been really, really good, but that last reload, and I didn't get back in. So, was looking for that kind of home run trade underneath the 57.5, and it didn't really pan out. We'll be positive on it because I was scalping out of it. That's the difference. Like the difference between this and Intel. The difference between this and Intel is I was more aggressive taking profits down there. Part of the reason is because 56 was the support level, and it had gone SSR down there, so I was respecting that. But at the end of the day, I'll probably come in on Monday thinking bearish on this, and if 56 gets lost on this name, and then 55 gets lost on Roku, it starts to get a little bit dicey. I even have this weird trend line drawn. I don't even know why, and now it looks really good all of a sudden for no reason. But Roku, I don't know. Like I think I'm going to be of the attitude that it's a short until proven otherwise after this day. But it did a little bit of an SSR bounce for a bit.
All right, congratulations, Y Brothers United in the chat there. Real trading, hashtag that one up for your in and out there of Tesla. So in, out, covered, long at 168.17. Good job right now, as that's exactly where Tesla's at. We just put on another trade here. It's going to be Meta one more time. So we were short Meta. We were talking about this until it eventually took that 442. Went up to 444. Don't have anything there right now, but yeah, I'm still watching out for this Tesla trade, but I do think this Meta can get going. Watch out for 440 again, bounce. We'll take a piece out if it gets down there, but for right now, we're just in the, we're not in the money really at all, 20, 25 cents. We're gonna have to get a little bit lower, 440 for me here on Meta. Let's see it go down. Let's go, let's go. Come on, Meta, it's an elevator and it's going downside. We'll see if we can get something down here for Meta. Maybe let's just take $1 if we can, get something out near 440.50, and then we'll see about playing this throughout again. Real see real, back over to the desk. No desk. Okay, so.
No desk.
Welcome back. All right, so thank you for.
No and then.
Thank you for that. No and then. Thank you. This is your alert. Oh, well, thank you, Y Brothers. Yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. This is a position we just put on right now. We could sit here and take 1, 2, 5 cents on something. It depends on your style of trade. On a Meta stock, you guys, we're able to scalp in and out. So $1 for me might be good, for some others might not. But there it is right there. It's a dollar club, and guess what, guys? That took 3 minutes right there to start to do a little bit of this. Pretty impressive there, Neil, on Meta.
Yeah, Meta is a giver. Like, that's the thing. The difference between Meta and Microsoft is Meta actually moves the way you'd want a $400 stock to move. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best way to put it. Like, Microsoft, you probably had to wait the entire morning to get $2. Actually, it's not probably, it's actually true. There's a note on Boeing, Fitch. Boeing's a flat bottom break, but Fitch revises their outlook to negative, which is curious to me because that would suggest that Fitch didn't have, they had a positive outlook on Boeing. Okay, I guess I haven't been paying attention. But Boeing, it's not really reacting just yet, but I like this top. You're starting to see it roll over. Can we come to the chart for a second? It's starting to see it roll over. 167.5 breaks. I think you could see VWAP, but it's a triple top on Boeing. So whether it's short to high or breaking down 167.5, it's a small catalyst, but this was already rolling back in with the market in any way, shape, or form you look at it. And it was resistance to support if that breaks. I'm still relatively negative on Boeing. And to me, negative outlook, if that's going to be the catalyst, that's good enough for me. Oh, I wanted to, one last thing. We didn't really talk about Alibaba, but remember this morning, there was a question about, hey, you looking for that dip buy in Baba at 75.50? And I said no, because 75 is the level we wanted on Alibaba. So eventually, Alibaba did get to 75. So we waited for it to get to 75. I'll zoom it in so you can see it again. This is the dip, 75.06. It made a higher low off of that level, so we're long here with a stop at the bottom, scalp the first level. I'm in here looking for VWAP because if it breaks this consolidation down, I'm just going to get out. Either presses into VWAP and we're able to take, it's about 1% on it, but really it's there to VWAP. That's the trade. But if it breaks down, we're out. It's a Chinese ADR, so in the afternoon it's probably not going to do much of anything. But some of the, kind of like a simple setup, right? Like it holds that 75, you get the higher low. It's like the Snapchat off VWAP. Like you wait for it to make one specific move that shows you the trend or the trend reversal, get in, and then hold it to that next level. But Boeing, it's been a good couple of days for Boeing. I will grant them that. But if it breaks this, which it's about to right now, I'm going to get on the offer underneath and look to get this down underneath VWAP. So Boeing, if the market goes red, I think these guys should have an easy time following suit.
All right. Okay, just looking around here, I had a couple possible ideas. So our Tesla came out, unfortunately. But the Meta is now $2 in the money and going lower. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here. I mean, I do wish that Tesla would have stayed in the pocket a little bit there, but it's okay. It's right where it is right now. If I did want to get it back again, we could get it back again. Like, I've made a lot of trades today, probably over, I mean, I can tell you how many fills exactly today. About 200 fills, that's not exactly, about 200 fills today on only 4 names. Google, which looks like this today, just long early. You're gonna think, I'm actually up on this stock. That last out right there, we had redone that, and then we tried a reload there and wound up losing about 30 cents, so we did give some back, and then it started to pop, but now Google's coming back in, debating a reload down here at 170 again now. So that's that trade. We, Meta was really good. I mean, boom, boom. Like that's like Neil just mentioned, that's $4 right there on Meta. So that's pretty good. Then we lost in here. You can see there is an out there, but a couple profitable trades there for Meta. Philip Morris, I actually forgot to mention this one. We mentioned that we were about to get stopped out, so I have to face slap that one because this is a bad one. We played it off news. The menthols, I guess, were not as sweet as described, all the way up to $43.92, and then first one's free, and then you got to pay, so that's a problem. And then Tesla, I mean, let's go. This is the hot dog cannon right here for easily day for me on Tesla. Just one stop out right there, and that sucked. But, we're fine. We got back in there and hit it again. So I'm really, really comfortable now trading the style that I think we've come accustomed to here. So let's just keep doing that. We'll look for some potentially outsized moves right now. We're going to stay bearish, I'm thinking, with my thought, but at the same time, not afraid to go long if we can get back to 17.8. We really like 17.8 as a level. So I feel like we're going to go long 17.8s and short until we break 18,000. We're not anywhere near 18,000, so we're going to have to use 17.9 as our top right now. Let's just stay where we have. We've got this Meta trade, and we're pretty happy with it. We've given up this Tesla, which is going to probably be bad, but at least we've got Meta, $2 in the money. Everything's working out for us today.
Yeah, we're rolling over decently here. Boeing already gave one profit take. I was just looking something up for Sebastian here, asking, can we trade Xiaomi? Is it Xiaomi? Yeah, Xiaomi. And there is an OTC name, but I can tell you, unless there's another one on the OTC, this does absolutely no volume. We probably technically can execute on it, but I'm going to suggest you can't really trade this. I know it's been doing some good things. Maybe it's better for like an investment, but the volume is 143,000 on this OTC name. There's plenty of things that do volume on the OTC. This, unfortunately, does not look like one of them. I understand, like they've been doing, they had the car, which they've been boasting about. You know what they said at the car show?
What's that?
They were saying, and they were taking jabs at Apple, saying it was like 30 or 40% of their signups for their car were from iPhone users, trying to basically intimate that they're going to steal iPhone users over, which I think that has more to do with the fact that China's cracking down on Apple than it has anything to do with the car. But there's just too much competition for those cars. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical. They said they have like 100,000 or something reservations for it, which, I mean, okay, fine. Maybe I'm being way too tinfoil hat. I was kind of like saying, I don't think so. I don't believe them. But anyways, you can't really trade it. Volume, if there's no volume, you can't make a trade. Boeing on the flat bottom break, it just broke 167.50. We got 48. We took some out 3/4. We just got some out in front of 167. VWAP's going to be right here, about 80 pennies in the money. So we risked about 15, 20 cents on that, depending on the slippage, and you're already seeing it work down. I am pretty bearish here because the difference between today and every other day where we've had a strong day in the market? It's 2:30. And you know what? We're not still running higher. Usually, the last few times we've been like this, the market's holding those highs. It's already starting to give it up, and it's a Friday, and you've had a pretty, I'd say, strong rally the last couple of sessions. I think that goes without saying. So I think you could see I wanted to zoom out there. I think you could see some profit taking, and it wouldn't take much. You get 50, 100 points, I think all the shorts are going to pay off here. So the flat bottom break on Boeing, Fitch said they don't like them anymore. And I think the market hasn't liked them for quite some time.
Yeah, Boeing's been in trouble for a minute.
Not that I'm happy about it.
All right, so I was actually, forget about Meta. It's bouncing around here. We may not, I mean, Meta may not continue lower. I thought it would have gone lower by now. I mean, the market's, hitting here. I mean, you can even see Bitcoin in the bottom right breaking back down below 64,000 right now. So AMD, I'm really close to liking this short right here on a break of VWAP at 157. The only problem is we've only gone down as far as 60s and then bounced before, but that gives me a good enough profile to play it off this 50 period. So I think I'm gonna try to go short now just a little bit here to sort of start the feeling. So there it is, we get the short right now against the 50 period. I wanna watch out, that's the 200 up there at 158, but ultimately we do have our eyes set on this kind of a high up here near 158.50. So we'll take another fill if we get near 158, and that's it. Try not to, Sean, get too aggressive here. We'll wait, see if we can get that, and then we'll put something on up here. Because as long as the market keeps going down, I'm pretty okay, even though NVIDIA and AMD are both really strong, and they're stronger than the market. We're going to try to pick on it. So let's just wait. NVIDIA also up here at 880 is great levels. We've now bounced off the 200 period moving average. Down to VWAP wouldn't surprise me, and then a bump. We can play the VWAP. You know what, actually, it hasn't been here at all today. So we're probably not even going to get there. But you got to look. You see, like when you get too extended, and I need that calculator here, like from that to there, whatever that percentage is, pull back.
Right.
Then that percentage, I think, got a little smaller there. Then it was huge there again, and then there's the pullback. So we could have one more move up into 880 and then a retracement back again. But that's not, I have no proof that anything like that ever happens. That's just something.
I only like the dip buy on VWAP if it's actually been giving it to you and working. I feel like if you don't get it, and if you get the deep VWAP dip at the end, like by that point, if it hasn't happened to 315,
yeah, you're probably not going to get it.
Yeah, you probably just need to be in the other direction. But I'm with you on that percent thing. Like it would be really cool to just very quickly draw that. Maybe that's a feature.
Trade ideas. I think you could get it from. There's probably a tool you can download.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna ask Michael Noss.
Oh yeah, no, they have. I'm sure they'd have it in trade.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask him how to do it, and then he'll tell me in an email. That's a value of having Michael Noss with us for trade ideas. I don't have to look it up for anything. I know it's in IBKR. I've seen Sharif use it. Alibaba just came out for me, so I said I was gonna trail it. You can see the sideways action off that bounce play at 75. It just went sideways 75, 70, and then tried to break this bottom in. So I don't want this getting all the way to the low or doing absolutely nothing. So we back away from Alibaba. There was only one play for me because you had to wait for 75 even. It just didn't do the pattern that it did before, where there's the immediate dip and rip at the open. So you had to wait all the way for it to get into the afternoon resistance level to 75. Boeing, which is the only new position we put on, that one is probably going to get to VWAP here. Yeah, it's working down into VWAP. It also has a chance to go red. I think this is a hold through VWAP. So you had a flat bottom break. I think 166 and in front of support is going to be a hold for me on Boeing, the newest one. Yeah, the NASDAQ, ES, both coming back in there. Let us know what you guys are looking at, because I'd love to see if there's something doing some outsized moves that you might sink our teeth into. I know GameStop was making some power moves earlier, but it looks like that came back to reality real quick, as it tends to.
GameStop, yeah. Oh man, I'm still look. Ooh, the menthol rule will take more time.
Oh, that's why.
That was Altria, not Philip Morris. They had that spinoff, so I always call it that. All right, so Tesla. I mean, we got out $1 ago. Whatever. I mean, we're happy to ride this right there. It's going to be my PL1, and I'm fine with doing that. But yeah, we definitely marked down 172. We keep saying that we want to hold more shares for these kind of moves, but I thought we did pretty good getting it right back into the day's low. But I guess if we're really talking the day's low, we're at it right now. All right, so we went short AMD. It's not really doing anything as this Tesla goes down, and AMD just kind of wicks to the high there, 70s. I was at 80s. I was at 85 to get more shares, and nothing came through. So let's take a bid if we get a 157 down there for AMD. I don't have any bids there right now. So down to 157, 10. We'll put a bid there and see if we can get it ahead of VWAP, and then hopefully that'll break, and then we'll consider pushing that short into VWAP. Once it breaks, we'll see what the reaction is. If it comes back and touches it again, then we'll fade it back down. That is that. Meta's not really doing too much. Did Philip Morris do anything on that recent one? No, it did not. And remember, this is where we set our stop. So it's not like rocket science, even when there's news breaking. So I put it upside. I had no idea. We put it right at the dollar. We take that 25 cents there, and then we lose 25 cents there. But the problem was we lost on 80% or 75%, and that was only one piece out, and then 3/4 out right there. So or 80% out. So it was bad trade on news, and that's why we had it. So that was that trade. Meta's come back upside now, right into the 50 period. This name is not really reacting as well. I feel like we have enough willpower, to get out at 442. So that's what we're going to do. If it breaks higher, we're going to get out of this one at 442. So average in just one more time, in and around like 441.50, and then we'll use 442 as our out there for Meta. It doesn't look as good as I'd hoped, and maybe a Tesla long, but I'm not. I see people in the chat, or someone named None in the chat. Now, I'm going to stay away from the Tesla long. We wrote down here on the sticky note that we wanted 170 and 172. Came in, we got it. I don't want to throw money away, especially if this thing keeps tanking. I'm going to hold on to my thought here. I have no longs at all today in Tesla. The purples are shorts. So we don't have any longs. Just wish we had held the short. Snap is dropping.
Can't ever hold to oblivion. Snap's almost at VWAP, and like we were just talking about VWAP plays too.
Okay.
And I was talking about not necessarily buying dips into VWAP because I feel like today is weaker than the other afternoons. It really does, but the market's starting to bounce in here. Let's go for consolidation instead of just catching the falling knife. If it consolidates off VWAP and shows more strength, then we'll go for it. Because, like the first thing I put on was Boeing, and I like that one to the south side. The market's still, I think, in the midst of a bit of a pullback. Here's a question. Because if you look at Meta, just the pattern of Meta, I know we always talk about let things settle down, but let's make a devil's advocate. Meta doesn't move from here. It holds 440, let's just say. Then you essentially have that big dip. It doesn't quite get to 400, but it's a big relief rally, a almost clear higher low again today, like dip at the open, which still puts another higher low with a similar top at the 450 level. It's feeling like this could be a 450 break on Monday morning. Obviously, you have some earnings to go through next week, which I think could be a bit of a story. But that is one heck of a gap. And we just saw what NVIDIA did when you didn't think it could. So if Meta holds on to VWAP here, I don't wonder if this is going to be a setup for a potential breakout. Speaking of NVIDIA, yeah, we talked about this in the lesson today. I was long like 3 times, and they all stunk. Because we didn't really hold on to it, but it was the execution plan more than anything. And if NVIDIA is putting in a lower high, I don't want to buy dips. I'm just going to stick with the short positions. We're in 2. We only put on 1 short, and it went pretty much instantly in the money. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm actually looking at Rivian right now at the $9 level, and that hasn't had a green candle on the 15-minute in an hour. And I'm thinking this could be a short opportunity, slowly grinding down. So you got the $9 even level that it ticked to. Exactly. What's up, Randy?
Tesla is, yeah, what's up, Randy?
It's up today.
I don't know what's going on with Tesla, but we got out at 168.50. It's at 167. This is your trade of the day. Shorting 172 about 100 times, only to watch this happen, which is great. A good trade is a good trade at the end of the day. I thought that was a good level. We put a stop in. We should have just respected the 50-period moving average, which is right now at 168.50. Wow. What a move here for Tesla. Still going lower. Remember, we just talked about this. I was asked, should we go short on Tesla or should we go long on Tesla? No. So that's what it is, man. That's exactly what we're doing now, watching this name just continue to go downside off of a note that we wrote at 8 o'clock. So sticky note going to the downside, so is Tesla. And here we go, man. Possible level of interest there, 163. We could almost short it against 167 again if we want to try that, 166.60. You would always like a pull-up here to get that short. 160, oh, wow. All right, now we were really starting to get extended here a little bit to the downside for this name. All right, Tesla, it's there. We've got AMD short, you know that. It's too bad that this name's not really reacting to much, but we're short rate in here in this clutter. We were at 80, so we don't have that wick higher. We can get a little bit more short here at 60s or 70s if it does come back up there, but we are still waiting for a print in the teens. As we talked about that, man, it would look and feel so good if we had that Tesla still on board. But we just shorted Meta up here at 441. We're going to give this back to 442 with more shares coming if we get back up here. But for right now, let's just short it again off the 50 period. Look, we shorted that at 440.80. It went all the way down to 440. So that was an 80-cent winner. Let's see if it comes back in right now and potentially take another bid low side. But if Tesla's going to go and this market wants to go with it, we're double short. We're short. Like, we've got the barreled short, man. We're short Tesla. We've got AMD there. We're short Meta right now on the reload. So here we go, man. You're now trading with the best of us, and that's what we're doing. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, which is on this page right there. And if you don't do it...
Like, subscribe, and share it, the show that takes you into the heart of the
yeah,
market.
that's okay.
I was already reaching for it.
Yeah, that's okay. Travolta's like, guys, just hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go. I mean, we're showing you these trades, so... Hopefully you're doing that. There you go, none. Yeah, you did not go long on Tesla, so there you go. My opinion, but glad it worked out. Sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I mean, when you're trending like that, I think sometimes, if you're catching a falling knife, the level should just be gold. Like, it should be something that you're like, oh, I've been looking for this level for quite some time, or something like that. Yeah. Because it's falling way too fast, and sometimes it's not worth it, especially in the afternoon. If you love the level, you do you. Apple just turned, well, I mean, Apple's been red for a little bit, but if the market's rolling over, weak stock alert that might not see VWAP, you're underneath the 170 again. So I like this off of the 170, but if it can't even break past this level of acceleration, I'm looking to take a snag here in Apple. Like, if you think it's a short, how about weak names? Name underneath VWAP, name trending down to lower highs, and just put a wick top on another lower high here. So, I mean, I don't think I'll have a new position. I just took Rivian, we'll give it to $9. I'm not going to put a new position on in Intel, and I don't think I'll put a new position on in ARM. Like, Intel's going sideways. I am now trailing it to 31.85. If it breaks higher, that's still trend up holding VWAP. Either it breaks VWAP, maybe I'll even get it out at 31.50 if it gets to VWAP. So I'm not really seeing that as a re-entry trade, so I'm looking for something that's weaker than this. I want a weaker name. I know Intel's down 10%, but that doesn't really tell you the full story. Because unless you were sitting in it at the open, it's actually been trend up since then. So I'm going to like Apple a little bit better. Like, Apple is trending to the downside. It gives you a chance at a lower high, so we're not back into it. Although the last time we've traded this last few times have been shorts. But we're in it for the first time today.
All right, just for entertainment purposes. All right, we went short AMD. There's 30 cents. It is another one right there. We just take it out at VWAP, so there it goes, boom, to the downside right now. Let's see if Meta will give us yet again another one and go to the downside. We will take a 440 fill here just because I'm pretty exhausted here getting into the end of the week. So let's just do things right, take the right fills, and just make sure that we've got the right amount of shares at the right levels and don't get overfilled, and just do things the right way, because that's, if you do the right processes over and over again, then it will be good. So Meta, we're back on the bid here at 440, so that's good. Hopefully that fills. AMD's bouncing a little bit. Tesla continues to be what it is, waiting around here. So we'll wait for that one to go. Anything else? I mean, Apple, you mentioned, SMH. We can have a quick look at that for the chip names. 217. I mean, we're in AMD. I have favored SMH often as a trading vehicle, but wow, okay, right back to 220. If you think the NASDAQ, you're a little bit missed out on some of these NASDAQ moves, a fade back up here to 220, if there's something you want to go short on ahead of, more earnings from AMD coming through, and then at the end of the month with NVIDIA, again, you might not want to trade the stock symbol because anything can happen. The problem with trading NVIDIA on earnings is you could have like a $100 or $200 range, and you get sort of chopped up in between. At least SMH probably would go up to like 230 and then whatever, hang out a little bit. But anyways, SMH is another one of those things. It's not really at any levels right now. Okay, oh, well, there it is.
What about DraftKings?
Yeah, so Meta, put that on the board, props that up another 80 cents. We're just stockpiling. This is more appropriate to what we're doing right now for the day. So if we got out of these trades, we would be close to our high of the day. So far, so good here. We did lose on Altria, so that's why we're not exactly at the high of our day.
I still, they should just change the ticker, because I never call it Altria. and I kind of refuse to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Someone just asked about DraftKings. Great day for DraftKings. No question about it. And it's resisting a little bit what this market is doing, which is pulling back in here. The only problem with DraftKings is if you look at the actual daily chart, I think it's running into some resistance here. So careful at these highs. I don't think it's a short up there if it gets to 43.50. As I said, I'd rather be working into things that are a little bit weaker, hence Boeing, and then getting into Apple, which is starting to come into the 170 level. So here comes the 170. We'll give it a curl there. If it bounces off 170, I do not want more of these shares unless it's on the way down. So we got one curl, and then there's a 170 level. If it does another, then I get in. Otherwise, we're going to get out above 70 and wait for VWAP. Boeing is chilling. Boeing's actually bouncing in front of VWAP here, so there's a flat bottom break. But I like the consolidation lower. So I think I'll just hang with this one. We've scalped some out, and if it breaks past that 167.50, we'll get out. Otherwise, looking for a breakdown. And if we crush VWAP, I'll move a trail down into here on Boeing. So kind of just an adjustment on the strategy there for Boeing. And NVIDIA's about to give it up, double bottom. Yeah, if NVIDIA's going down, what are the other chip names doing? We're in Intel, ARM's kind of chilling in the money. You're already in AMD.
Yeah, AMD's going up, actually, to be honest with you.
Really? Yeah, because look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA just looks like it's about to give that push down into VWAP any second now, which is another reason why I don't want to be in any longs at this point. We'll see. I mean, DraftKings is a strong one. I just don't want to be buying any tops. I kind of feel like this afternoon's a little bit different from the others. But hey, we've been wrong about it before, and I don't want to break any rules here and not adhere to those stop levels. I'm going to check back in on my stop for Intel because, yeah, if it's not moving when NVIDIA goes down, I'm just going to get out at VWAP. Forget about the home run. It's SSR. Obviously, it's not good. Even though I think the quarter is, bad, putrid, whatever the exclamation you want to give. Like the stock was already from 50 into 30, so there's probably a limit to how much selling was going to happen on that quarter anyways on the first day. And if it's going to hold VWAP like this when everything comes down, then I'm just going to get out the next time it gets there. So I guess there's a bit of exhaustion in the selling in this stock, and you'll have to come back to it next week and maybe look for a little bit more of the same.
Okay, yeah. If there's any other stocks you guys want to talk about. Oh, I want to say this right here was to Amanda. Was it Amanda? Yeah, Paula, sorry. Paula here. So AMD broke VWAP. So remember what the trade we were going to do is. So now the trade's loaded. So what we're going to do is we wanted to see it break and hold below. It didn't hold below. It broke and came immediately back. So now the next time it breaks, we're going to go short because we're seeing that it's giving us our out now. So our out, if we're wrong, could sort of be in and around 157.30 or so right here. So if it cracks lower, we're now going to take enough shares that we can, try to take or withstand about a 30 to 40 cent hit, giving us, here, maybe zoom in, giving us this top a little bit right there. So that's the kind of trade that I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for it to break that next time. So if you're in it now, it's fine. It's just, it's rejected the VWAP break. That's the whole point. That's why we got some out, and then it came in, and normally not normally would smash this, but VWAP is not always an instant, and we talked about this. It's a point of interest for me. It's just, this is a reference spot to where sometimes you go 200 to VWAP or VWAP to 200, depending which way you're going with the stock. So for this one, we went 50 to VWAP, and now we're going to wait to see if it breaks it. And we can actually add a couple more shares onto this because I don't mind that break the more I talk about it. So yeah, we'll do that and get it all. I'm going to actually cancel my current stop and put some more shares on there to go punch more short if we get into this level right there. So I'm going to take the short on the way back in and use something like 25s, 30s, or maybe where the 50 period is as our out on the way back down. So 60 cents in the money for Meta, 30 cents for AMD, and looking for that trade as Tesla, the trade that we got out $2 ago, continues to go lower.
Yeah, Tesla's getting ugly, man. I was joking wasn't the other day, it was actually probably literally yesterday, because I had a dip buy sitting for a while at 151. I was like, man, I can't believe we're at 70. Maybe I should just take it out, but then don't treat it that way when it's your long term. But it probably would have been a good idea because I bet you I'll get that 150 again if I wanted it. Boeing's starting to bounce a little bit here. So Apple did curl back in. That's now at I'm short 80. It's at 80, so that's exciting. But yeah, Boeing's trying to make that push back into 167.5. Remember, my stop went from here to the breakdown point, which was 167.5, and I want to see if it can break VWAP. Like, Boeing doesn't have any business holding VWAP as far as I'm concerned if the market comes to the downside, especially on a failed breakout. What else are you guys looking at here? Nothing's really changed. Oh, Ponzi, you're talking about Amazon in 180? Oh my goodness. So Amazon and the 180 level, like, look at how gorgeous the curl was here. Amazon, we marked off that 180. It broke, tried to break 181, comes back under the lower high right at that 180, and then flush back under. But I wasn't really paying, like, Amazon wasn't going to be the one for me today. I just felt it was going to be Google. I knew it was going to be Intel. I knew it was going to be NVIDIA. And so we stuck to those for sure. I ended up in ARM because it came to that great level that we liked the other day, but everything else was just sort of staying in the pocket. But that Amazon 180 has proven to be a little bit too much. Though if they do half of what Google did, it's not going to matter next week.
Amazon's going to be a monster. On the market recap show, we talked about this, and I said, CMG, this is before earnings. It's going to take 3,000, and it's going to be see you later. It's at $3,200 right now. What a move for CMG. Just monstrous. This was earnings. We were right on the earnings call. Even before the earnings came out, I was like, this is going to go up. It's a perfect top break. Plus, they got news of the split coming in July. So we already knew that was going to happen. But, of course, they were going to have good earnings. Boom to the upside. We know the retail is still so strong for CMG. I mean, they just keep on outperforming themselves all the way. I mean, what a name from January. $2,200 adds $1,000 to the name. So, 220 to 310, something like that. You take away those zeros.
Right.
So that's all right. So it's a good little move there for CMG. Kind of like the same as usual, but just another thing there. Apple was the... What? Some highlights, some news that
there was.
I just heard. There's something about a car.
I don't know. Like, I didn't quite catch it. That's what I heard too. I had a trailing stop in here off of this level, which was 31.85. So it just trailed me out. But the car doesn't make it. Whatever. We'll see if that actually hits the wire. I didn't catch that entire thing, but there was a little bit of a volume spike. It's not big. You guys can see here. Like, it's a decent volume spike, but not much. But I'm trailing out of it regardless. I don't see myself reloading Intel at this particular point. We shorted the pre-market highs, the opening range tops, and that was the one that ended up working for us. And now you're seeing a trend into the upside. Apple did give me that entry off the 170. It came right back in for a lower high, so I took some out there. We want the 50s nets, not the 60s, so I'm just going to quickly move that. See, that was a bit of a mistake. We want to bid down in here in front of 50, and if we see the low of the day, I think that'll be great for Apple. Boeing is working its way back up. We did take a couple of legs out of this, so if we put the lower high in, that's fine. Just a flat bottom break, one of those setups that you like. We always talk about trading setups that you like. And what I love about a flat bottom break is you don't have to be a chartered market technician. It's kind of an obvious setup. And it just, whether or not it's a big consolidative level, but I want something with confluence. There's 167.5 for resistance. There it is for support. There's a consolidation. There was a little note from Fitch that was a little bit negative. I'm like, okay, we'll break down and they can go into VWAP. And on top of that, I was a bit bearish on the market as well. So you throw that in there. Maybe it gets to VWAP or not, but it can't turn into a loser at this point. So a decent stop out. It wasn't a heck of a lot of risk on that trade, and if it follows through, great. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
Seeing some reports here that there is some investment interest here in Intel's JV chip from Apollo, KKR, and Stonepeak. They're considering investing. We did get one of the larger volume pops we had in a while on the previous 3-minute candle on that report. Waiting to see if I see anything else. I'll let you guys know.
Thank you very much there. So, I had a trailing stop on it anyways, but good to know that you do want to get out. It is SSR, short sell restricted Intel, so you can expect that on a day like today, if it does get some juice behind it, you can't hit the bid to go short unless the last print was green. So that's the uptick rule, which I hate the uptick rule, but I was trading back in the day when the uptick rule existed on every single NASDAQ stock at all times. And it was not a lot of fun because it meant if something was trending down, getting into position short was a little bit of trouble. So if this, remember, this could be like a squeeze type play. The only place I'd look for it again is like 32 quarter, 32 and a half, maybe up at that top for a potential short trade. USD, is that really going ham there, Bonkzilla? US dollars going nuts? We have USD JPY, but the market is bouncing up here, so it's going to be time to take some profits if we get a chance. Again, on those shorts, I might reload Apple, but I also want this market to calm down a little bit too, because you're right back into that 180. 170. We're not at 180. That 170 where we just got to reload, and it came back in, gave us like the 25-cent win, and we're right back at that 170 level as the market is catching a bid off those lows. So yeah, I bet you that Snapchat was a good long, but I was feeling bearish, so I wasn't going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good out there for Meta as well as we're coming all the way back up. I'm wondering if we just throw in the towel here. Like I said, we are going to be pretty close to, being back to where we were at the highs for ourselves there today. But I'm going to try to, I should have just reloaded that there on AMD. Let's just try, where are we short there? 43s. I don't know, let me see it. Maybe it's going to be more fun to trade NVIDIA here into the close. And, trade doesn't have to be fun. Some of the best trades are the boring ones. 878. I mean, I don't know. Do we really want to go short something that's up 6%? I don't think so. We should probably be going long. So those dip buys into 870 were great. Like, can you believe like $7, like immediately, boom, straight to the upside? Let's look at the market. How about that? Because if we can look at the market quickly here and get a good idea. So above, I guess it's because we're waiting to see if we can get down to 17.8, but right now you're still stuck in the middle, 17.9. 17,680 into a Friday. The last hour of power is upon us right now. So I wonder if we're not going to be doing much. Let's see a little bit of a longer time frame. So there's the top that we would definitely short if we got going here in the afternoon, 17,950. So right now that is 80 handles higher. That's where we should be starting the short if we're going to do anything against a potential move higher. And then the long, we've already talked about that we would like the 17.8 right there to come through to start to go long. So right now we're just kind of stuck in the middle and then debating, looking at it. And we said it would be a stock pickers on the sticky note today. We said this feels like a stock pickers day, meaning that, if you pick the name like a Microsoft, it might be a little slower. You pick names like Tesla, we have some tops where you could go short. Google names to go long, which maybe that's what we should do.
Yeah, what's Google doing?
Yeah, I mean, went right into the bottom of the day again, pretty much. I mean, it didn't break that 170 just now, like what happened to us there, but it came pretty much right into where we were buying all morning.
Now it holds.
We're still up on Google today, so it's okay. We will be down on on Altria. I won't say it again. So yeah, Google, again, maybe dip buying that one as an opportunity. And then how about just going into something that's moving around potentially now, which it's not, would have been Intel, I was thinking, on some of that news, but that's not moving at all. And we will wait to potentially get more AMD if it comes into 157.60. So
yeah, it was a spike without continuation in that Intel move. Like, it was, I don't know, it broke the level it was at and then trailed me out, and then it didn't do anything after that. But I'm going to stay away from it. As I said, like, I was way too, aggressive trying to hold too much of the short instead of scalping it out, which isn't usually how I play it. But then, I've been pretty bearish on it, so I really wanted that one to head to the downside. Boeing, we did get it back into VWAP, so it ends up being 167.5 into 167, and then we just take break even out. Now, when it made that first leg in, I'm going to move my stop so that it doesn't turn into a losing trade, so that's the only adjustment. We made Rivian's at 95. I'm short at 93, so that's not really doing a heck of a lot. That's Snapchat. Oh, you Snapchat. Oh, yeah, you're in New York. Snapchat, there is a good bounce off VWAP, and this is, that's actually almost like a perfect bounce off VWAP. Like, look at the wick underneath, and then immediately comes back in where you'd want to take that fill at 35. You already scalp it to 50. But I feel like if you didn't get it the first time, I don't want to go into it a second time, on the second time through, because that's putting in lower highs. So I'm going to stay away from you. NVIDIA just curled off 875. So I don't mind getting trailed out of Boeing, but it doesn't mean I'm looking for longs. Just got the 70s on Apple. That's starting to come back in there. But you're seeing, like, every single time, it got to the 70 level, and I'm not taking any fills past 70. That's the line in the sand. I think Apple is still weak, but if it breaks this 70 at 70.05, I think I'm sitting at, or 6, then I'm getting out and waiting for VWAP. Because if it gets to VWAP, I'm going to need to give it like 10 cents at that price alone. So I don't want to carry it all the way into that. I do have a trail on ARM. It's not really going anywhere. That's a trade from this morning. If I take a new position, I'll let you guys know. But we want to deal with the new things that we're doing here.
Meta about to tank, says Chris. I hope so. I don't think it is. But I just put an offer here to get some more short into this area. But I'm still waiting for up here again, 441.80s to get short against 442, a little bit higher than that. We just tried, we could take a piece here because I might just punch in. See, the spread, the problem with the spread here is that it's quite large. Like I can cross this spread and not even get filled. Like I just tried to punch in there and missed it. So there, now we'll get filled on the way back up. So, all right, we'll take a fill now on Meta. And that's what you have to do. You have to sit there and take the fills most of the time against you if you're going to be adding liquidity. So Neil and I have an opportunity to both remove or add liquidity. And if we sit there and post a bid.
SSR?
Meta?
Because it's 2 days.
Yeah, but you could. That just means you can't hit the
You can't hit
ask. You could still close the gap.
Yeah, you can still close the gap.
Can't hit the bid, sorry. But yeah, so long story short is you have an opportunity. Like if you want to sell right now, like for right now, I'm waiting at 441.80. So when that comes up and fills me, I will actually get a rebate of roughly $2 per 1,000 shares that you trade with. So if you're trading 100 shares, it won't cost anything other than, this is for an execution fee, for a rebate, from the gateway fee, will be a $2 per 1,000 shares. So 100 shares, you'd get 20 cents. Now there's SEC fees, clearing fees, so on and so forth, that go on top of that. And so there's the fill we just got. So now we're short right here against, so 441.60. The market's trying to go for sure. We like this level. It's come all the way back up. I think this is worth a shot. So we just took a 441.80 fill there. Our average price is 441.60 or 441.56. So let's see what happens now. We're short on Meta.
Good look there. I think, as we said, like you got to give something that has an opportunity to go. So Micron's breaking the high of the day without NVIDIA doing anything. So I don't wonder if this isn't going to be the strong one. For whatever reason, obviously Intel had a rough day. This is the only chip name I can see that is trading at those highs. So if you're looking for relative strength, I just want to shout out, in the chat, well, I was like, yeah, let us know what you guys are trading or what you're looking at. So I wouldn't have even known about this unless JP Swade in the chat had let us know about Micron here. So 114 looks good. I also don't mind this 114.5. You had a triple top that it's trying to break out, and that third crest was just above the 114.5. Probably going to run into some resistance. But if the market stays strong and we do take out highs, I think you got something to work on into with Micron. I just want to double check. I know you're in AMD.
I might just get out of AMD. I don't want to get suckered into this.
Well, I don't know, but so you're making a break at the top on Micron. And NVIDIA's putting in lower highs, but AMD's already at VWAP. Like it's weak. I know it's up 2%.
Right.
But like right now, this afternoon, this thing is weak. I was about to say like, why not?
We're 40 cents in the money. It's just I don't. The market's not.
The market's not doing much. That's sort of the problem. It's like I could talk myself into this, stepping down all I want, but unless it gives you a fill at the top of the range or breaks down at 157.
I'm actually feeling kind of long now.
Nothing happens. Well, I was looking for Micron because I wanted something that we might like to the long side. Snapchats.
Yeah. I don't want to get too much more involved with this Meta trade.
What else is strong here? I know Snapchat, we already talked about it. IB.
Like Meta went into the money, like honestly, like 20 cents, and I was like, maybe I'll just take this. So I just think that the market, it already made these lows here. I hope we go back to test it. That's what I'm betting on. But I don't know if those are the right odds. Like if you could put some odds down right now, I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Almost feels like with good reports from both Microsoft and Google, this market probably wants to break this top. We just tested it and failed it. We came all the way back. Like, look at these two wicks. That's 75 down to 55, 20 handles in 2 minutes, up and down. And now you can see we're dancing here. It's trying to figure out which way it wants to go. Can't close above the last two candles, can't close below the last two candles. So the last 3 or 4 minutes have just been decisive periods where the market can't figure it out. And we've already had someone bet long, they lost, someone bet short and lost, and right now it looks like the longs are going to try to win one more time here. Meta looks like it wants to break. This was the nervous position, so a little bit higher than, yep, there it is, a little bit higher than where we are now, and we're in a problem spot. Maybe we should get out of our AMD. What's up, Adara?
Show brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by the end of the year, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com/tradertv. I also want to take a moment here too to kind of rewind and look at what we've done in terms of the macroeconomic sector, the macroeconomic side this week ahead of the FOMC meeting coming next Wednesday. So we did get some core PCE info today. For the month-over-month coming in pretty flat compared to expectations and the previous, but slightly higher than expected for core PCE year over year for March, 2.8% versus 2.6% expected, though it was in line with the prior, so we didn't go up there for core PCE. We also had that GDP data coming in yesterday, lower than expected, taking the market to the downside immediately after that 1.6% versus 2.5% expected. We also had some comments yesterday from U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen. We did have a blackout period for Fed speak, so that was really the only insight we got with regards to what the Fed might be thinking heading into the next meeting. Yesterday, Yellen basically said that the GDP did show some strength in consumer and investment spending and that there could be revisions to the data, but saying that overall it looks like we're on a downward path for inflation. So some interesting comments coming out of there. We'll have to wait and see what the Fed does next week, but definitely lots of data moving in lots of different directions here. The DXY making a move to the upside, at least to end off this week ahead of next week's big number coming, guys.
So I was bearish. Boeing was good. Apple was not. We just got out of Apple. We took some scalp trades out of there, so it ends up being like a smaller loss than it could have been, but that's only because we were taking some scalp trades out. But Matt Carnes, what does it mean when a 45K lot on level 2 ask side gets chewed through? Well, it means someone really wanted to buy whatever it is, assuming that 45,000 shares means something. Like you could be talking about a penny stock where 45,000 shares is meaningless, or you could be talking about Tesla where 45,000 shares on the offer that gets filled would be pretty significant. It just means someone's aggressively buying, but it's all things being relative, right? 45,000 shares on a $200 stock is not the same as, obviously, on a $5 stock, for example. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean anything in a vacuum.
No. We just went short there. Tesla at 168 is now 60 cents in the money. We did get stopped out, unfortunately, of our meta trade, and we kind of were sniffing that one out, man. We've talked about going short ahead of 442 and then getting out if it broke. We got out at 442.20, whatever that last little breaking spot was right there. Now it's screaming to the long side. I think Meta is going to be one of those names you're just going to have to watch out for. I was saying that I thought this market could go to the upside here, but still not convinced that we're necessarily going anywhere. It's that 17.9 area. But again, we just went to that top wick and came back again right now. So we do have some bids down here at 167 flat for Tesla to try to take that dollar and then try to hold the rest of it. AMD still looking to take that bottom, I think. You know, so that's going to be a trade there for us. I want to see Nike right here quickly. That was I think that was moving around a bit here. $94, that's a little low. Yeah, okay, so down today. Surprising. Yeah, 95 straight to the downside there for Nike, down to $94. This is an interesting name. I do want to talk a little bit about Eli Lilly. We'll be discussing this on the podcast as well. That should be exciting. Eli Lilly reporting next week. I'm not going to make a trade on this name right now, but I do have some thoughts for this, reporting April 30th in the pre-market. So next week, Eli Lilly, you know, the street has price targets of this thing in the 800s. It was a good quarter last quarter, good guide moving forward. Eli Lilly down at a nice resistance spot here, support spot. I have some stuff to talk about that. Tesla right now just came in, and we almost got that fill at O's there it just wicked down to 25s. So we're trying to play off 167 right here. So if we get like a little 20-cent drop, come on, Tesla, come back in. We just put this trade on right now. So here we go. This is going to be a good move to the downside. Bears versus Bulls.
Heyo.
You gifted 10 memberships?
Looks like it.
Okay, well, thank you to Bears versus Bulls. We appreciate that one. Thank you for doing that. So that's very nice of you to do that. Cheers to that. And thank you, our good friend
Well done.
and the moderator of the chat. Here we go. Hit the sirens. Tesla's coming into our level, but we just got missed. So let's put our bid a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Like, go to the weakest name. I mean, that's the
Boom.
weakest name right now in the market. From a momentum standpoint, like, it's not about the percentage. We always talk about this. It's not about the percentage that it's moved on the day. It's about where it happens to be in terms of the afternoon sentiment. I was just looking at Meta if it was going to get up to that 444 change price, which that level, 444, was a pretty harsh turnaround. So that would be the significant one to look for a fade. Like, we're not quite at the highs on the futures yet. So I said I would wait until we got to VWAP. I'm going to go back over to Boeing. That's one that did work. It just put in a lower high. I might take a shot at that since that news, but it came right back in there. Don't know if that's going to be the one. You just got to be patient with it as far as I'm concerned. Micron, if we're going to break these tops, that's still looking pretty solidly. That's a pretty strong stock. You got higher lows all the way through. So this could be one. If it's going to make that break of the high of the day, I can't really see anything else I like other than Micron and Snapchat for potential longs. That's just held VWAP again. So if we get, there's your wick under VWAP, there's your higher low. The last time it did this, we had a similar setup and we waited for it to break that top. That would be like 51s or 52. So if it gets back above there, at least we know Snapchat's a strong stock, which is showing us a nice little dip buy and a consolidation. I mean, it's up 27%. I don't need to tell anybody that that's a strong stock. If it gets to 1451, we'll probably grab a 52 long there and see if it can even just get halfway to the high. At that point, would be pretty solid on Snapchat. That's the only thing. I mean, I don't want anything long that isn't already a bit of a beast. So we're going to look for some short entries. Got to wait for VWAP on Apple. It's not quite there just yet.
Yeah, it's not just picking, for me, it wasn't just picking on weak stocks. I mean, obviously Tesla is weak today into a very, very strong market. And we had identified that we wanted the Tesla short all day. So we just went back over to our strongest P&L name of the day, a name that we've read pretty well. So that short right there on that move up, it does go a little bit. That wasn't against us. That was the move higher. And then we shorted it on the way back through 168. So that was the push back down in. And then there's the 80 cents or whatever, first out 50 cents against that top wick. So I guess we probably would have got stopped out at 168.50. So that's going to be a level there that we took off that short and then short again right now. We did just wind up losing on Meta though. And it's kind of hovering around here. So this is making me think again to look at this short because a name that's weaker than the market and one that was hit pretty strongly yesterday trying to get around this 442.50. So you have to sort of think, is this worth 30 cents worth of risk right now to potentially have quite a big win? So I think it probably is. So we'll try it one more time, 442.61. And again, this kind of trading is like, you could take shots and shots and shots. At some point you stop and it's like, you don't just keep on going short, but like we just talked about it, and there it is. That's almost $1 right there instantly. But as long as you can see the trades, oh no, wow, okay. I mean, that was a good move down. We were just talking about shorting that 440. It was just 442.20, remember? And I was like, oh, that's worth 30 cents worth of risk. There's $1. So there you go. 30 cents worth of risk for 100 cents. So we don't have it on, but that's the kind of trade that we're going to be looking for here. I still think the AMD break is still in play to the bottom. Now we can use this 50 period for sure. We did break it one time, and if we break it again, then we're going to get stopped out, and that'd be fine by me. Let's try to play the momentum to the downside on an AMD break, and that's going to coincide, of course, with NVIDIA that is here at 873 and looking to hold potentially that 870 level. So NVIDIA's not doing anything. I'm more excited to look at because it's a VWAP break of AMD. We have a long way to go for NVIDIA. 25 cents in the money here, $1 almost in the money on Tesla. And, you know, if there's anything in the chat you guys want to...
DJT's
Ripping?
Well, it's not. No. Actually,
10.
I would make an argument that it's like dropping like it's hot and then slight bounce, drop it like it's hot, slight bounce. If you were to follow that pattern, then I think you know what would be next on DJT. Like that, it really gave it up. It's a VWAP bounce, but look at this double top here. It's not really a double top. It's a double lower high, as you're seeing double of me at this 43.25. And we've seen this story before. And when it starts to fall, like look on a 15-minute chart, this is probably a better example of what I mean by it looks a little bit bearish on a 15-minute. If it comes back into that 43, that'll give you a move. Like if you can get 42 high and risk 50 cents plus slippage, the bottom's 41. That said, it's not free locates. I know that for a fact because yesterday it was 12 cents a share, and that was up from like 3 cents a share. So I'm gonna double check. If it's like 50 cents a share, I wouldn't pay it. If it's 20, you know, if you're risking 50 cents on a trade plus slippage, you don't want the locate to be a big chunk of that because then it throws everything askew. But it's worth always having a check. And I see that little dumping pattern on DJT, and I do like that. And obviously, we're not talking anything fundamental here. You guys can see the pattern. That is 2 big wicks at resistance levels, 45, and then another one at 43. At the end of the day, I do think at some point this is going to have a nasty little run to the downside on it, but your guess is as good as mine when the real doomsday is going to come.
Yeah, doomsday, huh?
Well, maybe that's probably the wrong word, but I just, we talked about how much, they're not making it. There's no money made here. The value's really high. There's an issue for a reward for more shares, which can't even be sold yet. And when they are, it's probably going to come under pressure. So that's all. And right now you have a bit of a downward pattern. That's all. It's just a trading vehicle.
Yeah, we've talked about that. I think it's been a great trading vehicle for many. Just be careful. You don't want to be the last one holding the bag. I think that's kind of what we're
sure you got a chair when the music stops.
Trying to figure out here. All right.
I was going to ask you a question.
Mark is trying to go. Oh, there was SoFi. Yeah.
Oh, this is adjacent.
Oh,
it was PayPal.
Oh, PayPal.
Okay, so PayPal high of the day up 3%. Pump it or dump it. This is a daily chart.
I'm pumping it. I think PayPal has a good opportunity to have a decent comeback. It's just one of those names that's been so beat up for so long. And I know it's probably, like you mentioned there, off the 50-period moving average. I didn't look at it. I just answered you.
That was the point. The point was to just be like, just boom, pump or dump. Right?
Yeah, only, I don't know. Right now, it doesn't look like anything.
Well, I'm just saying, like, look at this chart. You wouldn't take a breakout next week if there's
breakout of 68?
If there is any catalyst next week.
Yeah, well, there's going to be earnings.
This sucker breaking it out. Let's double check earnings on it. You're not till the 30th, so you're going to be on Tuesday, right? That's Tuesday. So.
Meta just went in and out again.
No, you're talking about Tuesday, and it has a chance to break out this local high. I mean, you don't know which way it's going to go on earnings, but if it is above 68, I know which way I'm going to want to play it. It doesn't even matter what the report is. It's like if it's...
Does it say short float on there?
2% only.
2%, okay, so that's...
So you're not going to get that, but still, the 50 and the 200 on successive higher lows, it is breaking out of a pretty long downward trend. Like, that's a long downtrend that the stock's been on. And look at it now starting to crest. If this breaks 68 on earnings, I want the long next week. So that'll be, the 30th pre-market. So that should be a wild one. I'd prefer if it was aftermarket. Earnings are better in the aftermarket. I don't care what anybody says. It's more exciting.
Yes.
It's more exciting. You get the great aftermarket show for the earnings. On top of that, you get to digest it and read it on the train and go over charts at not 7:30 in the morning. And then you don't have to worry about a stupid conference call 30 minutes before the market opens, and then you don't even know what happened on it. When it's aftermarket, everybody can digest anything that might be important on the call, if there is even anything. And you get all the price action there out in front of you. But I'm going to like this one next week. I wrote it down. I mean, obviously, when it reports, we're going to know all about it. But I like this PayPal here. Shout out to anybody that's interested there. The boring man says PayPal has dumped 4 quarters in a row. Let's moon this time to 80.
Right.
Yeah, but exactly. It's been in a big downward trend. I think the risk is in the other direction now.
We are talking about this market, and we should be going long into the close here.
Should have taken that.
So we're going to be pennies away. We got out of that Meta. We talked about losing that 30 cents real quick on that one, as it just kept going up there. AMD, well, we got filled and got out of it within a couple seconds there on Meta. Tesla, I'm just making sure where our stops are, because I'm still going to use that as a stop, but I don't know. Maybe we just get out right now and just look for pullbacks to go long. I was thinking about even just going long Google. There's still 25 minutes left or 35 minutes left until imbalances. So GOOGL. This was, okay. I was wishing it was a little bit above VWAP. So now I'm looking at this and thinking like, okay, we should be shorting it off there, but we don't want to do that. Alibaba was one that we wanted to look at long as well. This is okay, this is okay. But they don't move much in the afternoon. We know that. We've talked about that a little bit. So what else in the strong name? Amazon, which is NASDAQ. Let's have a quick look at that to see if there's anything here. Oops, why is it NY? Oh yeah, because Alibaba was NY. I just like, we've missed most of these, but okay, maybe, okay, we're above the 200 period, so that's nice. So we could pull back into this area and try to support this kind of along 179.60 or so from back here where we came back in, dropped it, this level 179.60, something like that if we fall back in, but right now you're starting to take off a little bit. So you could get really aggressive and say, you know what, we're starting to play this, and then use the 200 period of 179.75 and, you know, take the long now back into this level. I don't mind that, 179.50-ish. I think maybe Amazon might work. Again, we're coming up to the high of the day again in the NASDAQ. Maybe the best thing to do is to short the TQs and not even worry about a name. We could do that.
Well, you have to ask yourself, you know, it's a good point because from I'm making up a time here, but it's probably right. From 320 to 350, let's just say. What was your highest probability trade in the last 2 weeks? Probably short the top on the Qs instead of an individual name, which is, the market's right at that high. I think it's the most appealing. I don't see anything that's at a level that I like to short. I'm just going to get trailed out of arm here. It's bouncing off of VWAP. You know, I already took it into VWAP. I was looking for this one to break down. It's not happening. Rivian could break the $9 level. Snapchat, we're probably too late to decide that we want the long off VWAP on Snapchat. But if the market's going to go, I just feel like it hasn't even broken yet. So if I can pick it up in the high 30s in here, and it does break the top, yeah, this one could really start to go. So it's not a heck of a lot of risk to be able to hold VWAP, and it's a relatively strong name. But I'm not going to be fighting anything unless I see a great entry on shorts on the highs. I don't think anything is setting up that's really to my, I don't know the word I want to use here. Like, I don't see any like A+ setups for the short at the top. I do see some for a long if we break out this high, though.
Yeah, we probably should have done that Amazon idea that we had. Maybe it's still there. I was debating just going long on the TQs on the break. Long, not even worry about the short. It's 330 though. What else? Oh yeah, that SoFi trade. Yeah, that's what we were looking at. So SoFi actually looks okay too. It's just, will you get enough action in this? We just actually took out the top, so I'm kind of glad that we didn't punch that top. See, so it takes out the top, looks really good again. You know, starting to make, again, higher lows, boom, 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 all the way up. So this, again, looks pretty good to get something going there on that one. Or do you just go back over to the name that we know is probably along no matter what, is NVIDIA. So that's up to 880 again. And again, kind of bouncing off that 870, but not much happening down there. And then our one trade AMD that we're still in AMD and Tesla. This one's kind of been slowly grinding, but this is not at a horrible level right now. We were gonna wait for a little higher. Let's take a little bit of shares here on that, get some right there at 50, and wait to see about this 200 period moving average. And then do that punch out at 158.10 if we break above there. Try to get some more in at 157.80. We're still there for that trade anyways. So if we get a fill up there, I think that's worth it. Something that's under the 200 period moving average might be worth a risk, a shot again for this. Just back into VWAP, just simple plays. Let's see if we can do that. We put that on AMD right here.
There you go. And Carvana, 8% up for Carvana. I really want to buy this one into earnings, apparently. What is the short float on this thing? Because it's super strong right now. Oh, they don't report till, oh no, they report next week on Wednesday. I guess that's Wednesday next week. 30% short float still on Carvana. Where are we at on the daily? Ugh, you're right at resistance on the daily. See, this is the problem. Like, why can't it be here, and then I think there's some continuation left? No, but it's like right at the spot where you're like, I don't want that. You don't want any part of a long on the daily chart at that level before earnings. So I wanted something strong, but this is strong. It fits that bill, but I am not looking for longs into overhead resistance at 330. Like, that is a brick wall that the stock has had here. That 84 and change has been a brick wall on Carvana. So it was a great call out. I just saw someone in the chat mention it. It was up there. I saw it was up a good percentage, and I really liked it, but nothing there. SMCI, I see some people asking about that. There you go. SMCI up 8% as well. And it, too, is at an obvious spot where you could be running into resistance. I don't like shorting that stock. I have one setup on SMCI, and that is a fail to break at the open and then consolidate underneath VWAP before lunchtime. Traded it 3 times in 1.5 years, and it's worked all 3 times. I do not ever want to trade this thing against the trend, ever, under any circumstances. If it's trending up, I don't want to go long at the top, but I definitely don't want to short this name at the highs. Yeah, this is starting to feel like we could be running some tops here. Let's go back to Micron, because Micron was the strongest name. It's trying to take out this high, maybe a 115 on Micron. Still can't get Snapchat off VWAP even.
So we got a super chat there. We talked about from Ian Respetto there for Eli Lilly, what to possibly expect. I mean, the thing is their guidance was above the street, right, last time. So I feel like they're going to potentially beat again as they did. Earnings per share on their last report, 249 versus 222. They beat that pretty handily. Also beat it on the revenue side of things. You made a point there. I don't know what the situation on around here is in Canada, but you are hearing reports, of course, of them getting some of their supply back online. And if more and more of these, I guess you need a prescription for these GLP-1 drugs, but if more and more of these doctors are going to keep prescribing them, then I think people are going to keep taking them. So also, apparently new studies coming through that they're helping with other potential addictions and things like that. They got to get more approvals from the FDA coming through. The only problem was their Alzheimer's drug got delayed a little bit. So we're going to wait to hear about a forward look on that. But for me, underneath the 50-period moving average, one of the most expensive stocks, market cap-wise, in the world, continuously beats the S&P 500 year over year. I have a graphic that we'll be showing you on the podcast for that. I like Eli Lilly down here to possibly beat again and raise. Again, talking about new drugs in the pipeline, talking about demand for their current Mounjaro. Is that what their one is? They're the GLP-1 Mounjaro, yeah. So lots of stuff happening for Eli Lilly. I would say this is a name that I would expect that even if it doesn't beat, we probably have some little bit of runway there to give it some time. So I like this name. I would think that it's a long heading into earnings, but we'll wait to see what happens there. The average analyst, I was just looking this up, rating is a strong buy, and the average price target on the street is $8.45. So there we go. And there, even Martin in the chat, you know, no insider trading around here, but Martin in the chat is like, some doctors are telling me to buy it. So yeah, there it is, Eli Lilly.
Oh, word?
Yeah, you know, so
I just sold some.
I just bought some. So I like Eli Lilly. I think it works at these levels, and I'm excited for April 30th.
I should fully explain that. Like, one of the reasons, just for an example, like I made the determination. Like, did I really think that I wanted Eli Lilly to be a bigger holding for me than, quite frankly, like I own more Eli Lilly at the time than Microsoft, which I didn't think was the right call. So I was just been trimming it because I was kind of aggressively buying it into this because I really like that GLP thing. But at the end of the day, I just felt like it made more sense to trim a little bit of that and just put that money into the Qs. You know, to step back a little bit. Wow, Snapchat was just breaking out. I was like, oh, I missed it. I didn't get those fills, and it was at 60s. And next thing I know, I'm long at 47. So Snapchat did that, breaking out, and then it did the dip buy. So hopefully that's a happy accident, and we can get a push back in to some of those tops. Snapchat up 27%. One of the stronger names in the market today, although the market, you know, regardless of this 27% or Google's incredible numbers, the fact that we have a 2% day to end the week when you could have expected profit taking, when Bitcoin couldn't hold 65,000, I'd like to say that's a really great sign for the overall market. I feel like the Qs are the winner today, but let's go to the screen with Adara.
Let's talk about some of the S&P 500 names making big moves that maybe we haven't discussed as much. And I'm going to start us off with one that I know we have talked about. Intel here, down about 10%. They did have lower than expected revenue and EPS estimates and also missed on revenue. But the reason I'm bringing this one up as well is later in the day here, Bloomberg reporting that Apollo, KKR, and Stonepeak are in talks for a joint venture for Intel's JV chips. So interesting stuff there for INTC, couple stories of note. The rest of these are all going to be earnings names as well. ABBV to the downside here. Really strong earnings, but they did lower their guidance from what was previously expected for its 2024 adjusted EPS. So bit of a guidance miss there for ABBV. Last but not least, Phillips 66 PSX, weaker than the rest of these oil names here, despite a couple of these names reporting. They did have an EPS miss and also reported much lower numbers in the previous quarter for several revenue segments. So interesting look here. Lots of big names making big moves as we head into the end of the week, guys.
Yeah, big moves.
Yeah.
And I was saying this about Intel. When you look at that midpoint, it was 12.5 to 13.5 with expectations 12.68. That is, like, their midpoint was better than the expectation, and they still got beat down because they don't have AI. They're behind there, and it's going to take a while for their other things to work out, and they're losing in data center as well to AMD. So, but I've said this before. So Snapchat was the newest position. Rivian, I'm short at 94, and Rivian's at 94. So, hey, great. It's not breaking $9, but it's not pulling into VWAP either. So, this new position is only going to be Snapchat here. Let's look for a push back into those 60s, and then if it can get even to like 75, 80, then we'll have another VWAP bounce. Although I could have been in this one actually at VWAP, and we didn't take it. Should have just taken this at VWAP, but at the time I was feeling bearish.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired here, but we're still waiting for this market to wake up as well. Nice little push downside here. Let's see what winds up happening. We have our positions. We're 15 cents in the money now on AMD. We do have a bid down here to try to capture some of that. Okay, well, it just bounced off us again. We were right there at the 50-period moving average, waiting to see about getting something on that end, but it doesn't look like we're going to for now. So AMD trying to come back in. We'll take a bid here at 28 or whatever I'm waiting for, if that does want to fall in. Tesla, what's up to LaCannoli there? I like that name in the chat. We just were Dollar Club members there, but then now we're only half that. So not great. You know, you get 50 cents back on that one. We'll see what happens there. It's that joke. I can't remember what it is. Like I said, too tired. About a 50 cent in a Nickelback concert. I don't know, something about that. You get a Nickelback, 50 cent. I don't know, something. I can't remember what it is.
There's a joke in there.
There was somewhere there.
Or the joke is just Nickelback. That, you know, it could be that.
Yeah, I don't know, Nickelback. Yeah. All right.
You know what? I shouldn't even. Whatever. They've
I mean, like when you go to a 50
sold a
cent
lot of
concert,
albums
you get like a Nickelback.
or records. I think you're supposed to say.
All right. So here we go.
I'm not a big Nickelback fan.
Yeah. Adair's trying to figure the pun out over there, I hear. All right, so that's what that is. Yeah, honestly, there's not a whole heck of a lot. The best play might be to just sort of sit around and do nothing. Checking in on some banks. I just saw WFC was maybe moving, so yes, it is coming back into $60. As I don't know what's going on with this one. This looks like a nice little trend to the downside. Maybe breaking that $60.20 mark on the 200 period. That could be a move back down for that. Come on, AMD. Like, we're going to make money here at the end of the day. This is 60 cents in the money. We put that trade on. We did lose on our Meta short. We talked about that right in there. That happened. AMD right now as well just bounced again off of 30s. Hopefully we'll be able to get that fill at some point. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, SoFi. I know you guys are mentioning SoFi there, and you just probably want me to talk about it, but I'll just tell you why I'm not going to trade this. There's no way that in 10 minutes, when these imbalances come out, that SoFi is going to give enough of any kind of a move to do anything. I feel like all that's going to happen is I'm going to get stopped out of SoFi. And what I mean by that is like it's just going to fill both ways. Like I could punch the long at 85, and then when it doesn't go, where's my stop going to be? Down here at 80, well then it runs that, and then you just quickly lose 5 cents, when realistically there was never a chance for it to do much.
On that note, I actually just punched out of Rivian for like a 1.5 cent hit because it's the same reason. Like at the time, Tesla was tanking and this was pulling back off 9. So my whole reasoning would be, hey, look, there's 9. It's a lower high short. If Tesla continues to flush, why wouldn't you see it moving to view up? But you know what? If it doesn't move, it doesn't move at the end of the day. But SoFi, the only thing I'll add to SoFi is, hey, they report Monday morning. So I think that's probably, but it's not doing anything. But yeah, Monday morning report, that is the one. Almost nobody, when you get to a Monday morning, you're not usually going to have earnings. It's SoFi, and then you get, not that anybody trades Berkshire, but then you get Berkshire on Sundays. And everything else, you got to wait until the middle of the week. So Snapchat, we're going to scalp some out because this market really isn't moving some. So we get the higher low, we'll play it into that, the resistance that was at the 60 level, and we'll see if it can't get into 75. But it's 340 already. Just to let you guys know, like, you're running out of time here. Early look names, not a heck of a lot. Visa, which is showing up every single day on the imbalances, is a 2 million early sell. Pinterest is a 900,000 sell. It's I feel like usually I get a good read on Pinterest earnings because you'll have like Meta, and then you'll have the reaction by Snapchat, and sometimes that'll be the same direction, but Meta went down and Snapchat went to the moon. So I'm feeling like, you know, Pinterest could shoot the middle, but very different name. But it's all about the advertising story for them. I know Snapchat has some efficiencies that they were able to pull a rabbit out of the hat on. Pinterest, a bit of a different story. It's always about the takeout for them. If somebody's willing to buy Pinterest, I think that's where it gets exciting. But I've been in that stock on that speculation. I remember it got to a support level and there were buyout rumors. I'm like, oh, I'll buy some support here. Sat in it, nothing happened, and then you end up selling. I feel like the best way to play that buyout speculation is just like if you play options for like a 3 month, at least you know either it happens before that time or whatever. Because then you're sitting in something forever waiting for news to hit and you have no idea if it's going to even come. I think at some point someone picks them up, but good luck guessing when.
Yeah, Pinterest, huh? All right, so I was kind of like mocking people for wanting to trade SoFi because it doesn't do anything, and then I looked over and I was like, AMD's not doing anything either. This is even more of a barcode. And okay, well, there it is. All right, take it back. No, but either way, still pretty barcoded right there. So we just shorted 50s. We just got out there at 28s, which was the 50 period, is the 50 period moving average. Hopefully we can fall down. I don't have any bids for AMD except for at 158 in case it does, sorry, 157, in case we do come into that level, which it looks like we're going to do that right now. So we'll put a bid out there, see if we can get something upside or downside on that one. Hopefully Tesla does make that move back in and we'll be able to capture that. But for right now, it's AMD.
Oh, wow.
It's a short. That was good, obviously, there on Snapchat for a little bit of a reload. Didn't someone say that a firm was going crazy before?
By the way, just to acknowledge, we don't really trade Forex, but USD yen is making a power move up here. It is making a strong trend into the upside. We don't have the percentage here, but yeah, big move up there. A firm is a weird one because for the life of me, I know PayPal's up, but a firm and PayPal aren't the same thing. And if you look at a firm, it's hard to be excited about this. If there is a more clean, gentle downward trend that's just getting people a false sense of confidence, it could be this. Right into a $30 bottom, and then the 200 periods at 30. When do they report? Because if that loses the 200 period moving average, it drops to this level's like 20 bucks. It's still 12% short float. They report in 2 weeks, so we don't get them next week. We get them the week after. I think early next week we'll get, early 2 weeks from now we'll get a firm, and they could be under a lot of pressure. I know they're starting to charge interest, but it's just a gentle glide down. If it loses the 30 level, even if it does before that, I think I'd be looking for the short on a firm. So inside of this range, I'd be sitting it out. Like, why guess it when it's a long? If it breaks and holds above the 50 period, which it hasn't done for a while, then it's probably going to squeeze some people. So just wait for that to happen or wait for earnings. Otherwise, the trend has been pretty clear since that 50 right at the end of last year. Like, it's perfectly timed to be the worst return, possible return on the year because its high was, this is January, no, never mind. The high was actually December 29th. So yeah, it would have been even better. Right, it would have been better if it was January 2nd, would have been that high at 52, but it was actually the last day, trading day of the year. But since then, look at that. It's a short till it's not a firm. I don't care if it's up 5%.
All right, there it is right there for AMD. I mean, we take the top right back into the VWAP again. So that's going to be a good one. Short there, out, short there, out, out. Now let's hold this one piece to see if we can can get lower. We'll wait for that. Yeah, strong U.S. dollar, obviously, generally bad news for tech companies. So if the U.S. dollar keeps going to the upside, you got to repatriate your money back over into U.S. dollars. So not a great thing when it's so super high like that with the Forex. But we'll wait to see what happens. We haven't heard anybody out of the last couple reports come through talk. I mean, I haven't noted it anyways about any currency head or tailwinds. So I feel like they're probably well either hedged or got that side of the business figured out. So that generally used to be a story when the market, maybe when it moved a little more than it's been doing, but still. We used to hear about that, right? The currency head or tailwind.
Last quarter, Microsoft was talking about it even.
So that could be something, maybe look out for that. I mean, what's the big company? I mean, Apple, obviously, that would be a good story for them to talk about. We'll see if they do talk about that on their quarter coming up Wednesday of next week. So we'll wait for that one to come through. All right, AMD just broke, kind of, I think, there. Down, and then we rejected that spot again. So shout out to when we were being asked about what the strategy might be on a break like something like that. That's why we didn't take it again. Well, I'm not taking it right now anyways, it's 345, but that's, to me, that's the strategy that we've been talking about there. Wait for the break and then play it off that. So again, you take that level, and now we would, if I was gonna go short, I would use like the 50 period here, which is still the same, 157.28. Break that bottom now, and then you're gone. See, it didn't break. Didn't break that last bottom. So you wouldn't be short yet on this name, the way I'm looking at this. So that's that trade.
It's the only trade available on a stock like that.
Tesla's coming back up.
That 50-cent range. You've just got to accept the range that the market is willing to give you. So, you know, that's what it's all about. It's not about, you can have all the volatility in the world from 9:30 to
4 minutes.
You know, whatever, call it 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, but if Power Hour is going to give you scalp trades or smaller wins inside of a range, then that's all you can go out there and take. I thought Boeing was going to follow through on that short trade. I mean, it was 167.5 and 167. I got out. It's still basically at the exact same level. So I get, if I hold on to it, maybe I eke an extra 10 cents out of the last little bit, but no follow through whatsoever. And Snapchat might end up being a similar story. Maybe it can't punch higher. Like, VWAP entry would have been great because then you'd be already in the money, would have made that second push, and you could be adding to it. But instead, I don't get it until it's back at the 47 level, and it can't even break 60s here. So because it's 46, I just moved my stop to just at that break-even spot because we are at imbalance time any second now. So when that happens, you know, Snapchat's a name that reported and is up 28%, so I would, even a small imbalance could really move it. It's a Friday, you could see some profit taking. I don't want this like flashing VWAP, and I don't have a stop to cover me to get out. So shout out to everybody. You know, I appreciate all the names you had us look at. We tried to look at a few of them. I know we looked at GameStop for a little something. It's not really doing much. Some people were asking about that DJT. What's it going to do? Is it going to rally? And the answer was, that's not New York. No, not at all. Right back into VWAP. Didn't really break that 43 for an entry, but right back into VWAP. Up 9%, but unless you had already paid for the locates and had been shorting that level, didn't quite get up there the third time.
Okay, here we go. It's Tesla time. One last stand for Tesla.
The last stand.
I was going to say something like, unlike Donald, who will be probably on the stand a couple times, we're going to have to wait to see. Oh, you're just talking about DJT. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think, yeah, you know, he's going to be on there. Or maybe not. All right, here we go to the downside right now, hopefully for Tesla. One last shot on this one, kind of like a line in the sand. We already got stopped out once right there. And so we'll put it back. And this is the best part about the trade is it just went up into this area. So now our stop is 60s, so 30 cents. You can see where we're short here, or 40 cents. I think the slippage will be okay into the close here, so we'll watch out for that call. But it's the one that I'm going to make and be pretty confident with, so let's just see if we can get that movement here on this name. So DJT. Tesla, if we can get it falling back into 168, we will take a couple bids there. Okay, I only have out, I have about 15% out at 168 flat. So we'll take 20 cents, which isn't that much, but we're trying to risk 40 cents. So let's take out like 10 or 15% at 168. And then if we're lucky enough, it kind of started down here, 167.60. Let's put a bid down there and see if that's where we can get filled now on this trade. So far so good here for Tesla, but it's just in the pocket and not moving. So it's just stopping at this level, but we are now 1 minute away from those imbalances to come out. And if this is a buy, then we will get taken out through that 168. If it's a sell, our bids will fill and we'll be pretty lucky. So let's get some out here, especially if we tank. Take a piece out before this imbalance.
I think it was like 400,000 or 500,000.
Here it comes.
The other day, but less than a minute to go. I have one position on. I've tightened the stop.
Little lower,
I have a
little
take
lower.
profit up there. That's all we need in about 30 seconds. Visa was the only significant thing over 1 million shares there on the early look, so that was 2 million. Probably going to come out as that and then pair off at 55. We'll let you know real time when these do come out. Watch out, Nvidia is making another run at the high of the day. If Nvidia can, oh wow.
Taking out
Nvidia
one more.
Closing 880 is going to be, that's insane.
Yeah,
Can't get over
yeah. I just want to say, just quickly, it's going to come out. I just letting people know because this is a position I just took on. We just got out some at 168 flat. So we did that on purpose. We'll put that 20 cents in our pocket now and hold. We still have half of this trade. There's the imbalances out right now. It's dancing around a bit.
Yeah, well, it's Pfizer at 3.2 million to
Okay.
sell. That's the biggest, and then you get AT&T, Verizon, buys. It doesn't really matter.
It looks like it's going to
Yeah, Pinterest, nothing. Intel's a buy of 800,000.
I think this
Okay.
market's going to probably rally
You
up.
do you. SoFi is a buy of 800,000. Marvell, 740,000. Where are the names that matter, everybody? I'm not seeing them. Sometimes they're
Where did
already
you go?
late. No, none of the big names are in here. Intel, 800,000. SoFi and Pinterest and Marvell? Really? Rocket
SoFi?
Lab? That's
Really?
like a $4 stock.
All right.
Not a single big cap tech name until we get to Apple at 470,000 to sell. That's yeah. So the imbalances are at absolute nothing burger. Now let's go to Adara.
Something coming out quickly here before the close. The Athletic reporting that Amazon Prime is in talks with and has the framework for a deal to acquire enough NBA broadcasting rights to actually have a standout in the market and make it one of the main homes for league games. So Amazon acquiring some NBA broadcast rights for the NBA and actually in talks to have a deal that will outshine TNT, NBC, and other NBA errors, guys.
I don't
I
watch much NBA.
I don't watch much of the NBA either.
I was just asking Sean, like, what do you think about? Because Philly, like Embiid, they're down 2-1. Like Philly to the.
Yeah, he was
to
treated
the
for cerebral
Knicks.
palsy, by the way, too. So, yeah, Embiid, we'll have to see if he's okay after that one. Okay, so just real quick, we did get some out there on AMD right there. That was just our last piece. I was just like, I don't want to let a winning trade turn into a losing trade here at into the close. So I canceled all that. So we're out of that one. We are out of half of Tesla. It's flat right now. I'm still waiting for lower. I mean, I'll take it if it comes through. So that's the trade there for me on Tesla. Hopefully a little bit of a lower print, and we'll be fine with that one on Tesla breaking a little lower. If it breaks through 50, we're gone. We sort of talked about that one. That's the only trade that we have on. I guess we could have held our AMD a little bit, but as you could see, yeah, back in. Okay, whatever. That's okay. That sucks now. There it comes back in for AMD. When we didn't see it, when I didn't see it on the board there,
really
and
see
the
much
market
in
was
there.
going up. I don't. What did we get there? What was the total number again?
It's 950 million to sell.
Sell. Oh, I should have held it then if it
Yeah,
was.
but not that anything actually gave us the indication that it was like it was nothing big. Apple was a 500,000 to the sell side, and Intel's like $1 million buy, but that's like a relief rally. So I trailed out just now. Snapchat, it really tried to push a little higher. The better trade would have been to go long off of VWAP because at least then you get 35s into 70s. And maybe you get like a 25 cent, 20 to 25 cent win for risk to reward. I don't take it till it gets up here, so you end up with a pretty small win. It just goes to show, like, price is everything when it comes to trading. In investing, time matters more. In trading, price matters. The VWAP hold was better here. You know, I can acknowledge that, and we got into it a little bit late, but I was bearish at that moment. And that's sort of the thing. Like, sometimes your bias is good because it gives you the conviction and all that good stuff, but every now and then, it gets you away from something. If you're biased to the short side, you get away from a really good long or a decent long setup. but there's nothing you can do about it. So all I can say is next time, that's a pretty obvious entry for a VWAP bounce on a strong stock, and we shouldn't have waited an extra 10 pennies on that thing. We should have just taken it right away. But that's on me. Kyle W., it's good to be in Denver. Go Nuggets, go Avalanche. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, but we all know it's going to be the Nuggets versus the Celtics. I'm just curious to see, are the Knicks going to pull it off? Because it's, I don't know.
That's a great rivalry, yeah.
My beef with the NBA sometimes is, look, Jokic is great, Denver's amazing, Tatum is great, Boston's amazing, but how exciting is it when you know exactly who's going to be in the finals? In the NHL, I have no idea who's going to be in there. I don't watch it till the playoffs.
It always mixes up.
In the NFL, okay, fine. I mean, sometimes you know who's going to be there.
As long as Mahomes is around.
Yeah, Mahomes and Brady make it different, but I like that whole, you have no idea. That's what makes the NCAA tournament better than the NBA. Because until it's the finals, it's like, I don't care. Let's just fast forward to Jokic versus Tatum. And then everything else is a bit of a waste of time.
Ain't wrong. Right there. That should be a great final, hopefully.
It will be. I think it'll be a great final. But we have to
hopefully
wait.
There's no injuries or anything like that. And hopefully Jokic's brother doesn't punch people in the face. Okay, so right here. Yeah, he does that, yeah. All right, so Tesla, we just get a fill down there at 168. We got 168.04 there on a pushback down in. So this cannot go bad. So that's good whenever that happens. We'll wait to see here at 55 when we do get a potential flip of whatever you get updates on these imbalances at 355. So let's just see if anything happens. It's 355 right now. I don't see like any NASDAQ names on here. I almost feel like the NASDAQ's broken, but there's Apple with a sell. Here comes Tesla. So we're going to get punched out of this in just a couple seconds as it takes 60s and to the upside. So what's been a pretty good day here today just gets stopped out there on Tesla. That's going to be not even an L. We'll take money on that trade and then get away from it. So good trade to end the day. Obviously, we were very cautious about our share size heading into the close with the imbalances upon us. So again, thanks so much for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. And then tomorrow we do have, of course, the podcast that we're going to be filming immediately after this. We've got some great content that we're going to talk about, some fun stuff. Brendan and I on the ones and twos. And then check that out tomorrow at 10 o'clock on all your podcasting platforms.
Yeah, listen to it,
YouTube.
Watch it, whatever you like. We can answer the question, why did Microsoft wait until the end of the day to be the most volatile thing? Like all day long, Microsoft was the one you didn't want to trade.
405?
And then look at the VWAP retracement. Like, come on. We always talk about the VWAP trades in the afternoon. And Microsoft, given the way that it moved, I was not interested in it. But then, of course, now it flushes. There wasn't an imbalance or anything to give you this second leg into the downside. But remember, Microsoft didn't blow things out of the water. Like in comparison, Google blew knocked everyone's socks off. And then Microsoft was just kind of like, yeah, it was good, but compared to Google, it was nothing. So Microsoft may be getting a little bit of exhaustion. No idea why it's going to fall like that, but the market doesn't have to be rational. Pull back a little bit. It's a VWAP retracement trade. Congrats if anyone had it. Gerson Benson just said now Coinbase goes down, up.
I just broke 64,000. Up or down?
What the heck?
Was there news on Coinbase?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't even look at, because Bitcoin was doing nothing under 65,000. These were all off the radar for me today. And Coinbase is suddenly like, why is this so strong today? That makes absolutely no sense to me. But it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to report next week, and then we can trade it then. They report on the 2nd, so that'll be what, Thursday? I think.
Which name?
Coinbase.
Coinbase.
It's still a busy week next week, right? Like that's another reason you guys are going to be going over this one, I would assume, because if you're strong without Bitcoin, Coinbase has that 8% short float still on the daily chart. Coinbase is kind of hugging the 50 period in a good way, believe it or not. So that's not that bad for coin here. Looks interesting.
Yeah, Coinbase is an interesting name. We'll have to definitely look at that one next week. I mean, I bit today just to look at a ETF for NASDAQ or for Bitcoin. Here's a 20-minute chart right here. 36, yeah. So we've looked at that level a couple times. That must be that $64,000 mark, which we're at right now for crypto. So 63 and change. Only 2 minutes to go. Let's just do a quick little look on those imbalances to see if anything has changed at all. NEE, so we did, Pfizer was on there, now it's gone. So let's have a quick look to see what Pfizer is $25.
The stock who says me.
Pathetic Pfizer, what the hell? 52-week lows for that name, probably worth picking something up there. I would choose the XLV or IBB instead.
Dump it.
J&J, yeah, so not much happening. Apple, wow. Okay, so Apple drops $1 there into a buy imbalance. So yeah, that was strange. Straight down for Apple into the close. Wish that was Tesla. AMD, nothing. Tesla, really nothing. Check Meta on that. Meta got to 444. That I would have shorted that 1,000%. You guys know that, but heading into that close, not worth it for me. It's okay, missed opportunity. We'll wait for 444 again. And then the strongest name today, it's not the strongest name, but up 10%, probably the best as far as percentage-wise. Yes. But the whole play was pretty much earnings. So Google didn't do much all day. Dropped down to 170, then back up to 173, and then going to end the day right here. Yeah,
the winner today, I mean, the way NVIDIA went, I think that was kind of like the golden child. And then the same thing, I mean, you could probably talk about SMCI or Micron were both pretty strong. But yeah, because if you're in the chips and you are not tied to what's going on with AI, then you're either with it or you're Intel. That's basically what we've learned here today. And everybody else is with it. Let's get with it to Adara and get this countdown on for the end of the week. And it's been a wild one and a fun one. Adara in 5, 4, 3, 2, you know what to do.
All right, that was quick, and that is that. So, all right, thanks again. Thank you to everybody watching our midday show all week with Sharif and Adara. Shout out to them for doing that. Shout out to Ramin, Fabian, all the guys behind us. Good week so far.
Patrick,
yeah, everybody that keeps attending. Wayne, Brankles.
Hydration Nation from
I'm all out of hydration. All right. Busy weekend. I'm already like exhausted for just thinking about the weekend. What do you guys have planned?
Well, it's Otani's in town, so I'm going to the game tonight. I'm going to the game tomorrow. I'm getting my winter tires off, so I have to get that. Whatever, man. It's just
might be a good
there's
idea.
stuff that you got to do. And then on Sunday we've got dance on Sunday.
Script?
And I think we have some kind of a play date that we're doing on Sunday as well. I have.
All right, those are always
calendar,
fun.
But
always fun.
It's supposed to be warm but raining all weekend. So, yuck.
Yeah. Thanks, Lava, Chase Bands, Alvin, everybody, Hugh.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, from everybody here, including Fabian, who always has a camera in his hands and takes random pictures of us all of the time.
We should take pictures of you someday, Fabian.
Go for it. We'll post it on TikTok. Go find us on TikTok, Instagram, everywhere that's streamed. I see Ramin. She's got a date.
And don't forget to check out the podcast tomorrow morning.
Get your phone, QR code that. What does this mean, Ramin? You're just slowly going on this? Okay, we will see everybody Monday. Have a good weekend. Ciao.
Ciao.